the doors be opened. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
From committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Premier lecture de...
First reading of Senate public bills.
Mr. Van Loan for Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves that Bill S9, an act to amend the criminal code, be now read a first time. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Motions, motion. Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From constituents in my riding of Wellington, Halton Hills, two petitions here to present, one of about 100 signatures, the other with about 50 signatures, calling on members of Parliament to support motion 312. And I ask that these be tabled.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a number of petitions here from Canadians in Quebec, Saskatchewan, and right across through to British Columbia, which I think is somewhat appropriate because they're calling upon Parliament to reinstate the Katimavik program, a program that was critical in uniting Canadians, particularly young Canadians, from coast to coast to coast, and what it is to be Canadian, and calling upon the government to reverse its previous decision to cut the limited funding that they offered to this program and reinstate it immediately. Thank you very much.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Lac St. Louis.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to present two petitions today. One calling on the government to abandon its unwise plan to eliminate the experimental lakes area. And the second petition is a petition that was signed by students at Lindsay Place High School in my riding, and it is calling upon the government to pressure the Chinese government to release Dr. Wang Bingjiang from prison on compassionate grounds so that he can be reunited with his family and friends. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition from constituents in my riding of Yorkton Melville who ask us to support motion 312. They indicate that we should confirm that every human being be recognized in Canadian law as a human by amending Section 223 of the Criminal Code in such a way as to reflect 21st century medical evidence. Thank you.
L'Honourable Député de Hull-Aylmer.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition to present signed by Canadians who are opposed to motion 312 put forth by the Conservatives, which is a veiled attempt to reopen the debate on abortion in Canada. This is a debate that Canadians had decades ago. The people is now concerned about moving on to other things. Canadians hope to move forward, not to take steps backward to achieve gender equality in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Members for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition concerning the experimental lakes area, asking the government to keep the experimental lakes area funded and open. This is a whole ecosystem research laboratory that has informed the government in the past to help us make smart decisions about how to protect our freshwater resources, and we'll be able to continue to do so in the future, and that is why these Canadians have asked the government to continue funding. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Speaker, I rise today to support a number of petitions referring to Canada's 400-year-old definition of human being and asking Parliament to bring that into the 21st century, asking Parliament to stand up for the principle that every human being is created equal and every human being has an inherent worth and dignity. In particular, I have a petition from the riding of Mississauga-Arundel with almost 300 signatures, a petition from across the country with almost 400 signatures from Calgary, Saskatoon, Vancouver Island, London, Bruce Grey. I have petitions from the riding of Scarborough Rouge River, which together accomplish almost 1,200 signatures, many of whom are women. A petition from the riding of Markham Unionville, which together have almost 1,300 signatures. A petition to the same effect from the riding of Oak Ridge's Markham with 300 signatures, from the riding of Scarborough Agincourt with almost 300 signatures. Mr. Speaker, I've received petitions from all across the country, thousands of signatures, but I'll stop there for today. Thank you.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to bring in a petition signed by citizens who are concerned about the lack of a national public transit strategy. I raise this just on the eve of Thanksgiving, the biggest weekend in Northern Ontario for students coming home, when the McGuinty Liberals will kill public transit in the north and leave all our students high and dry. The contempt for Northerners is pretty clear, but I think it's part of a larger problem, which this is a government, federally and provincially, that doesn't seem to really care about the issues of public transit, particularly for northern and rural communities.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I bring forward or table a petition from residents of Winnipeg North that are in essence stating that there are many other needs that are more important than the need to increase the size of the House of Commons to 338 members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Dealing with issues like OAS and so forth are far, far more important than increasing the number of politicians here in the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well said.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, I have a petition from a number of Canadians that are concerned about the proposed mega-quarry in Melancton Township in Dufferin County, Ontario, which would be the largest open-pit quarry in Canada at over 2,300 acres. They are concerned with a number of things, Mr. Speaker, one of which is that the proposed mega-quarry would initially have 150 truckloads per hour of aggregates leave the quarry heading south, and 150 empty truckloads returning to the quarry, and other trucks transporting 52 tons of explosives to the quarry per day on local roadways not designed to carry such traffic.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to table a petition calling for the $14 million amount to be maintained for Katimavik. This is a petition that's been signed by Canadians across the country. They're calling on the Minister of Canadian Heritage, the Minister of Finance, and the Prime Minister to maintain funding for this program. Mr. Speaker, I myself have had an opportunity to speak to people participating in Katimavik in my riding, and I'm very happy to present this petition.
Honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present a petition signed by women and men from across Canada who are opposed to Conservative Motion 312, a thinly veiled attempt to reopen the abortion debate in Canada, a debate that Canadians have had decades ago, and Canadians are ready to move on. Women and men in Canada look forward to moving forward and not backward. And this motion is a very regressive motion. And finally, Canadians are looking forward to achieve true gender equality in Canada. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This petition is from people from my riding. They all happen to be women, but this just adds to the dozens of petitions with dozens of signatures who are in favor of Motion 312, for whom the subject has not been closed.
The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to present two petitions today. The first calls on the government to consider the detrimental effects of cuts to the Katimavik program for communities and to not-for-profit organizations. They're calling on the government to reconsider and to continue funding for this program. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is in opposition to Motion 312, which is a veiled attempt to reopen a debate that we had many years ago, and that is a step backwards for women's equality.
Violence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a number of petitions from earlier this spring. I will table them with the journals at the table. That they relate to petitioners concerned that we should not pass C-38. The current petitions I want to present from signatories in my own riding, as well as from Ontario and Manitoba, concerned to urge this government to press China on human rights issues. Petitioners are particularly concerned about the persecution of Falun Dafa and Falun Gong practitioners, adding to many concerns about the suppression of the Tibetan monks, Catholics within China, and so on. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I have a petition signed by residents of British Columbia urging the government to set aside their favoritism towards the Enbridge Northern Gateway project and allow full, fair, and untime-limited discussion and study of the proposal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
I rise on behalf of the beautiful constituency of Kelowna Lake Country. Hundreds of constituents have signed several petitions to deal with the Bill 312 to address the 400-year-old definition of human being and asking Parliament to debate this in an open and transparent manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Jonquière-Alma. Laval-les-Îles. I apologize, Laval-les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to present a petition signed by hundreds of my constituents who are calling on the government to show some responsibility internationally by ensuring that Canada helps fund development abroad that will provide support for NGOs. The OECD has cut funding to certain organizations and to show solidarity internationally for peace and development for the next 5 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce a few petitions this morning. This one from the good people of Willowdale, who are asking this House to support Motion 312, which of course is calling for an open-ended study as to when human life begins. I'd also like to submit another petition from the people from Battleford Lloyd Minster, if I can say that correctly. The good people of Saskatchewan are asking that 21st century medical evidence be considered in this open-ended study, Motion 312, which I believe is before this House this week. Mr. Speaker, I have another petition here from a number of people from Vancouver Island North who are also asking this House to support this open-ended study where we can come to perhaps some conclusion as to when human life begins. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. The honourable member for Crowfoot is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would seek support of this House if we could momentarily return to presenting committee reports.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to revert back to committee reports? Agreed. Presenting reports from committees. The honourable member for Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleagues in the House for that as well. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour today to present in both official languages the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security concerning electronic monitoring. Pursuant to Standing Order 109 of the House of Commons, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the order paper. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Well said.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, business of supply, débat sur une motion de l'opposition.
Debate on the opposition motion dealing with income inequality, standing in the name of Mr. Ray.
Seconded by Mr. Kuzner, moves that the House call on the government to take several simple and immediate actions to reduce the growing income inequality in Canada, including a rollback of its recent employment insurance premium hikes, which inflict a higher relative burden on low to modest income workers, b, ending the punitive new clawback of employment insurance benefits that are discouraging many Canadians from working well on claim, c, en transformant des...
C, by making tax credits such as a family caregiver tax credit refundable so that low-income Canadians are not excluded. D, making the registered disability savings plan available to sufferers of chronic diseases such as multiple sclerosis.
Just from the federal component of student loans. Debate. The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
I appreciate very much the chance to address this issue in the House today, Mr. Speaker. I think we all recognize, at least I think most of us recognize, that income inequality is a growing issue because whereas in the years between about 1945 and the mid-1990s, the growing economy created greater equality, not only because of the well-paying jobs that were created, but also because of a range of government programs that sustain people who were in difficulty. Since the governments came to grips with the impact of deficits in the early 90s and right up through till today, and most emphatically in the last 5 years, we've seen a decline in income equality, and we've seen a growth of inequality. Those are the undeniable facts. And if I can quote from not a radical figure, Mr. Speaker, but a very responsible one, the Governor of the Bank of Canada, who said recently in a speech in Halifax, and I'm quoting from the Governor, he said, "The people who say that income inequality is not an issue are wrong, and the people who say it's an issue and who then want to create class warfare are wrong. The focus needs to be on ensuring equality of opportunity. It's a massive issue, fundamental to society. It's not right if big swaths of society become discouraged and marginalized." So, Mr. Speaker, what we have proposed today in the motion is quite practical. It's saying to the government and saying to the House, there are a series of very discrete and practical steps that we can take to reduce what is an undeniable trend, and certainly over the last 5 years has accelerated because of the impact of two things. One, the impact of the financial crisis, which has affected the entire world and has naturally had an impact on Canada in terms of rates of growth, the increase in joblessness, the increase in youth unemployment, the loss of well-paying manufacturing jobs, a trend that we've seen over the last 30 years, and we've seen it accelerate most recently. And secondly, because governments sometimes have taken steps which have in fact accelerated inequality rather than moving things in the other direction. And so what we're asking the government to do is to, first of all, recognize that this is a problem, not to dismiss it. We had to work very, very hard to convince a number of Conservative members of Parliament to allow the Finance Committee to study this question, and I'm delighted that my colleague, the financial critic for the Liberal Party, has been able to persuade people that this is something that the committee needs to study. But we need to go even further, Mr. Speaker, in looking at these practical measures. So we want the government to roll back the increase in employment insurance premiums, a tax that is regressive, that has a greater impact on lower middle-income people than it does on those who are better off. We want to end the clawback, because the clawback, again, is going to have a negative effect on people on lower incomes and not help them in the least. We want to make sure that tax credits, such as the family caregiver tax credit, can actually be taken up by people who have no taxable income. We want to make it refundable. It doesn't make sense to say that if a low-income person is in fact going forward, Mr. Speaker, and taking care of their mother or father or someone else in their family who's disabled, it doesn't make sense to say that this is going to be available to people who have a taxable income, but not available to people who do not. And we want to make sure that we make the Registered Disability Savings Plan available to sufferers of chronic diseases, because that's what it was intended to do. And finally, we want to remove interest charges from the federal portion of student loans, because right now the federal government is actually making money on student loans, and we know that the issue of student debt is in fact an ever-increasing issue. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed further, I just want to make it clear that I will be sharing my time with my colleague from Cape Breton, Canso, who's been sitting rather with a great deal of anxiety, concerned that I might take up the full 20 minutes rather than just the time that I agreed to share with him. Monsieur le Président, c'est une question importante.
Mr. Speaker, this is an important matter. It's a question that affects our entire economy. Globalization has created incredible opportunities for our country, for Canada. This is a rich, wealthy country, rich in natural resources. We have an excellent education system compared to others. We have great advantages as a country. But at the same time, we must recognize that inequality is growing. And especially in these difficult years, as we've seen in the last 5 years and as we saw in the 1990s. To my mind, Mr. Speaker, this is not so much a partisan issue. Really, the government can say, well, there were problems in the 1990s and the Liberals, really, they don't have a leg to stand on. But I would say that in recessionary times, when it's a time of fiscal restraint, the government has even more of a responsibility to ensure that there's no growth in inequality, and that is the duty for the government. That is the government's duty that it's denying. It's denying a responsibility, but in fact, there is no denying this fact. We know that well-paying jobs are disappearing increasingly, and now we're seeing short-term jobs, part-time jobs, jobs that simply don't pay with the same, don't provide the same benefits as in the past.
Ourselves a little bit, and I'm looking at you as I say this. You know full well in your own community in Windsor, Mr. Speaker, this is my first opportunity to congratulate you on your elevation as the Deputy Speaker of the House. But you and I both remember the days in Windsor when we saw a transformation of an economy which had powerful trade unions, which had good, well-paying jobs, which performed important work in manufacturing, where members had pensions that they were assured would be there for them when they retired. And yes, frankly, it was good times. People were well off. People were able to buy cottages and able to take care of their kids. Well, those years, Mr. Speaker, are definitely not with us anymore. We're now in a time when workers are being asked to take further cuts and further drops in benefits, when a defined benefit is becoming very much the exception rather than the case, where we understand that there are greater and greater inequalities in how we're able to face life together. Mr. Speaker, there are a couple of false routes, as the Governor of the Bank of Canada has said. Class warfare is a false exit. Trying to pretend that we can stop the world and get off is a false exit. Pretending that we can somehow hold back all the forces of globalization is a false exit. But so is denial. So is pretending that if we continue to prosper as a country, then obviously everyone will be able to share automatically in this prosperity. It was President Kennedy who said in the 1960s, at the very height of the period which I was describing, when things seemed to be all in balance, who said that the rising tide will lift all boats. Well, now we're in a situation where the rising tide lifts some yachts, some very big boats, but it doesn't lift a lot of other boats. And that means that government policy has to take the steps that are necessary to increase equality, to increase real opportunity, and to understand that prosperity and social justice and sustainability are not necessarily enemies, are not necessarily at war with one another, but need to be brought together. But in order for that to happen, it will take deliberate, thoughtful, intelligent government policy. And the steps that we're proposing today, Mr. Speaker, some might say they're not radical enough. I would say they're very practical. They involve saying that we want the employment insurance premiums hike to stop at a time when we're in recession, at a time when people are hurting. We're saying that we think that tax credits should be refundable. That is to say, if you have no taxable income, you should still be able to get the credits. And we're saying that students, particularly when we see youth unemployment on the rise the way it is today, up to 15% today, we're saying it's really unconscionable that the Government of Canada would be making money off the loans which we're giving to students in order to allow them to go to college and university. This is why this is, in fact, the issue of our time, Mr. Speaker. We cannot assume that prosperity will be fairly shared, and we cannot take prosperity itself for granted. We have to avoid the mistakes of the extreme right and the extreme left, and we have to come up with practical proposals that will, in fact, make a difference to ordinary people and ensure that our prosperity is truly and fairly, deeply and widely shared. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my first time, too, with you in the chair, and I congratulate you on your election as Deputy Speaker of the House. My question for the member for Toronto Centre is quite simple. The Liberal Party is proposing 5 new initiatives: the rollback of EI premium increases, the rollback of the EI clawback, making the family caregiver tax credit refundable, making the RDSP available to a broader group of people, and removing interest costs for the federal portion of student loans. Could you tell this House
how much each of these 5 items would cost the federal treasury.
The honourable member from Toronto Centre.
Well, I think a broader question, Mr. Speaker, is what is the cost of not doing it? We know very well. I mean, the member will say, well, it's going to increase government debt. I would say to the honourable member, refusing or failing to do these things simply passes that debt on to consumers who are not in a position to bear that debt. Consumer debt, personal debt, the debt of ordinary families is higher today than it's ever been in the entire history of Canada. They're only able to afford this debt because of very low interest rates. It's not right that this debt be passed on to each individual. It's better that we share the responsibility that we have to make sure that economic prosperity does not come at the expense of ordinary people, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments.
Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for an excellent speech that set out some of the fundamentals that underlie this motion. The 5 specific asks in the motion were well underpinned by a philosophy of why income inequality is a problem. I would simply like to ask the honourable leader of the Liberal Party how he thinks about income inequality and its relationship to the health of our democracy at the moment. Would he agree that the further we see income inequality building up in this country, the less engagement of citizens there are with our political system, and the more we're going to see democracy itself suffering from this fact? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Toronto Centre.
I think the honourable member makes an excellent point, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure he won't be surprised to hear me say it. I was actually very encouraged by the words of the Governor of the Bank of Canada, because Mr. Carney is a very thoughtful individual, exceptional public servant of Canada. He's had a chance to see the impact that this issue is having not only in our country, but in the United States, in every industrialized country. And I don't think we can possibly explain the declining rates of participation in elections, the sense of cynicism and the sense of frustration that many citizens are expressing about our democratic life, precisely because they feel that they're working harder, they're getting less for it, they're doing a little less well than they'd like to be able to do, and they're very, very concerned about what's going to happen to them and what's going to happen to their families as they see their debt levels growing. And there is this preoccupation now with how am I going to do and how am I going to survive in this very difficult situation. So yes, it has a corrosive impact on our democratic life. I don't think there's any question about that.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The honourable member from Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, I myself want to take this opportunity to thank our leader for this excellent speech. I think more emphasis has to be put on the outcomes of these inequalities. We're talking about the fact that our institutions are becoming more fragile, the fact that the people are increasingly cynical. It's because of these inequalities. People don't believe in anything. And I would like our colleague to tell us, in his own words, why it's important to combat these inequalities. Well, if we approach this issue not only from a personal perspective, but historically, we realize we have major challenges as a country. But not only do we, but also our colleagues in the U.S., our colleagues and friends in Europe and elsewhere. Because the agreement, essentially, we had since the Second World War was that if we worked hard, if we made an effort, then we would have access to a pension and we would be sure that we would be safe from disease and other problems, and that life would be a good life for everyone. Not total equality, of course. We recognize there will be differences, but a sense of solidarity. And that spirit of solidarity that we are seeing frittered away in our economy, that is the major problem that we are seeing. There's a lack of solidarity currently, and that means that people don't see within the economy justice or opportunity, and that is the government's duty at the provincial and the federal level. We have a responsibility It is a shared responsibility. We need to make sure that we use all possible means to ensure that the results of the economy will be fairer. And that is incumbent on government, and it is an essential duty for government, our common duty, and we will continue to work towards ensuring that this happens in the future as well, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Toronto Centre for being so generous and sharing his time on this particular issue. I'd like to speak specifically about the provisions in the changes to EI while on claim. But just if I could make comment first about one thing that our leader alluded to during his comments, and that was the overarching campaign by this government, by this Conservative government, to misinform, misdirect, and mislead Canadians on a variety of manners. You know, pick a topic, and you can see the misinformation that's come out from this government, and certainly we saw it this last week, the opening week in the House of Commons. They continue to talk about their record on the economy, and they set themselves up as great stewards of the economy. So on that alone, let's have a look at that alone. Since 2006, this government has added $100 billion to the national debt. I can't see any reason to take a bow for that. You know, when this government took over, there were just over 1 million Canadians unemployed. Right now, there's just shy of 1.5 million Canadians unemployed. No reason to take a bow on that one. So the unemployment rate went from just about 6.5%, just shy of 7.5%. They inherited a $14 billion surplus from the Liberal government, and they've turned it into a $55 billion. It's a record in the history of this country. That's the kind of stewardship that we've seen by this government, yet they continue to say they are great stewards of the economy. We know that that is false. And that sort of leads into where I'm going today. We know that the media are exposing this government for their misdirection, for their misinformation, for misleading Canadians. We know Alan Gregg's piece from last week. We've had an opportunity to read that. John Ibbotson. We know that Andrew Coyne has commented on it. Lawrence Martin has commented on it. Andrew Coyne was very strong in his last weekend's column. He quotes, his quote is, "Conservatives did not invent dumb, dishonest attack dog politics, though they may have perfected it." Yeah. He talks about lies and personal attacks. The Conservatives are better at it, more disciplined, more relentless, and less daunted by shame, Mr. Speaker. And that's where the problem lies with the working while on claim provision, because we've heard the misinformation from the minister, and the Prime Minister of this country simply rehashed the talking points. Let's talk about the history of working while on claim and that provision. In 2005, the Liberal government put forward a measure that would take a disincentive out of the EI program, working while on claim program. And you were allowed to make 40% of your EI benefit. Simple math. If you were making $200 in an EI benefit, you were able to earn $80, and you would keep that $80. That's how basic it is, 40%. Under the new provision, there begins a clawback at $1. So that $80 that you made is now clawed back. Now you clear $240 rather than the $280. And if you're counting on $280 for your household income for that week, Mr. Speaker, that attacks the most vulnerable in this country. Shame. That attacks the poorest in this country, and that's what this government is doing. Shame. But the minister has shown no understanding, no appreciation for the files. In misinformation, she had every opportunity. If they were going to make this change, she had every opportunity to let it be known to Canadians, to members of this House. The budget document. Not a word about canceling allowable earnings. Not a word about changing the provision, how to determine the benefit rate and the clawback. Nothing in that. She made another speech. She made a speech on the 24th, a big announcement on the 24th of May about the change in the pilot. Nothing about the cancellation of the provision. Another speech on August 2nd. A letter to EI recipients in July. And she underlines, you will always benefit from accepting work. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's not the truth. Service Canada, the examples that they now have up on the website are unbelievable. They're unbelievable. They put the high end in. This is another inequality. Here's the examples they use. Here's 2 examples on the website. Mario finds a part-time job making $500 a week. That's about $30,000 a year. Not a bad part-time job. Yeah, or Anna. Anna's very lucky. She finds a part-time job making $790 a week. That's almost $40,000. In my riding,
that's the median income.
In my riding, that's a career. To these guys, this is the example. This is they have 2 groups. They have the haves and the have-mores. Those that are struggling, Canadians that are out there having trouble finding work, the 7.5% of this population that are trying to find work, they have no care. This government has no care for those people. Mr. Speaker, we've seen, according to StatsCan, the median income, really anybody making under $300 a week, over and above their EI benefits, they are going to feel the impact of these changes. They are going to feel the impact of these clawbacks. And what really drives it home, according to StatsCan, we have a median weekly income of part-time wage earners that's $226. That would be the median. So certainly anybody under that would have a harsh negative impact. And certainly quite a few over the median would also be impacted. The agricultural sector, and we've got a lot of Western members over here. Their median income on part-time work is $160 a week. Food and accommodation is about $180 a week. Mr. Speaker, these people are being hard-pressed by the actions of this government. I have a letter from a lady, and I'm sure all members in this House have received correspondence on this particular issue. But I have a letter from a lady, and she's allowed me the opportunity to read it. Rhoda is off on a maternity leave. She has a 9-month baby, a 9-month-old daughter, and she was told when she went on maternity leave that she'd be able to make $143 a week to supplement her income. So she sort of did up her family plan and her financial plan for the year around that. So then the change comes. And the only information that she got, she said she got one notice that she received about the change was a confusing letter in July. Well, now, what she grosses $143. After deductions, it's down to about $115. And then comes $71 in clawback provision. So, for $143, she ends up with $44. That's the real math on the changes. That's the real math. That's the impact that this is having, Mr. Speaker, on Canadians and on Canadian households. We know that anybody, again, the examples that have been used by the minister, by the Prime Minister. I know yesterday, when our leader questioned in the House about what are you doing for those less fortunate and low-income families, the Minister of Foreign Affairs got up and he read off a whole list, and he had mentioned in that list that, working while on claim provisions that are helping low-income families. Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. It's actually hurting those most vulnerable. And what really gets my goat, what really gets me to thinking, where are the members from rural communities out there? Where are the members that represent ridings where seasonal workers come from, where seasonal work and seasonal industries generate regional economies. Why are they not speaking up? Where are the guys from Atlantic Canada? Why are they not speaking up on behalf of their constituents? Why are they not telling the Minister of Human Resources, this is wrong, this has to be changed, these clawbacks have to be taken out, do this for those most vulnerable, do this now, let's see them get off their duffs over there and do something for the people of this country.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Peterborough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm somewhat disappointed with the tone of the member statement. I think that, frankly, all members in this House come to this place with the intent to help people. And I think if we look at, in fact, this member was a part of a government that ran a massive EI surplus. That was a tax on workers. It was a tax on small business. In fact, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business consistently, in every single one of their publications, pointed out how the government was siphoning money from EI and putting it into general revenues. That's a fact that the member cannot deny. But specifically with respect to the program that he's mentioned, I believe, first of all, two things. One, he's citing a specific example where the difference appears not to be working out in the favour of the worker, but in many cases it does. But what we need to understand, Mr. Speaker, is that people are always better off in the workforce by participating in the workforce, whether it's a part-time job or a full-time. Part-time jobs can often lead to full-time jobs. Full-time jobs can lead to better full-time jobs. This is a fact of the workforce, and people are just simply happier when they are working and feel more productive when they're working. I think that the incentives that are, and frankly, the incentives that the member talks about, the clawback that he talks about, and I thank the member for Bourassa for keeping the time over there, Mr. Speaker. You might want to correct him on that. But one thing that the Liberals never did was allow people to work while they were on EI. They had 100% clawback. Perhaps he'd like to speak about that.
The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Give it to him, Roger.
He doesn't understand.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the advice on setting tone in the House from the member. That's pretty cute, leaving the dogs in charge of the meat. But this is the example. This is the example. He stood here and said that every dollar was clawed back dollar for dollar. That is what I'm talking about.
Not true.
They don't know that they can't
Not
fix
true.
the problem because they don't either know the problem or they won't admit the problem.
Exactly.
Under the old program, you were allowed to make 40% of your EI benefit. If you made $200 as an EI benefit and you worked to make $80, you were able to keep that $80.
Exactly.
Under this new system, they lose 50% on the dollar, right from $1. So they only keep $40 of that $80. It's the lower part. I'm asking somebody over there on the front bench, hire a grade 10 math student to figure it out and walk them through it. Because Canadians are being hurt because this government won't stray from their stupid talking points.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his great speech. It wasn't a great speech because he was a Liberal, but because he's from Cape Breton. So I have to give him some credit for having some smart family members. I think the issue of income inequality has to be looked at in a much larger perspective than the fact that we are in a period of global economic crisis. But within this crisis, we see the Conservative Party using it to their advantage to go after their enemies. My colleague had talked about they see only the haves and the have-mores, but it's really their buddies and their enemies. And the people that they see who are not their buddies, they've been systematically undermining, for example, unions, public sector workers, which have been the backbone of the 20th century middle class. There's been a relentless attack on them, calling them lazy, calling them overpaid, talking about their union bosses, undermining the right to a pension. This was the infrastructure that created the middle class that allowed our grandparents' generation to move up and so that people could get an education. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, the Liberals say they're not into this class war, but it's clear that a war is being declared on working people and on the rights of people, and I'd like to ask him what he thinks that we need to do about it in this House.
The honourable member from Cape Breton-Canso, 30 seconds.
Well, Mr. Speaker, and I really want to thank my colleague for the question, and I think that's a fair question. I get a little bit excited on some of these issues, and it would be best to deal with the issues. But there's this overarching problem that we've seen in this House, in this Parliament, with this majority Conservative government that has handcuffed and shackled our ability as members of Parliament to deal with some of these important issues. We haven't been able to look into. It would have been best if Human Resources Committee would have been able to look at these changes and the impacts on all Canadians, but that's not going to happen under this government. And I know that's a great disservice. It's regrettable, but that is the fact of life.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary point of order.
A point of order, Mr. Speaker. In the last discussion, it's obvious that the government members do not know how the current system and the old system worked. I have a paper here by the Library of Parliament that's called Case Studies for a New Pilot Project, Working While on Claim, which explains that out. I wonder, could I have unanimous consent to table that report so that government members would have the benefit of seeing how the system really works, done by independent and non-partisan researchers.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to table this document? There's no unanimous consent. Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the Member of Parliament from Calgary North East. I'd like to thank the member from Toronto Centre for bringing forward the motion to the floor of the House today, because it provides an excellent opportunity to highlight the record of the government on combating poverty. It's an inconvenient truth for the members of the third party that poverty has never been lower in Canada than it has been under a Conservative government. Thanks to the strong leadership of our Prime Minister, our government has acted where the Liberals only talked. In 1996, the poverty rate reached the highest levels ever, more than in over 40 years in Canada, at 15.2%. In 2010, 3 million Canadians, or only 9% of Canada's population, lived in poverty. While this number is still too high, we're continuing to act to reduce it. This number represents the lowest percentage in Canada's history, and is 32% lower than under the Liberal government. To put this in context, this is 1.3 million Canadians who, under our Conservative government, were lifted out of poverty. In 1996, the peak of poverty in the last 40 years, 16.2% of women were considered in low income. In 2010, I'm pleased to report that the poverty rate amongst women in Canada dropped to an all-time low of 9.3%, 57% decrease in poverty. While the Liberals took power in 1993, poverty rates were 2.1% higher for women than for men. And in 2000, almost a decade later, poverty rates were still 2.1% higher for women than for men. In 2009, under a Conservative government, that gap was erased, as women found greater income security under our government. Another hard truth for the Liberals is something that I'm very passionate about. In 2006, children experienced a higher rate of poverty than adults in Canada. Since 2006, when we formed government, for the first time in Canadian history, children had a lower poverty rate than adults. In 1996, under the previous Liberal government, 18.4% of Canadian children lived in poverty, which was 3.4% higher than working-aged Canadians. In 2010, this number has been cut in half, with 8.2% of children, unfortunately, still living in poverty, a rate which is 1.9% lower than the working age of Canadians. This pattern is very clear, Mr. Speaker. Under the Liberals, we had more child poverty in Canada than under our current government. This is because while the Liberals spent over a decade talking about providing support for Canadian families, they didn't deliver. Our government, in the first year, brought in the universal child care benefit, which provided direct financial support to Canadian families, bringing 24,000 families out of poverty. In addition to introducing the child tax credit, we've improved the child tax benefit and the National Child Benefit Supplement. The Canada Child Tax Benefit helps Canadian families with the costs of raising their children. Low-income families also receive the National Child Benefit Supplement. As a result, low-income families benefit from a tax-free monthly benefit for each child under the age of 18, up to an annual maximum. All of these changes have met with opposition from the parties across the aisle, as they voted again and again against helping these Canadian families. Now, while on the topic of supporting families, Mr. Speaker, I was a little surprised to see that the Liberals chose to highlight the family caregiver tax credit, because it was the Liberals who voted against the creation of this tax credit in the first place. Mr. Speaker, because of the actions of our government, the typical Canadian family pays $3,100 less each year in taxes than under the previous Liberal government. However, Mr. Speaker, tax cuts and direct financial supports can only go so far. We've been clear the best way to fight poverty is to connect Canadians with a job. Nous savons que les personnes
We know that people who remain active on the labor market are more likely to quickly find a permanent job, and a permanent job is what provides stability and improves the living conditions of these individuals.
In challenging economic times, the leadership of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance have created economic opportunities for Canadians. And as I've pointed out in this House several times, we've had the strongest employment records amongst the G7. Canada is the envy of our economic peers with over 770,000 net new jobs. We're dealing with the reality of an aging population, coupled with a robust economic growth in our natural resources industry, creating labour shortages in several regions in the country. These shortages are already acute in many regions, and they will only continue to increase. According to Statistics Canada, more than 250,000 jobs were unfilled last spring. Our government's goal is to get as many Canadians working as possible. And if they lose their jobs, we want them to return to work as quickly as possible. Over the last several months, our government has announced new common-sense measures to ensure that EI is fair, flexible, and responsive to the needs of Canadians. EI is designed to be a form of temporary income support while claimants actively look for a job. It is certainly not intended to discourage people from trying to get back into the job market. It's been found in study after study that if you find a permanent job more rapidly, if you continue to be active in the labour market, by looking for work or by working, even part-time or casually. The Working While on Claim pilot provides workforce attachment by encouraging claimants to accept available work while receiving EI benefits and earning some additional income while on claim. And this applies to receiving regular benefits, fishing, parental, and compassionate care benefits. This is a pilot project, so this is not a permanent change, but an opportunity to test whether we can encourage unemployed Canadians to work while they're on claim. These changes are about empowering unemployed workers and helping them get back into the workforce. And we believe that most Canadians would rather have a permanent job than spend longer periods of time on employment insurance. Mr. Speaker, our government has made also historic investments in skills and training for Canadians. Sadly, the Liberal record has been voting against opposition to all of these job creation initiatives. These include the Youth Employment Strategy, EI hiring credits, apprenticeship incentives, targeted initiatives for older workers, and a tool tax credit. And while we're on the topic of education, it should be noted that the default rates for student loans have dropped to the lowest level ever. This is because our government in 2009 created the Repayment Assistance Plan. Through this program, we provide students the flexibility they need to manage their debt while paying it back under circumstances that they can reasonably afford. I also want to take a moment when we're talking about education to correct the member from Toronto Centre. The government does not make a profit from student loan interest rates. Student loans are funded through government bonds, and the interest rate is set on a yearly basis on a break-even ratio. In addition to this, with respect to supporting students, we announced on January 1st of this year that part-time students will no longer actually pay interest on loans and grants. And in Budget 2011, we provided loan forgiveness for students, particularly those who are seeking new family physician residencies or nursing positions in remote areas. And finally, we've expanded the grants program for students to over 290,000 students benefit from this program, almost double what it was under the Liberals. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, as I demonstrated earlier, poverty levels have been reduced to historic lows under our government. Default rates on student loans have dropped to the lowest ever under any government. The simple truth is Canadians are better off with a strong, stable majority Conservative government. So I encourage the MP from Toronto Centre to admit that his party was wrong and agree that there should be some support to our action plan. I encourage all members of this House to support the tangible results of this government and to vote against this motion in the House of Commons. Thank you very much.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to the speech given by my colleague. I want to thank her. But talking about a series of very limited one-time measures is the trademark of this government. We cannot say that she gave us much in terms of this debate. I'd like to talk about employment insurance because I must say, Mr. Speaker, I'm not embarrassed to say it. A few months before I was elected, I was on EI following the end of a series of contracts while I waited to get another contract. And I must tell you that I had fairly good benefits at the time because I had a great job that I had to leave at the end of the contract, of course. But I won't hide from you that with the new measures adopted by this government, this will greatly restrict possibilities for workers in any category of income, and of course, first and foremost, those who have the lowest incomes, which was not my case, as I repeat, and I remember quite well because I talked about it with constituents. One of the greatest difficulties when you're between two jobs is to be able to qualify for the next job and to be able to feed yourself, buy clothes, to get your hair cut, to take care of yourself, to be up to meeting with new employers. So how can we imagine with the measures before us that we'll be able to let the unemployed integrate new jobs?
The Minister of Human Resources.
I thank the member opposite for his question. The track record for this government is very clear. We've created 770,000 net new jobs since the downturn in the recession in July of 2009. The record for the opposition is also very clear, whether it be the NDP or the Liberals. They voted against the initiative put forward by this government to help those individuals that are unemployed. So whether that be the targeted initiative for older workers, an EI hiring tax credit, making sure that there were apprenticeship grants and initiatives available to young Canadians. The opposition's track record is very clear. They voted against these. We're about creating jobs. They're not.
Resume. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member from Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And my friend and colleague had cited a couple of stats from 1993. So let's have a little trip back to 1993 and let's put them in some kind of context. When the Liberal government came in 1993, they were taken over from the Brian Mulroney Conservative government. Okay, and yes, interest rates were 12.5%. Inflation was double digits. Unemployment at the time was 12.5%. The unemployment rate was 12.5%. The standalone EI fund had been bankrupted, and it was the Auditor General made the Liberal government put the EI fund into general revenue so that they could administer it. Now, I know that she's a smart person. I know she's been referred to as a brilliant surgeon. I sit with her on committee. She's a quick study. So I'm going to ask her, okay? Does her party not understand the math? Or is it willfully not wanting to help those low-income earners? It's either the math or just no will to help the low-income earners.
The Parliamentary Secretary, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his question. We do have some interesting comments and debate with respect to committee, so I appreciate his question. Let's be very clear. There have been a number of initiatives, as I just mentioned, that this government has moved forward on to make sure that individuals that are unemployed have an opportunity to reattach themselves to the workforce. I think that the best way of fighting poverty is to make sure an individual has a job. And the initiatives that this government has taken in economic action plans 9, 10, 11, and 12 have all acted to help Canadians find a job. So whether it be the targeted initiative for older workers, helmets to hard hats, or apprenticeship grants, these are all opportunities for Canadians to find employment, and that's exactly where we're going to be focused.
Hear, hear. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member from Calgary North East.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to rise today in this House and talk about the great work our Conservative government has been doing to support Canadian families across Canada. As a government, we have taken many measures to help families, and in particular, low-income families have made significant gains in reducing poverty in Canada. The numbers are quite staggering, Mr. Speaker. In 1996, the poverty rate was 15.2% under the Liberals. In 2010, under the Conservative government, it was 9%. Clearly, we are doing something right when we have achieved the lowest percentage of poverty in Canadian history. Another hard truth for the Liberals is that before 2006, children experienced a higher rate of poverty than adults in Canada. After 2006, when we formed government, for the first time in history, children had a lower poverty rate than adults. In 1996, under the Liberals, 18.4% of children lived in poverty. In 2010, this number has been cut in half, with 8.2% of children considered to be living in poverty, a rate which is 1.9% lower than working-age Canadians. Since 2006, there are 225,000 less children in poverty than under the Liberals. As we all know, Mr. Speaker, the only way to permanently solve poverty is to create jobs and economic growth. Our government has encouraged private sector sustained growth through various policy initiatives. First, we encouraged employers to create jobs by investing in programs to provide small and medium-sized businesses with the workforce they need to promote growth and contribute to this country's economic stability. We have taken steps to ensure that Canadians have the skills and training required to take advantage of the job opportunities they need to achieve self-sufficiency. One of the ways we do this is by investing significant funds annually in labour market and labour market development agreements with the provinces and territories, which help train over 750,000 Canadians each year. We have a number of other initiatives that pave the way for diverse groups of Canadians to participate in the economy. We are reaching out to youth through our youth employment strategy, Skills Link, Career Focus and Canada Summer Jobs, and through, of course, apprenticeship grants. In fact, in Canada's Economic Action Plan 2012, we announced a significant increase in the amount we are investing in the youth employment strategy over the next 2 years. This investment will connect young Canadians with jobs that are in high demand by helping them develop the skills and gain the experience they need. We are reaching out to men and women who have lost their jobs due to the recent economic downturn. We are giving them a hand up, not a handout, and offering to retrain them for the jobs of tomorrow. As our economy emerges from the recession, our next challenge will be to address the growing skills and labour shortages that is emerging in parts of our country. Work sharing has been a great success, and I'm happy to say that fewer and fewer companies need to take advantage of it. Through this program, employers were able to keep their employees on the job while they recovered from the economic downturn. One of the items I am most excited about is the progress our government has made in speeding up the recognition of foreign credentials. Over the past several years, our government has been funding national organizations to develop standards for credential recognition, as well as programs to evaluate credentials more quickly. The government has also introduced a number of initiatives to help Aboriginal Canadians succeed in labour force. Our ASETS program is helping between 14,000 and 16,000 Aboriginals connect with jobs across the country. Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government believes that persons with disabilities should have the same opportunities as other Canadians to obtain and maintain employment or to become self-employed. That is why we are improving accessibility to the workplace for people with disability by supporting training and skills development funded through the Opportunities Fund. Under our Economic Action Plan, this government has dedicated an unprecedented amount to help Canadians workers over the last 2 years. Sadly, we have witnessed the parties across the way vote against every one of these measures. There are 770,000 more Canadians that are working today than when the recession ended. As a result, Canada boasts the strongest rate of employment growth among the G7 countries. Canada remains a pillar of stability in an increasingly fragile global economy. Mr. Speaker, because of the tax breaks we provide to the families, the average family now pays $3,100 less each year than, in taxes than compared to when the Liberals were in power. We can measure the effects that our policies have had on reducing child poverty. As I stated earlier, Mr. Speaker, there are 225,000 fewer children in poverty than we took office in 2006. That is the Conservative record in helping the most vulnerable in our society. Mr. Speaker, the working income tax benefit supplements the earnings of low-income families. This one initiative alone was expected to help 1.5 million Canadians and working families across the country in 2011. Our government brought in the Universal Child Care Benefit, which provides all families with up to $1,200 per year for each child under the age of 6 to help cover their child care costs. We ensured that single-parent families are able to transfer their Universal Child Care Benefit amount to a dependent for tax purposes, ensuring in most cases that this money is not taxed. In addition to introducing the child tax credit, we have improved the Canada Child Tax Benefit and the National Child Benefit Supplement. The Canada Child Tax Benefit helps Canadian families with the cost of raising their children. Low-income families also receive a National Child Benefit Supplement. As a result, low-income families benefit from a tax-free monthly benefit for each child under the age of 18, up to an annual maximum. Low to middle income tax families who have children with disabilities can expect additional help. Our government has also brought in measures to allow parents choice in how savings are set aside for the future of their children. Choices and flexibilities are the keys for families, as costs related to coping with a disability can prevent families from contributing on a regular basis to a savings plan. Our Conservative government has repeatedly shown its commitment to supporting families through significant EI measures as well. Foster parents now have access to parental benefits once a child has been placed with them for the purpose of adoption, instead of waiting till the legal proceedings were complete. Eligibility to the compassionate care benefit has been extended to include additional family members and others considered as family by the person who is gravely ill. Self-employed persons are now able to opt in to the EI program to receive maternity, parental, sickness, and compassionate care benefits. As for military families, they now have improved access to parental benefits to ensure that a tour of duty overseas does not deprive them of the opportunity to bond with their newborn child. And in order to always better support Canadian families, the government has moved forward with the introduction of the Helping Canadian Families in Need Act, which creates a new EI special benefit for parents of critically ill children and flexibility to access to sickness witnesses benefits for parents who become ill while receiving EI benefits. The government also recognizes that many Canadian families are taking on caregiving responsibility for dependent relatives. In 2009, we created the Family Caregiver Tax Credit to provide tax relief to caregivers of their relatives, be they aging parents, minor children, spouses, or common law parents. Sadly, the Liberal Party voted against creating this much needed tax credit. Mr. Speaker, our government will continue to remain focused on jobs, growth, and economic prosperity. Unlike the opposition, will not put forward reckless economic policies such as a job-killing carbon tax that will raise the price of everything. We reject the Liberal record of much talk and no action. Our economic action plan is working to reduce poverty in Canada. We invite all members to support the government in achieving historic successes in reducing poverty in Canada. That is why, Mr. Speaker, our government will not be supporting the opposition motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
The honourable member from Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with only one job available for every 5 unemployed workers in this country, and with only 4 out of 10 unemployed workers getting EI benefits, we've seen that unemployment's persistently high. It's not coming down. And yet this government continues the practice of the previous Liberal government in using EI funds to balance budgets. At the same time, they are restricting access to EI. Can the member explain why his government is increasing inequality by denying workers access to basic EI benefits that they have already paid for?
The honourable member from Calgary Northeast.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for a question, but let's look at the facts. While the opposition talks, we are acting to help Canadian families. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, that over 770,000 new jobs has been created since the end of recession, and the fact is that this government has made unprecedented investment in skills training, post-secondary education, and student financial assistance to provide Canadians the skills they need today and they will need in future.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Kingston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I accept the invitation of my honourable colleague to look at the facts, and I'm looking at the low-income cutoff published by Statistics Canada, which peaks in about 1996 at something like 16% of persons, and gets down to about 10% by the time the Conservative government takes over in 2006. It's gone down a little bit since then, but most of the decrease occurred after a few years of a Liberal government. And so what I would like to do, Mr. Speaker, is contest the government speakers who've stood up and criticized the Liberal record when, in fact, the decrease in poverty that we've seen in Canada has come about during a Liberal government. And I think the speakers on the Conservative side today are really distorting the facts, and they're not looking at the facts. And in addition, Mr. Speaker, they're ignoring the fact that this debate is about income inequality. And really we should be looking at the Gini coefficient, which is a numerical measure of income inequality. It's a measure of how much the tide is raising just the yachts and not everybody else's votes. And so I'd like my honourable colleague to retract his criticism of the Liberal government because it's not true.
The honourable member from Calgary Northeast.
Well, again, I thank the member from Kingston, Mr. Speaker, for the question. And let's talk about that fact. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, that since 2006, there are 225,000 less children in poverty if we compare with the Liberals. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, that we enhanced the national child benefit and child tax benefit, which, unfortunately, these Liberals, his party and the member himself voted against. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, that the low income rate for children under the age of 18 in female lone parent family has dropped from 56% under the Liberals in 1996 to 21.8% in 2010, and this member and his party voted against that.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
I too would like to offer you congratulations in your new role. It seems to be we have a look at the facts in this particular question time, so I think what I'd like to look at is the overall rate of low-income earners has declined significantly under our government, and it's from 15.2% in 1996 to 9% in 2010. So, significant decline. But what I'd really like my colleague to focus on, I noted earlier that when the official leader of the opposition was doing a speech and talking about many of the measures, he was asked a very specific question, and that was, what's the cost? and he really had no answer. So I think, first of all, I would like my honourable colleague to talk a little bit about that, but also the fact that many of the things they're talking about are measures that we've introduced, and the Liberal government did vote against it, such as the family caregiver tax credit. Thank you.
Honourable member for Calgary Northeast, very quickly, you're almost out of time.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you, my colleague, for her excellent question. Let's realize the fact is, let's realize the reality is that Liberals have been taxed and spent. That's their policy. And the fact is now that the average family now pays over $3,000 less taxes than when the Liberals were in power. And the fact is, Mr. Speaker, that the incidence of poverty is an historic low. And the unfortunate part is that the opposition party, the Liberal Party, all their members voted against all the measures this government took.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak on this motion on income inequality. I'll be splitting my time with my colleague, the honourable member from Hochelaga. Inequality is another inconvenient truth of our era, and its growth is every bit as unsustainable for our communities, our businesses, and our economy as climate change. If we can't reduce it, it will hobble growth and opportunity for the next generation. We can't afford to misuse our economic strengths in this way. Canada is among the most fortunate of nations. We're the 10th largest economy in the world. We have the resources, natural, economic, and financial, to create the kind of society that we want. We can afford to share our prosperity. The good news is, Mr. Speaker, that shared prosperity leads to more prosperity. Greater equality is not a trade-off, but an investment in our future. Income inequality remains one of the most serious challenges our country faces today and has been on the rise in Canada for the past 20 years. We in the NDP welcome all efforts to reduce, not accelerate, income inequality. We're glad that the Liberals are finally on board, and we appreciate the suggestions in this motion. However, what needs to be done is not just embroidering the cloth, but repairing the fraying fabric of our society. Sadly, the Liberals presided over increased income inequality while they were in power during the 1990s and 2000s, but they have consistently supported conservative budgets that have led us down the wrong path. We welcome this opportunity to spend today debating this motion. It's an important issue that gets far too little attention in this House and from this government. Our former colleague, Tony Martin, has made reducing inequality his life's work, including in this House. And we miss him. Quelques faits. Les salaires...
A few facts. Salaries for most Canadians have been in a stagnation mode for several years. Average income for Canadians has only increased by 5.5% over a 33-year period. According to the Conference Board of Canada, income inequality is growing faster in Canada than in the U.S.
C grade for income inequality and ranked us 12th out of 17 peer countries. And the OECD has noted that Canada's level of inequality is now above the OECD average. Much of the increase in inequality is being driven by income gains for the top 1%. The richest 1% of Canadians saw their share of total income increase from 8.1% in 1980 to 13.3% in 2007. The richest 1% in Canada took home almost 1/3 of all growth in incomes between 1998 and 2007, at the expense and to the detriment of other income groups. At the same time, unemployment and economic growth are highly divergent across this country. Over 43% of unemployed Canadians live in Ontario alone. This increase in inequality has serious implications for Canadian families. Household debt has reached record highs, suppressing demand and hindering economic growth. Lars Ostberg at Dalhousie University argues that, and I quote, over the 1981 to 2006 period, the life experience of most Canadian families changed. The new normal
that has been entering, the new normal has been that entering cohorts of young workers earned less in real terms than their parents' generation did at a comparable age, end quote. Our young people are also facing high unemployment. The unemployment rate for people aged 15 to 24 is more than double the national average at 14.8%. What this means, Mr. Speaker, is that there are 400,000 youth in Canada who are looking for work and can't find it. Women, Aboriginal people, racialized communities, and recent immigrants also suffer from disproportionate poverty relative to other Canadians, and such inequality has serious societal consequences. A 2009 groundbreaking book on inequality by British scholars Richard Wilkinson and Kate Pickett empirically demonstrates that inequality, more than GNP, has a significant impact on a range of social indicators, including health outcomes such as average life expectancy, and other measures of human development such as rates of literacy, teenage pregnancy, or incarceration. This is not the legacy that we should be leaving to the next generation. But rather than taking action to correct these imbalances, the government has chosen to pursue an austerity agenda that has only exacerbated them. First thing we should do, support Canada's middle class. Don't attack it. Don't stand idly by when giant corporations force workers to take a half pay cut, cut half their pay, or lose their jobs, as in the case at Caterpillar. Don't intervene in private sector collective bargaining to force lower wages than even the employer was prepared to offer at the bargaining table, such as at Canada Post and Air Canada. And don't happily ship value-added jobs out of the country to the U.S. or China by focusing on exports of bitumen rather than upgrading resources right here at home in Canada. Let's raise the floor, not lower it, by increasing the low-wage skills sector of the economy with temporary foreign workers. And let's instead sanction employers who pay them less than Canadians for doing the same work. In an era of increasing inequality, the government's attack on OAS, GIS, and employment insurance, along with reckless cuts to the services Canadians rely on, is only adding to the problem. When Liberal Conservative governments plundered the EI fund of billions of dollars and then told Canadians who were unemployed that they had to accept lower benefits, that was simply unacceptable. This government continues to promote a "you must accept less" doctrine for the vast majority, but a sky's-the-limit approach for the high rollers. Avant le milieu des années...
Before the mid-1990s, the Canadian tax system was as effective as that of Nordic countries. To stabilize inequality, it balanced out market inequalities, but the fact relating to redistribution have worsened. The OECD has noted that we are simply not countering the inequality that exists in incomes. Conservatives seem to support an approach that is focused on economic benefits, saying that an increase in incomes for the wealthiest in society will be good for everyone eventually. But tax breaks for big companies and for the wealthiest in Canada has resulted in growing inequality and an increase in EI, unemployment rather. Income inequality is a serious problem with serious consequences. Canadians want us to act. Inequality is the first and foremost concern of Canadians, according to a poll carried out by ECOS.
Reduce inequality, it will hobble growth and opportunity for the next generation. Instead of tilting the playing field increasingly to the advantage of the most powerful and affluent in our society, we need a government that takes a first do-no-harm approach. So rather than eliminating the deficit even faster than promised so that they can introduce new tax cuts that will benefit Canada's most affluent households, let's invest in the services and programs Canadians want and need right now. We need strong, balanced job creation right across Canada and a living wage, including for all contracts and procurements with the federal government. Sadly, in Canada, we've seen weak leadership that's turned its back on the daily struggles of most Canadians. But we can change that. Canadians can count on New Democrats to work for a future where Canada is prosperous for all and where no one is left behind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Peterborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated the comments from the member. I think this member is very genuine in her desire to have a very positive impact on the lives of Canadians. But specifically, I think that, it's one thing to talk kind of in platitudes about how we would achieve these things or what we'd like to see. But I think we need to see some ironclad measures put on the table as to how she would seek to achieve the very lofty goals that she has set. I think we'd all like to see higher wages in Canada. I think we'd all like to see Canadians earning more and doing better and in a stronger personal financial situation. But we also have the reality of the global financial difficulties that we're witnessing. I'd just like to see some concrete measures put on the table. What would she and her party propose concretely to achieve what she has suggested?
The honourable member from Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his question. As I said very clearly in my speech, the first basic tenet should be do no harm. So rather than the serious cuts that this government has already made that are impacting Canadians across the country, cutting services, taking people who currently are getting more benefits to a position of reduced or in some cases no EI benefits, let's stop doing that. Let's continue to invest in the services and programs that Canadians want and need. And yes, of course, we have to deal with reducing the deficit, but we don't need to be as aggressive and accelerate even the government's own measures and their own time frames for deficit reduction. Because what we're seeing is that is increasing inequality, and ultimately, if they use those gains to create new tax measures that benefit only the people at the top, it will increase inequality.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Sydney, Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the famous announcements the Conservatives made in the spring, on the clawbacks to the EI recipients, we've seen many cases all through the summer and early fall. But what I'm seeing right now is a lot of seasonal employers. And not just seasonal employers, it could be hospitals, schools, people with seasonal help, where they're finding it's going to be very difficult to get these employees that are part-time to come in, and in the winter hours for one day to come in, and with the clawback is so, it's not only detriment to these poorer people, but it's going to be detriment to these industries and businesses that cannot get the people to come in for that one day. And what's going to happen next spring when these businesses are in jeopardy? So my question is to the member from Parkdale High Park is, does she really believe, and she's strongly going to vote against this clawback measurement that's in the EI, and if she can explain how it's hurting the businesses or institutions in her riding?
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
I thank the member for his question, and I know that in his riding and in his region of the country, certainly there are many seasonal workers who are seriously affected by these changes. And these changes disproportionately hurt those at the lower end of the income scale. And of course, there are regions of Canada where there are more seasonal workers, and therefore those regions are disproportionately affected. But I will say, and he asked me directly, in my riding in Parkdale High Park, where we also have people who work seasonally in the tourist industry, people who work in the arts and cultural sector who don't get full-time, full-year work, and they too are disproportionately negatively affected by these changes. So the clawback seriously hurts far too many Canadians, especially those who can afford at least those at the lowest end of the income scale.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Timmins, James Bay. Very quickly, there's less than a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mark Carney President of the Bank of Canada points out there's $580 billion of what he calls dead money sitting in the bank accounts of corporate Canada because there's no incentive for them to move that back into the economy. The question we have to ask is the failure of this government to set up clear drivers to ensure investment and ensure job training. And I ask my honourable colleague, given the fact that they've had just across-the-board tax cuts year after year with no planned investment and how that would be redirected into the economy, what she feels this $580 billion in dead money that's sitting in bank accounts could actually do to kickstart the economy at this time.
The honourable member from Parkdale High Park, you're almost out of time.
Well, I thank the member from Timmins James Bay for his question. And, you know, if companies feel economic insecurity, they're not going to be investing. But it just shows the failure of the approach of this government and the previous Liberal government to not tie any tax reductions to specific job creation, to innovation, to economic stimulus. And we're feeling the impact of that now. It's creating a sluggish economy. Unemployment remains high, and we know we can do much better with measures that are tied to job creation. That's what an NDP government would do.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The motion brought forward by the Liberals raises issues that are worthy of a discussion. It is true that recent changes to EI hurt low-income workers. It is also true that non-refundable family caregiver tax credits cannot even be used by a number of people because their income is too low for them to be able to benefit from the tax cuts. It is also quite true that there is growing income inequality in Canada. In fact, Canada is even ahead of the United States on this front. The Conservatives are rather quiet on this point, perhaps because they don't dare admit it. But the changes called for by the Liberal motion are only going to scratch the surface of the issue. It's a good start, but we need far deeper change in our society, as my colleague just said. I could criticize the government for all of the things that it does I disagree with, but as a member for the NDP, I want to do politics differently. As often as our good friend Jack often said, we want to work together rather than blame the Conservatives. Instead, I would like to suggest ways in which they could help the most disadvantaged in our society. Humane solutions, but that are also financially beneficial for this country. I think they'd like that. The motion debated today deals with correcting income inequality between the rich and the poor. Well, let's talk about the poorest of the poor, those who do not even have a roof over their heads. A recent study by Stephen Gates called The Real Cost of Homelessness raises an intriguing question. Can we save money while doing good? Well, it would seem that a number of investigations in Canada and in the U.S. show that investing in prevention is less expensive at the end of the day than counting on emergency solutions and patches. For instance, a homeless person therefore has a poorer diet, is more stressed out, is more often a victim of violence and accidents, has restless sleep. This individual would run a 3.5 times higher risk of asthma than the average person, a 4 times higher risk of cancer, 5 times greater risk of heart problems, has 20 times more epileptic seizures, and is 29 times more likely to contract hepatitis C, according to Michael Shapcott from the Wellesley Research Institute in Toronto. In 2007, the cost of a hospital bed for a month was $10,900. Compare that to the cost of a shelter bed at $1,932. Even cheaper, the cost for the city of Toronto, where the rents are not exactly the cheapest in the country, for social housing would have been $199.92 at the same point. Whether or not you're good in math, the best solution is rather obvious, not only from an economic standpoint, but also from a human standpoint. homeless person is also at a higher risk of incarceration. In fact, according to a 2010 study by Kellen and others, approximately 1 out of 5 Canadians were homeless at the time of their incarceration. And according to Statistics Canada, 2008-2009, the average cost of incarceration for a man for a year was $106,583, and for a woman, $203,061. I highly doubt that subsidized housing for one of these individuals, even including the cost of workers, would have possibly cost that much to the government. So yes, Mr. Gates, I agree with you. We can save money and do good. Healthy, affordable, well-adapted, adequate, and safe housing helps in so many ways. It would be an intelligent way to bring about deep change within our society, not only for those who are homeless, but for everyone. Everyone should have a right to adequate housing that doesn't ruin them financially. Many families and individuals have a hard time making ends meet because they make very little money, because they're ill, because they're retired or on a fixed income, because they're young or have a hard time finding a first job, or because they may be students. In large part, these are the people who see the gap between their own incomes and those of wealthier Canadians grow from year to year. Yes, we should make sure EI is fair for everyone, including those who cannot find full-time work and who will lose out with the new conservative clawback formula. And by the way, the assumption that everyone and anyone can find a full-time job is false. At the museum where I worked for 19 years, the nature of the work meant that only 3 of our guides had full-time positions. The other 17 were for part-time workers. Jobs are becoming increasingly precarious, especially in seasonal employment, especially, for instance, tourism or education. A number of the workers in these fields are women or young people whose chances are weaker from the start. Yes, we should also ensure that family caregivers can have access to tax benefits, especially those people who don't make enough money during the year to benefit from tax breaks. Again, we're talking about women in many cases. But I repeat, we have to do much more than this motion calls for. Why not ensure that we have permanent housing renovation programs in place rather than temporary programs that don't do enough? When you have lower heating bills because the doors and windows are properly weatherproofed, because the heating system uses less energy, people would have more money to spend elsewhere. There would be more jobs available in renovation as well. Why not renew the agreements between the CMHC and social housing projects for those buildings who need renovations, or for those that cannot afford to continue to subsidize housing when their mortgage runs up? Why not allow housing co-ops who are trying to find another source of funding to put an end to their agreement with the CMHC before the expected expiry without ultra-stringent penalties? This would allow them to find the necessary funds to make major renovations that cannot wait and that they don't have the means to carry out under the current CMHC agreements. Why not invest part of CMHC profits into new social housing programs in cooperation with the provinces and territories? People have to wait years before they have access to social housing or community housing. In the meantime, all the money they spent on rent, it costs them far more than 25% of their revenue, could have been of use to other sectors of the economy. This money could also, and mainly, have allowed them not to have to make a choice between food and rent. At the end of the day, that would be far better for this government. Why not get back to a taxation rate of 19.5% for big business? After all, this rate is lower than the current rate in the U.S., and it would give the government the necessary revenue to provide services to those who need them the most. This money could be reinvested in housing and the fight against poverty. The NDP has often asked this House to come up with a national strategy to fight poverty. It was about time we take action on that front. All of these suggestions would reduce the gap, the growing gap between the rich and the poor in Canada. Yes, I support the Liberal motion, and I will do so this evening. But we also have to support bills from my colleagues in the NDP, like C-241 and C-400, giving all Canadians the right to decent housing, housing they can afford without having to give up other essential aspects of their lives. I hope members from all parties will cast aside their partisanship and support these important bills when they will be voted on in the House. It's thanks to these forward-thinking and humane policies that we can really address the growing inequality in our society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member from Algoma, I'm going to get this right, Manitoulin and Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I greatly appreciate the speech given by my colleague. It's really that way to make a speech, that is, to be able to suggest changes. Our position is that we want people to have access to employment insurance, to EI, but we also want people to have well-paying jobs. So when we look at the Liberals, and this is their motion, they have tried to be those who defend employment insurance and low-income seasonal workers who've been affected by this government's policies. However, we mustn't forget that under the Liberal government, the previous Liberal governments, in fact, there was really a surplus. And perhaps my colleague could tell us what happened to those surpluses and how it is that there are fewer people in that time under the Liberal governments and now under the Conservative government who have less access to employment insurance when they need it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her lovely comments. If we talk about the EI fund, there was a $57 billion surplus that was taken from the EI fund in the past simply to fill government coffers. So the Conservatives and the Liberals are trying to balance their budget by using monies paid by workers and employers. It's not the government's money. And what happens with that is now there is less money to be able to properly compensate people on employment insurance. No one likes to be on employment insurance, but people don't have the choice but to get EI. And what the Conservatives are proposing now is to something that will penalize people with lower incomes. This will also penalize people who are unable to work full-time. So in my opinion, we need to combine the old method and the current method in order to make sure that people who can earn more be benefited under the program, but also people who are not benefited under the program are able to have the choice and combine the two programs and benefit from the calculation that would benefit them the most. Questions and comments?
The honourable member from I'm going to get Saskatoon, Wanuskewin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I cannot understand respectfully how the NDP can speak against all the good changes that our government has made to help Canadians get back to work. And I think, Mr. Speaker, a fine example of that hypocrisy is the NDP's decision to vote against a Ways and Means motion to introduce a bill to support Canadian parents whose children are either murdered, missing, or critically ill. So I would put it directly to the member. Why does the member opposite refuse to vote to support these Canadian families most in need?
Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, in all the bills or motions or budgets brought forward by the Conservatives. I'm not saying that all is bad, but when we don't agree with some things and we find things that are so bad that we can't vote for it as it stands, then we vote against. In the last budget, and we're regularly accused of voting against this and this bill and that bill, we vote against the poor, we vote against many things, apparently. But voting for a budget is like voting for a collective agreement. There are things in it that you agree with and other things that you don't agree with. But you have to vote on it as a whole. And that is why if we refuse the whole, we have to work on the things in it. And when there's a significant portion of it that you disagree with, you vote against it.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Rosemont Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will not hide my pleasure at seeing you in that chair for the first time. I'd first like to congratulate my colleague from HoC for that excellent speech, and I would like to ask her two questions, perhaps, in general. The inequalities have increased in Canada faster than in the U.S., and at the same time, we note that under the Liberal and Conservative government, the corporate tax rate has gone from 28 to 15% between 2000 and 2012. So this is income that the state can no longer redistribute in terms of wealth. And second, how can the Conservatives tell us today that an unemployed person who will work the first hour of work in order to get more money will immediately lose 50% of that income? How can they say that this is a benefit for the unemployed? The honourable member for Hochelaga. It's very quickly because your time is up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first question concerned the corporate income tax rate. And as I mentioned in my speech, if we go back to 19.5%, this would be very legitimate, and companies would pay less than they do in the United States, and we would have a margin to help the most vulnerable people in our society. The second question, honestly, I must say I forget what it was. In any case, I don't have any time left.
Debate, the reprise de débat. The honourable member from Random, Durham, St. George's.
Here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to speak in support of the Liberal motion introduced by the Leader of the Liberal Party. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Melpeck. Just to refresh memory of those who will be listening in, or those of us here in the House today, Mr. Speaker, I just want to again speak to the motion which says the House is calling on the government to take several simple and immediate actions to reduce the growing income inequality in Canada, including a rollback of its recent employment insurance premium hikes, which inflict a higher relative burden on low to modest income workers. B, ending the punitive new clawback of employment insurance benefits that are discouraging many Canadians from working while on claim. C, making tax credits, such as a family caregiver tax credit, refundable so that low-income Canadians are not excluded. D, making the registered disability savings plan available to sufferers of chronic diseases such as multiple sclerosis. And E, removing interest charges from the federal component of student loans. Now, Mr. Speaker, anyone listening to our concerns and those that we have spelled out in our Opposition Day motion can clearly see that this is meant to address the income inequality in our country. And we've been hearing from Canadians from coast to coast to coast who are being impacted by the changes that the Conservative government have continued to implement since they got elected. And the irony in all of this, Mr. Speaker, is that when this government came to power, there was actually a $14 billion surplus. And that surplus was blown in the first year. It was squandered in the first year that they were in power. Now, all of a sudden, we see that they're coming up with all of these initiatives that are harmful to low and middle income Canadians. This is a government that increased the deficit. In fact, in the first couple of years, even before there was a recession, or they would admit to a recession, increased the deficit by $56 billion. And what have they done, Mr. Speaker? In the 6 years that they've been in power, they've increased the country's debt by $100 billion. This doesn't make sense, Mr. Speaker. And then you turn around and you watch as this government, in fact, gives large corporations tax breaks to the tune of a savings of $6 billion annually. All the same time, while we see low and middle income people suffering at the hands of this government and the decisions that it's been taken. And I can cite example after example where the new rules concerning the working wall on a claim project is having a detrimental impact on Canadians from coast to coast to coast. And it's not just in Atlantic Canada, Mr. Speaker, because as you know, my riding is in Newfoundland and Labrador. But this impacts not only Atlantic Canadians. This impacts those who have to avail of EI while on maternity leave, those who are on availing of EI while giving compassionate care to sick relatives. This is not just about people who work in seasonal industries, although they are impacted too. This is a serious issue, this whole change to the employment insurance program that came about without any consultation. In fact, people will tell you they got their check and it was less than what they were expecting, and they had no knowledge of why that was the case. And I've had people tell me if they're going to take 50 cents from the very first dollar that I earn, so every dollar they're going to take 50 cents from, I get half of what my paycheck should be, and then you take into account all the expenses associated with going to work, whether it's childcare, whether it's transportation costs, whether whatever those expenses may be, Mr. Speaker, and it comes out in the end to people saying, well, where's the incentive? Where's the incentive for me to take part-time work or to look for full-time work if, in fact, the government is going to turn around and penalize us for doing so? It is not right, Mr. Speaker, and unless meaningful action is taken, the gap between the rich and the poor in our country will, in fact, continue to increase. And according to the Conference Board of Canada, independent economic research organization, it says income equality has increased over the last 20 years. We do not need this government to be making it even worse for low and middle income earners. And what's interesting about this, and it's not just on the issues that I've spelled out that are topics of our Opposition Day motion today, but even the issue around fleet separation owner-operated policies that the Department of Fisheries and Oceans was contemplating, or at least would not say they weren't contemplating, getting rid of. What that would have meant, Mr. Speaker, would have been that independent fishermen, and these aren't wealthy fishermen who really needed those policies in place, would have enabled them to continue to fish as independent fishermen, selling their product to whomever they could sell their product to. If they had done away with those policies, Mr. Speaker, it would have meant that large corporations would have been able to fish the same product. Now, there is no way the independent fishermen could compete with these large corporations. But that's what we see with this government. We see the focus continually on helping the wealthy get wealthier, while we see low-income middle earners being penalized. And what is happening today is that people are getting so discouraged. They really don't know whether they should even complain about it because no one seems to be listening, which is why, Mr. Speaker, as the Liberal opposition here in the House of Commons, we felt it was absolutely essential that we come forward with this motion today to try and impress on the government how important it is that they reconsider some of the policies that they've implemented. Certainly, if they were to review them, and we've asked, of course, the Minister of Human Resources to do this, again, it would appear that her responses to questions that are raised with respect to the working on a claim project is that they either don't understand the implication or they're refusing to acknowledge that this is in fact happening, that maybe this is what they intended to do from the very beginning. Well, what we say is that where there's a will, there's a way. So if you want to change, if you're now being aware of the impact, the negative impact that new change, that new policy is having on Canadians. Now that you're aware of it, because we've been saying it time and time again in the House of Commons, and Canadians have been writing to us to make the point, please get the message across. If you're listening at all, not just to us, but if you're listening to Canadians who are being negatively impacted by this, then change it. There's no harm in admitting you've made a mistake, especially if it's going to be to the benefit of Canadians. There are so many measures this government is taking that are totally unnecessary. One being increasing the number of MPs in the House of Commons. And when I think that they're going to be an additional 30 members of Parliament and all the costs associated with that, and then I hear from people in my riding who are having difficulty making ends meet,
bad priority.
It just doesn't make sense.
Yep.
You have to question the priorities of a government who can't seem to relate to Canadians who are having difficulty with the pressures that are put on them on a daily basis, with the increased costs of living, no matter whether it's a child going to post-secondary education or whether you're trying to raise a young family or mortgage rates being what they are. If you cannot relate to that, and this would appear to be the situation with this government, then what we're seeing here is, again, the wealthy getting wealthier and the low middle income earners making less. And when you look at the people that are getting in touch with us, you know, and I'll give you an example of a lady who, in my riding from Southeast Bight. Now, my riding, in fact, is predominantly a rural riding, and it's one where people try to make ends meet. In a lot of cases, they're able to get seasonal work, and they work very hard. They want to work full-time. They want to work annually, year in, year out. But if the work is not available, they will do the seasonal work, and that's important too, Mr. Speaker, because there are employers who have seasonal industries. So if the people aren't available to work in those industries, then again, that becomes an issue. And the industry suffers, as does the individual who can't avail of the jobs. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to change our focus. This government has to start thinking about those who really need support in our country and be there for them.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's comments and her party's motion on this. And I just want to say I was in your riding this summer. I happened to have located my husband's relatives, and we were camping in that area. So I just want to talk to her a bit about the employment insurance. And we know that under her government, or her party's government, and successive government before that, and governments after that, there has been a decline in people being able to access employment insurance. And we think that this is to the detriment of the workers, and it's a direct result of the policies that these governments had put in place. But I want to ask her a question, because on that side of the House, on the Conservative side, we keep hearing about all these jobs that they've been created, 770,000 jobs. But what the government doesn't tell us is how many good-paying jobs have been lost, and how many of these jobs have actually been taken over by temporary foreign workers of the jobs that's been created. So I'm just wondering if she shares the same concern with me, that the jobs that are being created are low income, and some of them are actually jobs that have been taken over by temporary foreign workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Annenberg and St. George's.
Thank you, and I thank my honourable colleague for her question, and I'm glad that she was able to actually make it to Random Buren St. George's, which happens, in my opinion, to be the best riding in the country, of course. Having said that, I share her concern with respect to the jobs, and while the government talks about the thousands of jobs it has created, unfortunately, we're seeing those high-paying jobs being cut. And like scientists, for example, we see an outcry from scientists all the time that there are no longer jobs available for them because the government doesn't want to hear facts. The government will only hire people, and whether it's low-income or middle-income earners, that's the problem this country is having. We're seeing right now, in fact, where the Minister of Finance, when he talked about job cuts that they were having to do, that the majority of those jobs would be cut in the centre. Well, guess what, Mr. Speaker? That is not the case. In fact, the CPAC is saying that, or CPSA is saying that has not happened. In fact, what you're seeing is that the majority of these jobs are being cut from throughout the country. So once again, rural areas of Canada are suffering while the centre continues to prosper.
Good job. Questions and comments? The honourable member for, one moment, Sydney, Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I got to commend my colleague from Random Bureau in St. George for her presentation today. What I'm worried about a lot is next year. Like over the last few months, we've heard from the people who are being clawed back, and now we're hearing about businesses, institutions that are going to be in really bad shape because of what's going to happen with their employees that used to work for them for a year. They're working for them all year, and now they work for them for a day. So the impact it's going to have on fish plants, on schools, on hospitals. My question to her on her riding, in her province, how is it going to impact on those institutions and businesses that could be in detriment and not be in business or be able to function in the following year for those people that they used to employ?
The honourable member for Random and St. George's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, I thank my colleague for his question because he can certainly relate to what is going on in his province just as I can to what is going on in mine. We hear over and over from those employers who operate seasonal businesses that this change in regulation, the rules that have changed under this government are having a detrimental impact because if people are being forced to move away to work, then that means that the seasonal business will not be able to find employees. And that's a serious issue because when you talk about small communities, the economic base for a lot of those small communities are in fact the seasonal industries. So if you're going to force people to move west, to move to Alberta, where they can get full-time employment, instead of being able to do what needs to be done from a seasonal industry perspective, and then find other jobs to supplement that, because everybody wants to work. Nobody wants to be on employment insurance. And that is what we need to recognize. So we need to bear in mind that looking and trying to accommodate people from all walks of life who work in all types of industries is what this government should be doing, instead of just looking at it as either black or white.
Hear, hear. Resuming debate, the honourable member from Alpac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it goes without saying that I certainly support the motion. And the motion in total really relates to inequality, Mr. Speaker. And I will speak mainly on the new EI clawback rules that come into effect on August 5th. Because as the leader of the Liberal Party, the member for Toronto Centre, said in his remarks, and I quote, "The government has taken steps that accelerated inequality," and he outlined a number of areas. But I want to specifically talk about the EI changes and how they have really accelerated inequality. My colleague from Newfoundland and Labrador just talked about her riding and about that the wealthy are getting wealthier and the poor are poorer, and that gap is growing. And nothing shows it more starkly than these changes to the employment insurance program system. If you're making about over, it's not quite exactly, but making about over $300 per week, then you are a little better off. But if you're making less than $300 a week, you're very much worse off. And in my neck of the woods, you know, people who we're in the seasonal industries. We have tourism, we have fisheries, we have agriculture, all seasonal industries. And, you know, a farmer may need someone for a day. So it's only a day's work. Or in the fisheries doing mussels, it may be for a half a day or a day.
So you're lucky when you're on unemployment and unemployment insurance if you can get more than a day, day and a half, sometimes 2 days a week extra employment, because in all honesty, the jobs are just not there. And we need those people in the seasonal industry. And so the very program that the government introduced, knowingly or unknowingly, I question whether the minister understands her files, the answers she's been giving on this issue, but knowingly or unknowingly, they introduced a system that is good for those who are making fairly decent money and able to get the additional work, but is terrible for those that do not have the work space, the work time in their own areas. And that's not the way the system should be going. It could be done with balanced. You know, the original system allowed 40% of eligible EI to be earned while working on claim without any clawback. If the government would have introduced the legislation that the 50% clawback started after the 40% level, then the system would have worked for everyone, and it wouldn't have increased the inequality. So I want to give you a couple of examples, Mr. Speaker, that is coming our way. Take one, constituent one, a nurse from my riding. She's on parental leave. She lives 45 minutes away from the hospital. The hospital needs her, but they only need her for 1 4-hour shift. Another nurse I know works an 8-hour shift, but they only need her for 1. Now, this nurse has to hire a babysitter. She has to put gas in the car. She has to drive 45 minutes each way. She's only getting 4 hours work, but the benefit of that is that it helps the hospital in terms of scheduling, and it keeps this nurse up in terms of her skills. She's in the hospital once a week, seeing patients, seeing any new computer changes that are done, keeping up on all the things that you have to do as a registered nurse when you're working in the healthcare system, and so it keeps her in the field and keeps her skills sharp. A real benefit to the healthcare system. But the government, in their lack of wisdom through this change, is now clawing back half of those wages. She's only getting paid 50 cents on the dollar because of this change. So that's hurting both the healthcare system. It's hurting her as an employee, that she no longer has benefits from going to work. In fact, what she did, she said she can't afford it. And she called the hospital and said, I can no longer go to work that shift. It's costing me financially. That's a loss to the healthcare system, and there's hospitals with several of these people in them. And that's what the impact of these changes is doing. I have a second constituent, and I'll quote what she said in her letter. Quote, I do taxes for a living, so our season is about 3 to 4 months in the spring. When the information was sent earlier in the year about the 50% clawback, I misunderstood the depth of the changes. I assumed, because it wasn't stated clearly, that those on EI would still be allowed to earn 40% without it affecting their EI, and everything they earned while working would, instead of coming off dollar for dollar, come off 50 cents on the dollar. However, this is so not true, to my dismay 2 weeks ago. There is no allowable earnings. What's to entice people to work while on EI? The thought of making half of their wages? We now have to weigh the options of whether to work or whether to stay home, because nobody wants to work for free. End of quote. And that's from a constituent. And Mr. Speaker, there's really 4 things happening here as a result of the minister's changes. 1, the great majority of people in Atlantic Canada are earning far less than they were under the old system while working on claim. Keep in mind, these people see it very vividly. You know, if they were on unemployment insurance prior to August 5th, whether it was on parental leave, regular EI, fisheries EI, or compassionate care, and they were working in the system prior to working while on claim prior to August 5th, then they get their check following August 5th. and their total net disposable income, what they get on EI plus what they earned while working on claim with the new clawback now, very vividly shows that they're getting less. They can see it because they were in the system before, and they're not, and they can see the new returns now. So there's 4 impacts. 1, the majority of employees in Atlantic Canada are getting far less disposable income under this system. 2, employers are affected, in that if they want a person for a day and a half a week, they're not going to be able to get them because people can't afford to work when half their wages, 50 cents on the dollar, is being clawed back by this Conservative government. 3, the economy is impacted. It's impacted because there will be a loss of productivity. Employers won't be able to find jobs for short-term work. A potato farmer who has truckloads of potatoes to grade but is only going to be working a half a day a week, where is he going to get employees? And the 4th point, and a very dangerous point, Mr. Speaker, is that it will create an underground economy. People will say, well, look, I know you need work, and I know I can't afford to work and state it, so can you pay me cash? And that's the reality of the system. Four serious points, Mr. Speaker. So out of concern, Mr. Speaker, I took a number of cases from Atlantic Canada, and I asked the Library of Parliament to do an analysis of the old system and the new system. And they did a document entitled Case Studies for the New Pilot Project, Working While on Claim. And, Mr. Speaker, you will know, because it's been mentioned here from the talking points for the government, that the government did, the minister did, provide an example, which she put in her letter. But these are real case studies based on real lives, Mr. Speaker. They tell a story. And in all of these cases, people are getting less now than they were under the old system. That's increasing the inequity within our country. And, Mr. Speaker, at the very beginning of this document, it explains the system and how it works. In a question the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister asked earlier to the member from Cape Breton-Canso, it was very clear he does not understand the system. And so, Mr. Speaker, at concluding my speech, seeing as the government doesn't understand the system, and the document is a document from the Library of Parliament, they do good work, Mr. Speaker, I wonder, could I have unanimous consent to table this report so that government members could see actual cases and the explanation on how the system really works or doesn't work. So can I table? Could I get unanimous consent?
Before we go to questions and comments, does the honourable member from Malpeque have the unanimous consent of the House to table the document?
Yes.
He does not. Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal Party is very audacious and bold in putting forth comments on EI, on the consequences, on cuts to EI and manipulations to EI, because the member for Malpeque was a member of the caucus that decided to take $157 billion, all of that money from the EI fund. How can he have any credibility here to stand up and talk about the consequences on families, on the unemployed, when he was himself member of a Liberal caucus that manipulated the funds that way?
From Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, I don't really want to go after the member for Saint-Jean, but what his question shows is what's wrong with this House of Commons. You know, there's a real issue here. There's an issue where people are in poverty. And, you know, I can't change what happened 10 years ago. In fact, it doesn't matter today. I can tell you what we did as a government in terms of balancing the books and leaving that government with a surplus. But for the member to get up and ask a question that's 10, 15, 20 years old, when people's daily lives are being injured, and coming from the NDP, which claims to believe and care for people, is not the way things should be done around this place, Mr. Speaker. We have a problem. It's a problem with employment insurance and the changes that come into effect on August 5th. There's a solution to that problem. It's for the government to recognize that all they have to recognize they made a mistake and institute the 40% again and go to their new system on over the 40%. That would be to fix the problem. But, Mr. Speaker, I have a problem in this place when the way we attack each other as parties all the time and miss the real point, which is there's a problem with the EI system now.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, maybe we can give some more recent examples for the member from the Liberal Party of the things he's voted against that actually do harm Canadians. So they voted against the child tax credit. They voted against the National Child Benefit Supplement. These help low-income families, making sure that their children are well provided for. They voted against helmets to hard hats. They voted against the targeted initiative for older workers. They voted against apprenticeship opportunities for young Canadians. I think it's a little rich for the members opposite, particularly this Liberal member, who voted against all these initiatives for unemployed individuals and low-income families, to say that we haven't done enough. We're doing a great deal. We are creating jobs. They're not. I ask
the Honourable Member from LPAC.
Not only are they creating jobs, Mr. Speaker, they've created some, but they've certainly increased the number of unemployed in their term in office. And now they've undermined the system, and they're setting up a new system which, in fact, increased the inequity. But the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources just made my point that I expressed a few minutes ago, that instead of dealing with the issue of today, she goes back to the votes of yesterday, of 2 years ago, of 5 years ago. You know, Mr. Speaker, I could go back to the votes, for heaven's sakes, in Brian Mulroney's time, or when it was the Reform Alliance Party, and could say, oh, you voted against this, you voted against that. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't matter in terms of this discussion. And the Parliamentary Secretary destroys her own credibility with that kind of a question. You know, I'm embarrassed for her that she gets up in this House every day and spouts PMO talking points, as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister did earlier, which shows they don't know the system that they imposed on unemployed Canadians, and they are increasing the inequity. I say to her, forget your talking points and fix the problem.
Before we resume debate, would like to remind all honourable members when they have the floor to make their comments directly to the chair, and for those who don't have the floor, to give respect to your colleagues when they do, in fact, have the opportunity to speak. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member from Surrey Moose Mountain. Mr. Speaker, I'll try to bring the amount of energy the past speaker spoke, but I'll maybe add a little more fact to my speech. I'm disappointed in today's Liberal motion, specifically the attempt by the Liberal Party to play political games with the Registered Disability Savings Plan, or the RDSP. Even more troubling about this rather distasteful attempt to play politics here is the fact that the Liberal Party actually voted against the creation of the RDSP. Early after being elected in 2006, our Conservative government recognized the parents of children with severe disabilities faced emotional strains and financial hardships that are often mentally and physically overwhelming. One of the difficult burdens these parents face was the thought of what would happen to their son or daughter into the future, especially after they were gone. It is not an easy topic to come to grips with, and not one that you would want to sully with political games. That's why our Conservative government went about creating what became the RDSP by talking to Canadians most impacted directly. We struck an expert panel that toured the country and listened to hundreds of stories, often difficult stories, forcing those involved to consider those events in life that we don't like to talk about frequently. The expert panel held a very open and public consultation. They went back and considered the advice, talked to experts, conducted more research. From that process, a detailed report entitled A New Beginning was released in December of 2006 with numerous recommendations. The report is available online on the Financial Department's website, and I encourage all Canadians to read it. I would draw Canadians' attention to the pages 29 and 32, which discuss at length the eligibility criteria to become a beneficiary and a number of possible eligibility criteria the panel considered, which today's motion alludes to. From the advice they heard during their deliberations, the panel recommended that eligibility to become a beneficiary of a registered disability savings plan be coincidental with eligibility for the disability tax credit as defined in subsection 118-3 of the Act, and that there be no additional eligibility requirements. Making the disability tax credit eligibility a requirement for the RDSP was deemed, as per the panel's report, the most appropriate way to ensure that the plan would be targeted to those with a severe and prolonged disability, based on a definition of disability that is already used and accepted in the income tax system. With respect to the disability tax credit, it is beneficial to review the general policy rationale and eligibility criteria. Specifically, the disability tax credit provides tax relief to individuals markedly restricted in their ability to perform a basic activity of daily living due to the effects of one or more severe or prolonged impairments in mental or physical functions. Significantly, restrictions in their ability to perform more than one basic activity of daily living if the accumulative effect of their restrictions is equivalent to having a single marked restriction in the ability to perform a basic activity of daily living, as certified by a qualified health practitioner, or would be markedly restricted would be markedly restricted were it not for extensive life-sustaining therapy or three times a week or at least 14 hours in total. With the exception of blindness, no specific impairment or condition automatically grants eligibility for the disability tax credit. Rather, eligibility for the disability tax credit is determined on a case-by-case basis, based on the effects of the impairment. The Canada Revenue Agency is responsible for administering the Income Tax Act. Determining whether or not an individual qualifies for disability tax credit is the responsibility of the CRA. This objective approach ensures that tax relief is provided to those most in need. Furthermore, the current eligibility criteria is consistent with the advice of another advisory panel, the Technical Advisory Committee on Tax Measures for Persons with Disabilities, established in 2003 under the former Liberal government, to provide advice on how to address tax issues affecting persons with disabilities. The committee's final report was submitted in December of 2004 and contained 25 recommendations. As the report was submitted to a Liberal government, the Liberal Party no doubt recalls that the committee made several recommendations regarding the eligibility criteria for the disability tax credit, and that in 2005 the Liberal government accepted the committee's policy recommendations. The disability tax credit continues to abide in the eligibility criteria the former Liberal government accepted. Nevertheless, our Conservative government knows that Registered Disability Plan is a program that can always be improved. That is why, when we created it, we explicitly committed to reviewing it 3 years after it became operational. As you may know, this review occurred between October and December of 2011. Again, our Conservative government encouraged all Canadians, including individuals, families, groups representing Canadians with disabilities, financial institutions, and experts in the field to share their views on the Registered Disability Savings Plan. Based on their feedback received during the review, our Economic Action Plan proposed a number of measures to improve the RDSP. In recognition of the fact that a beneficiary who becomes becomes disability tax credit ineligible might, due to the nature of their condition, be eligible for the disability tax credit for some later year. It proposed to extend, in certain circumstances, the period for which a registered disability savings plan may remain open when a beneficiary becomes disability tax credit ineligible. This measure will apply to registered disability savings plans where the beneficiary has become disability tax credit ineligible and where a medical practitioner certifies in writing that the nature of the beneficiary's condition makes it likely that the beneficiary will, because of the condition, be eligible for the disability tax credit in the foreseeable future. I should also note that in response to feedback from Canadians, we also recently passed legislation to ensure that individuals can appeal, in every case, a determination concerning their eligibility for the DTC. Rest assured that the government is keenly aware of the importance of registered disability savings plan to Canadians with severe disabilities and their families. And to that end, we remain committed to ensuring that support is provided to those most in need. But we will not play politics with it and strongly advise the Liberal Party to do the same, especially considering the fact that they voted against the registered disability savings plan very creation. Instead, I asked them to listen to the stories of those Canadian families who have been touched by the RDSP. Families like that of Antonia Mayoni. Antonia is a noted professor of political science at McGill University, but she's also the mother of a very special son. In her words, as written in the Globe and Mail recently, she says, "While most people are worrying about whether they can maintain their lifestyles in retirement, parents of disabled and are more apt to wonder whether they have the strength or the means to care for their adult dependents, not to mention what happens to them after they're gone." She commends our government for bringing forward the disability registered pension plan for these children of disability so that they can rest assured that there will be provision for them in the future. Mr. Speaker, I've heard a lot of words from the Liberals, but we have not seen a lot of action. When they do act, it is to vote against the measures of our government, bringing to support to families that need it. I ask all members of this House to join with me and vote against the Liberal record of inaction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Speaker, I was interested in the Honourable Gentleman's remarks about the Registered Disability Savings Plan. And he said partway through his speech that he was always interested in ways to improve the plan. And he listed a number of improvements, and that's good and helpful. But he did not deal with the one that is included in the motion today. The motion today notes that there are some people who suffer from chronic health problems, like, for example, multiple sclerosis, who will face some very difficult circumstances in future, but they may be perfectly fine today or in reasonably good shape today, but they are, of course, worried about what will follow years down the road. By making the disability tax credit the threshold for the Registered Disability Savings Plan, it means those people can't have access to a registered disability savings plan because they are not disabled today. They probably will be, sadly, in the future, but not today. So my question to the honourable member is, what's wrong with finding some way to revise the access point to the Registered Disability Savings Plan to allow those people who have these chronic conditions to begin preparing today for the unfortunate circumstances that they will face in future years. What's wrong with that?
The honourable member for Okanagan-Shuswap.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the purpose of Parliament putting together expert panels to review these issues is to take their advice. They get the input from Canadians across the country and meditate on what they have heard and make recommendations to the government. This was not a recommendation at that time by the panel, and I trust the judgment and the knowledge of the panel. But regardless whether that was included, the fact is the other party voted against any establishment of this disability pension, and so I can't understand why all of a sudden they have a concern for it now.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been listening to the debates this morning, and it seems there's somewhat of a disconnect here. The discussion before us is on the growing income gap and inequality in this country. If you look at the expert numbers that are coming in, the income disparity is greater now than at any time since before the Great Depression. I think that's a shocking fact, regardless of whatever your political beliefs are. The fact that the top 1% in this country are bringing home 1/3 of the wealth is shocking in a country that sees itself as solidly middle class. So I'd like to ask my honourable member if he thinks that's a problem. Because if he thinks that's a problem, then we can begin to look at solutions. If he thinks it's perfectly okay that there's a growing income gap and people at the bottom are starting to fall through the cracks and young students are paying higher and higher levels of debt without being offered a chance to make their way in the economy, if he thinks that's okay, well, then that's a different discussion. But if, for the balance of a good growing economy, growing income gap, either it's a problem or it's not. I'd like to hear whether my honourable colleague thinks that that is an issue that should be dealt with.
Okay. The honourable member for Okanagan-Shuswap.
I thank the member for the question. It gives me an opportunity of telling Canadians of the good news about what we have done in the past budgets to make their improve their quality of life. First of all, we've lowered taxes so that the average family of four pays over $3,000 less taxes in a year. We also have dropped the GST by 2 percentage points, which puts more money in the back pockets of Canadians. In fact, I calculated $38 million a year just in my constituency alone that does not go to Ottawa, that stays in the back pockets of my constituents. So that is another thing. We raised the GIS exemption from $500 to $3,500, benefiting 1.6 million seniors. We have the child care allowance of $100 for each child under 6 that I heard when I was campaigning, the last campaign, from young mothers saying, gee, that is a great thing. It really helps our budget out. Thank you very much for doing that. We have a number of initiatives to create jobs so that people can work and get better jobs. Our committee has studied skills training to empower Canadians to get employment for better jobs. So we have done a number of things to bring the standard of living. In fact, this is the first time in just decades that the standard of income in Canada is surpassed that of the United States.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Souris, Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today and to respond to this motion. It covers a number of areas. I'd like to highlight our government's success in ensuring that all Canadians have the opportunity to access post-secondary education, and my focus will be on that aspect of it. As a government, our focus is on jobs, economic growth, and we recognize that ensuring educational opportunities for our youth is vital to our competitive advantage as a nation. Over the last several years, the OECD has consistently reported that Canada has the highest proportion of post-secondary graduates in the OECD and the G7. And it's not just the OECD that recognizes the success of Canada's post-secondary education system. This month, the Council of Education Ministers released Education Indicators in Canada, where they found that Canadians are better educated than they were 10 years ago. They also reiterated that Canadians have one of the highest post-secondary attendance rates in the developed country. And this certainly is an important indicator of how we are doing overall. I think the progress we've made in the last number of years has been very significant. Our success in post-secondary education and training contributes to our labour market productivity and competitiveness. It sparks inspiration, drives innovation, and pushes us to succeed in the global economy. Understanding this, our Conservative government has placed a premium on improving access to learning and training opportunities. It is our Conservative government's policies that are ensuring Canada remains a leader in the post-secondary education system. Human Resources and Skills Development Canada, HRSDC, contributes to Canada's growth and future prosperity by providing supports to students so they can obtain the skills they need to excel in today's demanding job market. According to the OECD, Canada's youth employment rate is the second lowest among our economic peers. Undeniably, education falls under the provincial jurisdiction, provincial domain, but we do everything within our jurisdictional powers to reduce barriers to those seeking a higher education. We're taking action in priority areas where we can make a difference. One of the most important areas is removing financial obstacles, which will ensure that an individual's family finances do not determine their ability to access post-secondary education. Our most powerful tool, of course, to establish this and to accomplish this is the Canada Student Loans Program. And in 2010 to 2011, the program served more students than ever before in its history. Over 500,000 students received support to pursue their post-secondary education. Mr. Speaker, since 2008, our government has implemented major improvements to student financial assistance to help students achieve their educational and future employment goals. Budget 2008 introduced the Canada Students Grants Program, a very important program. These grants provide upfront, non-repayable assistance to students from low and middle-income families, as well as students with permanent disabilities or dependents. In 2010-2011, over 320,000 students received funding to the student grant program. That's an increase of 25,000 students over the previous year. Budget 2008 also brought in the Repayment Assistance Plan, which helps borrowers experiencing difficulty repaying their loans. And I've heard directly from students in this regard. It allows them to make affordable payments based on their family income and family size. In 2010-2011, 165,000 students benefited from this plan. In fact, 90% of the students on the repayment assistance plan did not have to make any payments at all. The success of this program has led to an all-time low in student default rates. Very important program for students and well received. The difference is quite noticeable, Mr. Speaker. In the 2003 to 2004 year, under the previous Liberal government, there was a 28% default rate. In the 2009 to 2010 year, our Conservative government reduced this to a 13.8% default rate. Our government has also expanded online services, enabling people to apply for and manage their loans online, everything from applications to loan repayment. This provides a more convenient service to students who are increasingly used to managing their lives online, while at the same time replacing a lot of old paper-based processes. Mr. Speaker, year after year, we introduce new measures to make post-secondary education more accessible. Sadly, each year we see the opposition vote against making post-secondary education more accessible. Budget 2010 announced significant supports for Pathways to Education Canada to help disadvantaged youth pursue post-secondary education. Now, this program is a community-based charitable group that was founded in Regent Park in Toronto in 2001. It encourages disadvantaged youth to stay in school and go on to college or university. I mean, education is very important if they wish to advance. It focuses on addressing both financial and non-financial barriers to get post-secondary education. And no doubt getting an education is a key. The program has been so successful that it has been expanded to 11 communities over the past decade and has helped to significantly reduce high school dropout rates. Federal funding will help Pathways to improve its programming and to expand to even more communities across the country, helping up to 10,000 youth access the program. Mr. Speaker, I can proudly say that we're delivering on these commitments despite the opposition voting against all of these initiatives. In Budget 2011, we expanded the eligibility for both the Canada Student Loan Program and the Canada Students Grants for full and part-time students. We increased the amount of income students can earn, so students can earn more and still qualify for financial assistance. It's something that the students themselves requested, and we've listened to them. We've doubled the amount of money full-time students can earn while they study, from $50 to $100 per week, without affecting how much they can receive in loans. Since January 1st of this year, new and existing loans for part-time students are interest-free during their studies. This change will save students on the average close to $350 a year. Reducing this financial burden will enable part-time students to better balance their responsibilities at work and home while studying. It also helps to put a post-secondary education within the reach of more Canadians. As well, we've committed significant funds to forgive a portion of the Canada Student Loans for family doctors, residents in family medicine, nurse practitioners, and nurses who work in rural or remote communities. This will provide incentives to new graduates to consider working in parts of the country in urgent need of these services, including First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities. As a member of Parliament from a rural region of the country, I can attest to the fact that we need more doctors in rural Canada. In fact, just recently, as I was flying to Ottawa, a constituent sitting next to me raised this issue and the fact that getting doctors and nurses in rural areas is a grave difficulty and an important concern to the community. Doctors will be eligible for up to $8,000 in loan forgiveness per year to a maximum of $40,000. Nurses and nurse practitioners will be eligible for Canada Student Loan forgiveness of $4,000 per year up to a maximum of $20,000. These benefits will become available in the spring of 2013. And we're not finished yet, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to work with our provincial and territorial colleagues to streamline the system. For instance, we just recently reached an agreement with the Government of British Columbia to integrate the province's loan program with the Canada Students Loan Program. BC students now only need to deal with one service provider instead of two, the National Student Loan Service Centre. Also, in time for the 2012-2013 school year, full-time students in British Columbia, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, and Labrador no longer need to complete a loan agreement every time they receive funding. Instead, most students only have to fill out one loan agreement for the entire duration of their studies. The 6 provinces we are partnering with on these multi-year agreements represent 85% of Canada's student loan borrowers. We're looking to make similar arrangements with the remaining jurisdictions. Mr. Speaker, thus far, I've only talked about our government's direct assistance to students and their families, which is enabling young Canadians to attend college and university. That doesn't even begin to cover the many other ways we support post-secondary education. Let me remind the House that the Government of Canada also underwrites research and infrastructure funding, and of course it transfers money to the provinces and territories that they spend on education. All told, our government invests $10 billion each year to post-secondary education opportunities for Canadians, money that is making a major difference to the lives of post-secondary students and our country as a whole. Mr. Speaker, I see my time is up. I thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I look forward to the questions that will be coming. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and my friend and colleague from Souris Moose Mountain, who chairs our Human Resources Committee and does an admirable job, a great job. You know, the point being, governments make mistakes on occasion. I mean, somewhere along the line, it was a government that, governments legalized smoking tobacco, and we know the devastating impacts that smoking tobacco has on people's health now. But, somewhere along the line, governments thought that was okay. The other day, the minister responsible for Canada Revenue Agency admitted that her department had made a mistake, and she's taken actions to correct that mistake. And we even had a colleague here on my party that tweeted and commended her on fessing up to making the mistake, and the problem's gone away. I don't think this is a mistake. With the amount of information that's been at the minister's disposal now, she was numb to an answer the first couple of days, but I'm sure she's been briefed by now. The just evidence that people are being hurt by these clawback provisions in the working while on claim regulations, it's overwhelming. So so it can't be a mistake. So I'm asking my colleague, they've never provided a rationale as to why they want to hurt these people. Anybody who works less than 3 days, anybody in low-wage earning positions are being hurt. What's the rationale?
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, I'd like to congratulate my colleague on being appointed the vice chair of the Standing Committee on Human Resources. Obviously, value his opinion and thoughts on the committee as well as in the House here. I'm sure many of the ills he speaks of previous governments would have had to be in the Liberal government of which he's a party, I'm sure. And I know that he raises issues with the working while on claim benefit portion, and there's no doubt that in the past program, people could earn up to the greater of 75% or 40% of their weekly benefits, but then their benefits were clawed back dollar for dollar, dollar for dollar. Now, the new program that we've come out that benefits a vast number of people is that the clawback will not be dollar for dollar. You'll be able to keep 50 cents of every dollar you earn in addition to getting your EI program. Now, I don't know how this person feels that clawing back 100% of what you earn might be better than keeping 50% of what you earn. And keeping 50% of what you earn is far better. And I would say it certainly would be an inducement for people to want to continue to work so that they can earn their wage while they're on EI and receive the EI benefit and receive 50% of every dollar they make. Now, is that so difficult to understand? I think that's certainly a benefit, and I see the Speaker wishes me to wrap up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll wait until they turn my mic on. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, listen, I was listening to the speech given by my colleague, and I am always struck by the listing of measures given, but they ultimately forget to speak about the subject of the motion to correct the growing income inequality in Canada. I'd like to ask my colleague about a very specific point, because since the beginning of the 21st century, when we talk about taxes paid by those who earn more than $500 million a year, well, their taxes have been cut by half, and this was the result of decisions made by a number of governments since the beginning of 2000. So it's not just the Conservatives who have done this, and this has led to a number of consequences because there is a world change, and there have been drastic cuts in salaries in various sectors, and the loss of 500,000 manufacturing jobs, or the pillaging of the pension funds. And I'd like to know why, budget after budget, he is approving such devastating measures.
For Souris Moose Mountain, a short answer, please.
Mr. Speaker, it's obvious that a lot of the action taken is to ensure that it pays to work, ensure that each family can keep more of what they earn. I think since we've taken over as government, an average family keeps about $3,000+ more than they would have previously, and that's a positive thing. We've taken initiatives to ensure that we've enhanced things like the National Child Benefit, National Child Tax Credit, ensuring that families are the ones that benefit by the actions we do. And it's families that we're ensuring can continue better under this government and its programs than they did in the past, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to be sharing my time with the member from Kings Hants. Mr. Speaker, the growing gap between the rich and poor in Canada is a sign that we, as a society, are failing to preserve the core Canadian value of equality of opportunity for all the people of Canada. Unfortunately, it's clear that Conservatives do not believe that government has a role or a positive role to play in facilitating equality of opportunity for all Canadians.
This morning, our leader asks that the House call on the government to take several simple and immediate actions to reduce the growing income inequality in Canada. It's clear that these small measures can help to reduce the unacceptable gap between the rich and the poor.
Conservative ideology is focused on leaving Canadians on their own to fend for themselves. We recently saw the Conservative answer to social inequality when the UN Special Rapporteur on the right to food highlighted serious food insecurity issues in Canada and in particular in Aboriginal communities. We've seen their strategy play out time and time again. First, they emphatically deny that there is a problem, and then they savagely attack the credibility of those raising the issue. It's particularly shocking that Aboriginal Canadians suffer from one of the largest gaps in terms of income inequality, given the Crown has a unique and historic fiduciary relationship with First Nations people in Canada. The most recent Statistics Canada data show that the median income for Aboriginal peoples was 30% lower than that of non-Aboriginals. Mr. Speaker, Aboriginal Canadians are working to build sustainable prosperity in their communities, but they can no longer count on their federal government as a partner. Canadians know that education is the key to success. But appallingly, only 1 in 3 First Nations students graduate high school, and under this government, the rate is getting worse. First Nations receive only 2/3 of the annual per-student funding as non-First Nations students in provincial systems. But not 1 penny of this government's so-called new funding is targeted to close this annual $3,500 per-student gap. Why does this government think that an Aboriginal student is worth less than a non-Aboriginal student? And why do they think that Aboriginal students do not require that same equality of opportunity? The
Liberals short the equality and the right to higher education. And we recognize that the status quo is preventing the First Nations from fully participating in social, economic, and the cultural lives within their communities and within Canada as a whole.
Suicide rates 5 times the national average, and Inuit suicide rates 11 times higher. The Conservatives are cutting the Aboriginal youth suicide prevention strategy. These are young people who feel hopeless and helpless, and the government is cutting the help to them. Even though Aboriginals are much more likely to suffer from diabetes, have significantly higher infant mortality rates, and significantly lower life expectancies, the Conservatives are cutting Aboriginal health programs. The National Aboriginal Health Organization, the Aboriginal Diabetes Initiative, the Aboriginal Health Human Resources Initiative, and the Aboriginal Health Transition Fund have all been cut by this government. But the government knows that social inequality is the key to health inequality. Despite overcrowding rates on reserve 6 times those in off-reserve, and more than 40% of on-reserve homes in need of major repairs, the Conservatives have no plan to deal with the crisis in First Nations housing.
Last November, the Conservative government supported a motion introduced in the House by the Liberal Party that urged the government to respond to the needs of the First Nations communities whose members did not have access to clean running water in their homes. But other than words, nothing has been done.
To provide funding to upgrade huge numbers of First Nations water and wastewater systems, the government's own national assessment determined to be at either high or medium risk. This government is turning its back on First Nations, Métis and Inuit Canadians and the Canadian value of compassion and fairness. We know that health outcomes are indeed the ultimate report card for the success of a society. Closing the gap in health status of First Nations, Inuit, Métis, it will only be possible if the government chooses to accept its role to address the inequality of opportunity of the First Peoples of Canada. Since 2009, Richard Wilkins' book, The Spirit Level, has brought together the evidence and raised the consciousness about the role of inequality and health outcomes. if I quote from his new and updated edition, The Spirit Level, Why Equality is Better for Everyone. It's now time egalitarians returned to the public arena. We need to do so confident that our institutions have been validated and found to be truer than most of us ever imagined, because the evidence shows that few people are aware of the actual scale of inequality and injustice in our societies or recognize how it damages the vast majority of the population. The first task is to provide education and information. Understanding these issues is already changing attitudes to inequality among politicians. In Britain, the Spirit Level has been endorsed across the political spectrum. In a major speech at the end of 2009, David Cameron said the book showed that among the richest countries, it's the more unequal ones that do worse, according to almost every quality of life indicator. In September this year, in his first major speech as the leader of the Labour Party, Ed Miliband said, "I do believe this country is too unequal and that the gap between rich and poor doesn't just harm the poor, it helps us all." Words are a start, it goes on to say, but changing policies and politics, changing the way our societies organize themselves, will require the evidence to be recognized even more widely. Few tasks are more worthwhile than this, as we think the Spirit Level shows. The health of our democracies, our societies, and their people is truly dependent on greater equality. I am calling on the government today, if they are going to share the embassies with the British people, maybe they could listen to the experts that are there and the politicians that are there in the United Kingdom now on the importance of working on social inequality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague in the Liberal Party. You know, my recollection is that during the 90s, the Liberal Party actually cut $25 billion in social funding right across the country, hurt every aspect of every province and every citizen in this country. And then they went on, Mr. Speaker, to actually steal some money from Canadians to put into brown envelopes to help their Liberals. And recently, they have actually voted against a number of our initiatives, Mr. Speaker, such as the EI hiring tax credit, the Target Initiative for Older Workers, and helmets to hard hats. I could go on, Mr. Speaker, but I'll ask my question. How does the member actually square what her party did with what her speech says today? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question. It's a fantastic opportunity to explain that after we inherited the $43 billion deficit that the Conservative Party had given us, that our economy was viewed by the rating agencies to be a basket case, and there had to be serious measures that were done with consultation with Canadians in order to understand that the interest that would be paid on that debt would get in the way of us doing the important things that we knew needed to be done in terms of investments. It meant how did we move on early learning and childcare that we know is very, very important in terms of single moms being able to go to work in order for them to become taxpayers if they would like to be able to do that. This is unbelievable that this member would ask us why we have voted against budget after budget, which is exactly the survival of the fittest, fend for yourself kinds of programs that this conservative ideology continues to visit upon the people of Canada, including the 60% of Canadians who didn't vote for them.
Order. Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. I'd like to put a question to the Honourable Member. Now, as you know, it's somewhat ironic to hear the Liberals talk about inequality today when, in fact, we know that the Liberals like to claim to defend equality, but, in fact, that's not what they do. Between 1999 and 2009, indexes which are used to calculate income inequality increased significantly. Why would the Liberal say that they're defending equality when their approach, when they were in power, didn't work for all those years? The honourable member for St. Paul's.
Monsieur le Président, c'est un grand dommage.
Mr. Speaker, it's very unfortunate to listen to my colleague target the Liberal Party instead of the Conservative Party. Progressive parties must work together for the benefit of all Canadians. It's like in England, we need to have a nonpartisan approach, an approach for all parties to work together to help the most vulnerable members of our society in our country.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was so pleased when the Honourable Member from St. Paul's raised a book that I think is critical to this debate, The Spirit Level, the full title, Why Equality is Better for Everyone, by British researchers Richard Wilkinson and Kate Pickett. It's a substantial body of work. It's data that shows over a wide variety of indicators, whether rates of violence, rates of successful childbearing, infant mortality, crime, health outcomes. In every one of the indicators that they checked, those countries, even wealthy countries like the U.S. or the U.K. or Canada, where income disparity is wide, they found that people were less well off than in those countries where, relatively speaking, people were more equal. The strength of the middle class, then, is a key to our health as a society. And I'd like to ask my honourable member what other insights she took from that book.
The honourable member for St. Paul's, a short answer, please.
Yeah, I thank the honourable member for the excellent question. And I think the other piece that comes from the spirit level is the issue of social inclusion and the fact that an attitude of we're all in this together that doesn't pit one level of society against another, as our leader said this morning, that this is actually about we're all in the same boat now, and that when people come together and see their neighbors as somebody that can be helped or come together, that we know that social inclusion is now as important as smoking in health outcomes, and that coming together and accepting the fact that inequality begets this kind of division and jealousies. And I guess we're calling on the government today to admit the problem of the diminishing middle class and the bigger gap between the rich and the poor, and what damage that does to our country and to its spirit of getting along.
Hear, hear.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, this is an important issue. In fact, 75% of Canadians in several recent surveys indicate that income inequality is one of the top economic issues that we have to be dealing with as governments and as politicians. This is not a partisan issue. Income inequality has grown in Canada on a secular basis over the last 30 years. It has grown under progressive Conservative governments, Liberal governments, and Conservative governments. It has grown under New Democrat provincial parties or provincial governments. It has grown under Liberal and Parti Québécois provincial governments in Canada. This is not a partisan issue, but it's an important issue, and it's one that we should have a debate about and be talking about what we as federal leaders can do, working in conjunction with provincial and municipal governments and leaders in Canada. The reality is that there's been an acceleration in the gap between rich and poor in recent years in Canada and throughout the industrialized world. This is not an ordinary economic downturn and recovery cycle. This is a global economic restructuring. It is one where resource-rich countries like Canada benefit disproportionately from the global demand for our natural resources. But within Canada, there will be a growth in the gap between have and have-not provinces, exacerbated by which provinces have those natural resources and which ones don't. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, that this is not something that the federal government or provincial governments can do alone. We need to work together. The reality is there are some types of government programs that can help in issues of income inequality. The working income tax benefit, which was introduced in the last fall economic statement of the Liberal government and embraced and continued under this Conservative government, is a measure that both parties, both governments can claim responsibility for. And it's a good policy. It is the kind of policy that can help break down the welfare wall, that barrier to those people who want to work but lack the economic incentives. And if you believe in that kind of public policy, you ought to also recognize that tax credits for disability tax credits or for children in sports or music or cultural activities or for caregivers ought to be refundable, not non-refundable. Because the perverse nature of non-refundable tax credits is the poorest of the poor, the people who need these benefits the most, don't qualify. Mr. Speaker, the changes to OAS. Again, there's an example of if you evaluate who receives OAS, 40% of the people receiving OAS are making less than $20,000 per year. 53% make less than $25,000 per year. There's a disproportionate hit on the lowest income. We all have to consider that when we're making decisions in this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I believe the Governor of the Bank of Canada, Mark Carney, has said it best when he said that those who say income inequality is not an issue are wrong, but those who say it is an issue and want to create class warfare are wrong. The focus needs to be on ensuring equality of opportunity. It's a massive issue, fundamental to society. It's not right if big swaths of society become discouraged and marginalized. I think Mr. Carney, or Governor Carney, has nailed it, frankly, that we have to focus on equality of opportunity. We can't guarantee equality of outcome, but we can work together to ensure equality of opportunity. And if we take a look at this, I believe one of the successes of the U.S. economy multi-generationally was this sense of hope, that you could be born into any station in the United States and have a shot at success. And I think one of the reasons why the U.S. economy is and probably will continue to be stagnant for some time is that people have lost that sense of hope, that capacity to grow and develop and for their children and someone else's children to succeed. And if we think of what are the drivers of equality of opportunity, where are the best opportunities to break multi-generational poverty? I was just at the Canadian Council of Chief Executives down, conference down at the Convention Centre, and there was a session focused on education and learning, and they were talking about lifelong learning, and they were talking about restoring the honour of trades, and they were talking about early learning and childcare. Mr. Speaker, these are CEOs of the biggest companies in Canada who were talking about how to address some of the issues, the drivers of equality of opportunity. And they were talking about early learning and childcare and how important it is. Now, a federal government can't act on early learning and childcare alone. But there's no constitutional barrier to a federal government working in partnership with the provinces on that issue. I served as part of a cabinet where we signed agreements with every province and territory on early learning and childcare, and we committed federal funds, and we worked cooperatively because it's a national imperative. Quebec has a good system, and I congratulate Quebec and several Quebec governments for having implemented a program that helps strengthen equality of opportunity and upward mobility. It is not just good social policy. It is good economic policy, Mr. Speaker. Because the reality is there is no area of educational investment that will yield more bang for the buck in terms of its impact on people's success in the future and their growth economically and socially than in the years before they even get to grade 1 or grade primary in the public education system. These are what we should be talking about in this House, not pithy partisanship, but we should be talking about ideas on how we can work together across party lines and with provincial governments to address these issues. Look at the issues of Aboriginal and First Nations. It is not economically or socially sustainable to have the fastest growing and youngest population in your country also being the most economically and socially disenfranchised. We have to, in this House, we have to, as politicians, develop the kinds of ideas and solutions, the Head Start programs, the early intervention programs that can help save a generation of young Aboriginal and First Nations youth. And we also have to engage non-Aboriginal Canadians in this discussion. Part of responsible politics is pedagogy. We have to engage non-Aboriginals, and we have to tell them that, in fact, they have as much interest in seeing young Aboriginals succeed and young First Nations members succeed as those members of those First Nations communities. That if we do not address the issues of what's going on in Aboriginal and First Nations reserves, it is not only a social time bomb, it is an economic time bomb for our country. These are the kinds of issues we should be talking about when we talk about equality of opportunity. What is happening now is we see a resource-driven recovery in Canada, and we're seeing a gap between resource provinces and non-resource provinces, is meaning that in some provinces, Alberta is investing massively in education, and I congratulate, that's exactly the right thing to do. They've got a progressive premier and Premier Redford out there. But at the same time, my province, Nova Scotia, is cutting education investment, public education, by about 30% because of budget issues. Now, one of the things that came out of the Canadian Council of CEOs today, one of the CEOs down there was saying that an Alberta oil CEO has as much interest in the education system in Nova Scotia or Newfoundland as he does in the Alberta education system, because the future workforce in places like Alberta and Saskatchewan could very well come from places like Nova Scotia and Newfoundland. So in fact, there is a vested economic interest, not just in those provinces, but across the country, in strong education and working with the provinces to ensure that they can afford to invest in that fundamental underpinning of equality of opportunity, strong public education. Mr. Speaker, there are areas, whether you're talking about learning and lifelong learning, restoring the honour of the trades, taking a look at the German model of apprenticeship and of skilled trades is one we should be looking at. Germany has a robust economy, and they have not had the same growth in income inequality that we have had in Canada. And one of the reasons why is that in Germany, they've never lost the honour of skilled trades. Over the last 30 years in Canada, we've lost the honour of skilled trades. We've got to restore that. We've got to work with apprenticeship programs. We've got to work federal government, provincial governments working hand in hand to deal with this issue. Mr. Speaker, the economic and social returns of dealing with income inequality and equality of opportunity issues today is one that can yield huge benefits to future generations of Canadians, and that's why this is an important issue that we should be engaged in this Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It seems the Liberal Party and my colleague across the way, they tend to be slipping back and forth between talking about equality of opportunity and government trying to guarantee equality of results, which government cannot do. And I think everyone in the House would be wise to acknowledge that. I think when he talks about creating opportunity, and he talked about restoring the pride in skilled trades and restoring skilled trades. Well, there's been so much done over the last 6 or 7 years in that specific regard. And this member doesn't have a good record in voting in support of that, whether it was tax credits, for example, for skilled tradespeople, whether it's the investments that we made through the Economic Action Plan with provincial governments to build new skilled trade learning centres right across this country. I think these are the types of investments that the government has been leading on that maybe perhaps the member has missed. But I have great concern when I hear the member speaking about some of the concerns that he has, while his voting record indicates that when those ideas, those very ideas and those very principles are championed by this government, that he votes against them, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for King's Hands.
Mr. Speaker, I as acknowledged in my remarks is that No party has a monopoly on the solutions, and no party has a monopoly on the responsibility for this issue. Income inequality, inequality of opportunity has grown over 30 years under successive provincial and federal governments of all stripes. That honourable member, if he actually wants us to consider individual measures, his government ought to stop putting them into everything but the kitchen sink omnibus bills that force members of the opposition to vote against, in some cases, some of those measures that we may agree with. I acknowledge that the working income tax benefit is one that I actually believe is helping people get over the welfare wall. It is one that was actually introduced by the finance minister, the member for Wascana, when he was finance minister. It was embraced by the Conservatives. I think that's a good thing. Mr. Speaker, this is not a partisan debate. The member has trouble participating in nonpartisan debates, but this is a serious debate about the future of our country and whether or not we're going to continue to be the kind of country where people have a shot at success regardless of where they're born, and that we continue to be a country that equality of opportunity is an underpinning of our social network and values.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate my colleague for a speech that I appreciated a great deal. I think that equality of opportunity is an issue that hasn't been raised often. I read John Rawls over the summer, and he invites us to consider how we are born, where we are born, with a physical or mental disability, in a rural area, in an urban area, etc. What kind of society would we want to build if we don't know where we're going to be born, in what station? It's important to have equal opportunities. We're entitled to have an opportunity and to have opportunities even if we're not among the preferred few. And I think that a public child care system to help people and prepare their children for HoC is something that's very important, and we should focus on it. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the colleagues from my colleague's question, my Quebec colleague's question. I think it's interesting because it's possible for a member from Quebec to recognize the role and possibility of the federal government to work with the provincial governments in order to develop progressive policies. For example, to put in place a national child care system, for example. That's another example where the Constitution isn't an obstacle to holding discussions, productive discussions, to develop progressive policies. In fact, it's possible to work with each provincial government on those initiatives. And I hope that we will be able to develop the capacity in this House to do so and to discuss innovative ideas like that, regardless of the party in power, to develop progressive policies. I greatly appreciate that question.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Westlock St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a good afternoon to yourself. I will be honoured to be splitting my time with the very affable, capable member from Mississauga-Streetsville. I am pleased to respond to the motion from the member for Toronto Centre, as I always welcome an opportunity to compare our record to that of other governments. For instance, in the 2003-2004 year in which the Liberal government was in power, they presided over a 28% default rate for student loans. In the 2009-2010 year, our Conservative government reduced this to a 13.8% rate. In 1996, the poverty rate was 15.2%. In 2010, under our Conservative government, it was 9%. In 1996, under the previous Liberal government, 18.4% of children lived in poverty. This is a troubling number. In 2010, under our Conservative government, this number has been cut in half to 8.2%. Since 2006, there are 225,000 less children in poverty than under the previous government. It is not about national strategies and glamorous meetings, Mr. Speaker. Rather, it is about getting the job done for Canadians with real action and a real plan. The facts, Mr. Speaker: the Liberals gutted transfers to the provinces and territories with staggering, unprecedented cuts totaling tens of billions annually in the mid-1990s, downloading that cost and responsibility onto the provinces and the municipalities. What our Conservative government has done is we have increased them back beyond the 1990s levels to record levels. In fact, in my home province, by simply treating this in a principled, fair manner where all Canadians are treated equally in per capita funding, has actually increased the amount of transfers to Alberta to record levels. In fact, in 2012-2013, the federal government will provide provinces and territories an all-time high of $60.9 billion in major transfer support, an increase of a whopping 43% since 2005-2006. Because of the actions of our government, the typical family in Canada pays $3,100 a year less in taxes than under the previous government. Increased transfer payments, less child poverty, lower taxes. Unlike previous governments who just needed 4 more years, we have taken real action for all Canadians, especially middle-class and low-income families. However, Mr. Speaker, tax cuts and direct financial supports can only go so far. We have been clear. The best way to fight poverty is to connect Canadians with jobs. Acquiring skills is crucial to securing a good job and a promising career in today's knowledge-based economy. A post-secondary education is especially important when it comes to an individual pocketbook. Research by the Association of Universities and Colleges of Canada indicates that a university graduate makes up to $1.3 million more over a lifetime compared to a high school graduate. I am proud to be part of a government that is ensuring that more young Canadians can take full advantage of what higher education has to offer for themselves, as individuals, but also for our country and our society as a whole. Mr. Speaker, as all members of the House are aware, job creation and economic recovery continues to be our government's top priority. Thanks to the strong, capable leadership of the Prime Minister, Canada has created 770,000 net new jobs since the worst of the recession. We have been clear. We are committed to creating more education opportunities for Canadians that will lead to better jobs and a sustainable and competitive economy. We have invested $10 billion annually in support to students and their families, research, and infrastructure funding. Transfers to the provinces and territories to create post-secondary education opportunities for all Canadians. Much of that money goes directly to supporting students. In 2010-11, over 500,000 students received $2.2 billion in Canada's student loans. Since its introduction, 4.7 million students have received $38 billion from the Canada Student Loan Program to achieve their educational goals. This investment has yielded impressive dividends. In 2011, Canada ranked first in overall post-secondary education attainment among OECD countries, with 50% of adults aged 25 to 64 having some form of higher education. That compares to the OECD average of 30%. Even more remarkable, this share rises to 56% for younger Canadians between ages of 25 and 34. Mr. Speaker, in addition to loans, there are the Canada Student Grants that provide extra non-repayable financial support. The grants reduce the amount students need to borrow, putting a post-secondary education within reach of families who would otherwise struggle to help their children attend college or university. Mr. Speaker, in my riding, working fathers and working mothers realize that education is the key to their children's future. And they often tell me they just need a little bit more help to make sure that every child has the opportunity for an education. Over 320,000 students, in fact, from low and middle-income families, along with students with permanent disabilities and those with dependents, have benefited from these grants in 2010 and 2011 alone. That's 25,000 more than benefited from these grants last year. We also paid out $703 million in Canada Education Savings Grants, which provided 20% top-up on parents' savings for their children's post-secondary education. We have worked hard to make these important programs more accessible to all Canadians. We have made numerous improvements to them in recent years that are helping more students than ever before pursue higher studies. For example, income thresholds have been raised for part-time student loans. As of the 2012-2013 school year, that means that students can earn more money but still qualify for loans and grants. The maximum amount part-time students can receive has recently been increased from $4,000 to $10,000. It is projected that over 2,500 additional part-time students will be eligible for a Canada student loan in 2012-2013, rising to just under 8,000 in year 5 and an ongoing basis. Nearly 500 additional part-time students will receive a Canada Student Grant in year 1, rising to about 1,500 in year 5 and continuing to rise after that. Another major improvement is our decision to no longer charge interest on part-time loans. While a student is in school, this amounts to roughly $350 in savings each year for the average student. These changes to part-time loans enable people who may be working full-time to achieve their educational goals for themselves and their family. We have also made it easier to pay off student loans, the repayment assistance plan for borrowers to make affordable payments based on their family income and family size. In this way, we help ensure student loan repayments are kept affordable. 165,000 students benefited from the repayment assistance plan just last year. We have also announced earlier this summer that we will be delivering on our commitment to forgive loans for new doctors and nurses that choose to practice in rural areas. In rural communities such as mine, this is one of the most significant social enhancements that we can do, is help enable more of our young people to come back to our communities and practice medicine in our communities, and not just doctors, but nurses as well. Our government has set aside $9 million a year to forgive a portion of Canada's student loans for family doctors. Residents in family medicine, nurse practitioners, and nurses who work in underserved rural or remote areas such as First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities. From new online services for students to streamline process for applications and loan payments, often in partnerships with the provinces and territories, we are taking major steps to increase accessibility to higher education. Mr. Speaker, I see I have but 1 minute left. In closing, our government's mandate is to help the economy grow and create jobs, which means more employment opportunities for students. We are committed to having the most skilled and most educated workforce in the world. Mr. Speaker, what we need now is not a national strategy to tell us what is important. What we need is to continue with the plan that we have set forward, the plan to economic recovery and economic success. It is time the opposition do more than just talk about poverty, just talk about equality, and just talk about opportunity. It is one thing to talk about creating hope. It is another thing to actually provide hope and equality for all Canadians. I urge all members to join our Prime Minister in implementing a real plan which has already demonstrated impressive results. Thank you, and God bless.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Montmorency.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Conservative Party and the Liberal Party also for proving to Canadians to what extent Canadians really need an NDP government. We hear, you know, from one side and the other of the House, it's the Liberals' fault, it's the Conservatives' fault, this one left a deficit, you know, my daddy's stronger than yours. Given the poor decisions made on the part of the Conservatives, I can say that in Charlevoix-Haute-Côte-Nord and in many other regions of Canada and Quebec, people are dependent on the seasonal industry because there's nothing left, nothing else left. Unfortunately, they'll have a choice to make. And allow me to repeat the words of a mayor of Charlevoix when he spoke to the Prime Minister. Their choice is exile or baloney. Either way, there will be less money in these regions. There will be dark years ahead for these regions. Why forget the regions?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have to say, I actually disagree with the premise of the member's question. The speech I just gave, the speech I heard from the member from King's Hands, wasn't a partisan rant. This was about talking about the things that we have done, talking about the strategy, the real strategy that we have implemented to help low-income Canadians, to help middle-class Canadians, talking about increasing their opportunities for a better education, increasing their opportunities for a better job once they get that better education. One of the things that I talked about and I think is very important is the transfer payments, and not only the increase in transfer payments, but the structural change, the principal change that we made to treating all Canadians equal in the per capita mechanism that we use to give out transfer payments. This not only increases it, but it makes sure that the regions get per capita so that every Canadian is treated equal. And I think that is of the utmost importance, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to pick up on the argument in terms of when we think of inequality, that there is a serious argument to be put forward in terms of what role does government have to play in terms of ensuring that there's good quality jobs. Good quality jobs will often pay a decent rate of return for the exchange of labor. And we've seen a good example of that. And to my friend who, from the Democratic Party, likes to blame the Liberals and the Conservatives, I'll use the example in Manitoba of Air Canada, where whether it was the provincial government, which happens to be NDP, didn't say a word in terms of defending those good quality jobs for Air Canada. When Air Canada was losing or getting rid of those good quality jobs in which legislation, Air Canada legislation said that those jobs had to be maintained, it was definitely quiet coming from the government of Manitoba. It was unfortunate that the government of Canada didn't recognize these as good quality jobs that provide a good living wage. The question that I have for the member is, does he recognize the valuable role that governments, whether it's Ottawa or its local provincial governments, play in terms of ensuring that there are certain industries that grow and prosper and you're able to provide those good quality jobs well into the future? And I use the Air Canada because that's a good example of an aerospace industry jobs that Manitoba wants and wanted to be able to retain, but for whatever reasons they start to disappear, which causes a great deal of concern.
The Honourable Member for Westlock St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was worried that I wouldn't get to hear from the member from Winnipeg North during my time in the House this afternoon. I want to thank him for his question. Although he stands up and he talks about having to respect the decisions of the provinces and then immediately turns around and criticizes the decision made by his local province and local provincial jurisdiction. Our government believes in a more decentralized decision-making process. That's why we're increasing transfer payments, so that more money can go in social and education transfers and health transfers to the provinces. But I do want to address one aspect when he talks about preserving good-paying jobs. I believe it's not necessarily the government's role to decide who's going to get which jobs. It's our role to provide for the equality of opportunity, to ensure every Canadian child has the opportunity to get that education, and you can only do that by decreasing child poverty rates, increasing student loans, and increasing their ability to get to post-secondary education, and that's exactly what our government's been doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The opportunity to stand up and discuss the record of the Liberal Party of Canada and their leader, who we know, of course, as the failed former NDP Premier of my home province of Ontario, when it comes to their record on improving the lives of Canadians in need. How can the Liberal Party, which slashed transfers for health care and social services to the bone in the 1990s, when they were in government, stand here and pretend to make such a claim? How can the Liberal Party, which when relegated to the opposition benches, voted against every single measure our government brought in to help Canadians in need, and now claim that they're concerned somehow about income inequality. What matters in life and Parliament isn't what you say and the flowery motions you bring forward in Parliament. It's the actions you take, and it's how you vote. So let us discuss the real record, Mr. Speaker, of the Liberal Party. Let us start from when the Liberal government was in power. For 13 years, the Liberals held a majority government. When they had the votes to pass any piece of legislation or to enact any program, what did they do? What did the mighty defender of those Canadians in need do? Well, they launched an attack on the poor, the sick and the needy, like no government had ever done before or since. They gutted transfers to the provinces and territories with staggering, unprecedented cuts, totaling tens of billions annually. When they cut money for the provinces on health care, guess what happened? Hospitals closed, nurses were fired, and doctors saw their working conditions deteriorate like never before. When they cut money for social services, schools closed, colleges and universities crumbled, and community services were scaled back like never before. This is not rhetoric, and I'm not exaggerating for effect, Mr. Speaker. That is what happened. That is their record. I know the Liberals don't want to believe it, and they may not believe me, so let's listen. Let's listen to what one of their own, their current finance critic, had to say. Here's how the member for King's Hants describes the Liberal Party of Canada's proud record of helping those in need. And I'm going to quote verbatim, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal government balanced its books by slashing transfers to the provinces, by forcing the provinces to face deficits and healthcare systems and education systems in a crisis as a result of its inability and irresponsibility to actually tighten its own belt more significantly, end quote. Here's another quote from the member for King's Hants. And again, I'll quote verbatim, Mr. Speaker. Quote, shifting the burden to provinces was the easy but cowardly way to accelerate deficit reduction. The Chrétien-Martin cuts sent the health and education systems into crisis in every Canadian province, end quote. So let me repeat that last part, Mr. Speaker. Sent the health and education systems into crisis in every Canadian province.
It's terrible.
What a record. What an achievement. But don't take just their current finance critics' word for it. Listen to the current Liberal leader. When he was bankrupting Ontario, and I was there, I saw it, and killing Ontario jobs with his reckless NDP tax and spend schemes, he had to face the brunt of the then Liberal government's slashing transfers in the 90s when he was Premier of Ontario. Listen to what he had to say at the time. When the federal Liberal government decided in its wisdom that it would cut back unilaterally, particularly in the area of social assistance, it had a major and devastating effect on the people of Ontario. End quote. Is this what the Liberal Party of Canada wants our Conservative government to emulate? Are these the lessons we have to learn from them? Did those slash and burn actions of gutting hospitals and schools help combat income equality?
I don't think so.
As several of my colleagues noted earlier, the answer is obviously no. In fact, the Liberals drove income inequality to the highest levels in over 40 years.
Unreal.
For the good of Canada, I'm happy that this Conservative government is taking no lessons from them, especially transfers for health care and social services. While the Liberal government slashed and cut, we actually increased transfers, and we increased them to record levels. In fact, in 2012-13, the federal government will provide provinces and territories an all-time high, this is the number, Mr. Speaker, $60.9 billion in major transfer support, an increase of a whopping 43% since 2005-2006 under the previous Liberal government. Wow. And unlike the Liberals, we have a commitment and cemented it in law that those transfers under our government will never be cut and they will always continue to grow each and every year. In the words of the noted economist Jack Mintz earlier this year in the National Post, and I quote, "The federal government has been more than generous with transfers to the provinces, continuing to rise to levels not seen this past half-century." Now think about that. Our approach to transfers, the most significant means by which the provinces help those in need, has been called more than generous by respected third-party observers. The Liberal approach to transfers by the Liberals themselves was called devastating, cowardly, and crisis-inducing. Mr. Speaker, I think Canadians would be pretty quick to tell you which approach is the right approach for Canadian families and those Canadians in need.
Easy to see.
Yet the Liberal Party today has the audacity to stand up here and just pretend like none of this ever happened. Sadly, I believe it has been so long since they were in government that they've simply forgotten the reality of the time and started to believe their own talking points. Perhaps, knowing the shame of the Liberal record and wanting to atone, a senior Liberal member recently made a startling admission. So here's the member from Markham Unionville that he said in a recent interview. In hindsight, the Chrétien government, even though I'm a Liberal, cut perhaps too deeply, too much offloading. There were some negative effects.
Really?
Well, I applaud the member for Markham Unionville for his admission of Liberal culpability as a first small step, but they need more than words. The Liberal Party has to stop voting against every single constructive step our Conservative government has taken since 2006 in Parliament to help Canadians in need. They need to stop voting against policies like the refundable working income tax benefit. This benefit makes it more attractive for low-income Canadians to stay in the workforce by removing the disincentives for them to work. It was a landmark achievement. It has been recognized as such by observers on all sides. The Caledon Institute of Social Policy called it, and I quote, "a welcome addition to Canadian social policy. It fulfills a long-recognized gap in Canada's income security system." The United Way of Greater Toronto heralded as, and I quote, "a positive change that will help to improve the situations of low-income families." Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. We deliver, they talk. We make things happen, they pretend. We invest in provinces and social services, they download. Mr. Speaker, our record is clear. We will take no advice from the record of the Liberal regime when they were in government. We will continue to lead, and we will continue to show Canadians the leadership they need, regardless of where they live in this country, regardless of their family situation. We will always be with Canadian families, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, this member has obviously been in the Conservative glass bubble far, far too long. I think he's starting to really believe what it is that he is saying. You know, there's so many, bad aspects to that speech. I don't know where to begin. You know, if the Liberal government didn't attempt to address the Mulroney years of deficit financing and so forth, the country would have went bankrupt in the early 90s. The fear that provinces like Manitoba had in health care back in the early 90s was that the Conservatives were on the way to take through tax points shifts to no longer finance health care, and it was the Chrétien government that reassured Canadians by coming up with the Canada Health Act, by reinforcing the federal government's commitment to financing health care, Mr. Speaker, which takes people out of poverty and tries to narrow the gap, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would suggest
that the member might want to reflect on issues such as narrowing the gap by having legitimate daycare. Remember the daycare plan. By addressing the Aboriginal issues. Remember the Kelowna Accord. These are initiatives in which the Conservative government acts upon taking government. One would ask the question, why would you have done that?
The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you know, actions speak louder than words. They download, we invest. They cut, we give more. We work with provinces, they rip them off. Simple as that.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been fascinating listening to my honourable colleague, although I do admit when it comes to reality, it's a bit like looking in a funhouse mirror, and then with those guys over in the corner, it would be like falling down the rabbit hole. So I really don't want to go there at all. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague a simple question. On February 27, 2011, he and every member of this House stood up and voted to close the funding gap for First Nation children under the Shannon Stream principle, because our First Nation children are the greatest resource that we've had, and their lack of education opportunities has been abysmal. Closing that funding gap is essential for developing this new economy. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, he's talking about transfers to the province, but under the federal government, the responsibility for First Nation children and child welfare and schools belongs to the federal government. What steps are they taking to actually close the funding gap and have comparable levels that we have in every provincial system in this country?
The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his question. Certainly, there's always more we can do when it comes to providing programs and services and support to our Aboriginal communities. But, you know, Mr. Speaker, this government has invested millions and millions and millions of more dollars each and every year into our Aboriginal communities, and working in partnership with the Assembly of First Nations and other organizations across the country to make sure that it's a true partnership. The federal government providing funding, but working with the Native communities, because they're the ones that are running their communities and they're the ones making local important decisions. We need to continue to do that, Mr. Speaker. So I'm proud of the record that we have as a government as far as our relationship and our funding for services in Aboriginal communities. But yes, I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, there is more to do. We'll keep on with the job. We just need the support of the opposition to keep moving the puck down the ice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that. Gee, what a hard act to follow. Hard to believe someone in this House gets $160,000 a year to repeat talking points of the minister. But I guess that's the type of path we're going down here. A reasoned debate would be nice. Probably one that's full of bluster and full of a lot of things. But nonetheless, this particular motion that we're doing today, I think, is certainly a reasoned debate that we can have here, based on inequalities of income, based on lifting those out of poverty, based on policy requirements in order for people to get themselves from a position of feeling downtrodden to a position of bettering themselves. And it doesn't take a lot of debate and a great deal of expense to fill the gaps in some of these holes, these cracks that people are falling through. There are several policies that came out in the last budget bill that really were disappointing in many ways. And they were easily fixable. One of the things that they talked about, my colleague talked about earlier, was the non-refundable tax credit. If you're making below a certain, let's take the firefighters, the volunteer tax credit for firefighters. It is a non-refundable. So therefore, if you fall below a certain income, you don't get any benefit whatsoever. So the result of that is it becomes an income-tested tax incentive, an incentive for people to protect their family and their communities through volunteer firefighter work. Now, the average income in my riding is quite low compared to the rest of the ridings. So therefore, there is a substantial amount of firefighters, volunteer firefighters, unable to receive any benefit. Now, what does it take to convert this into a non-refundable tax credit into a refundable tax credit? It doesn't take that long, and it certainly is helping out the most needed in this particular case. Because if you look at the situation that we have here we have volunteer firefighters, caregivers, all these people that have these small, which may seem insignificant to many of us, but they're actually significant to them. If you have someone who is making $20,000 a year, obviously this tax credit can become a significant portion of money throughout the year. But yet, people in that income bracket or below it cannot receive the benefit. That's unfortunate. This is the type of policy, this is the type of misgiving of policy and misappropriation of debate and policy that we need to do, that we need to look at in order for people to better themselves and get out of the situation that they are in if they are receiving that kind of money. Before I go on, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to add that I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member from York West. Thank you. Now, if you consider what we're debating today in many aspects, because the narrative here is an important one. The narrative deals with people who are certainly receiving benefits from the government as a stopgap measure to get them to their full-time position. Now, employment insurance is something that's been discussed about quite a bit in this House and certainly over the past few days. So here is what's happening when you search out and seek out the devil that lies in the details. Okay, the budget states that we are going to give people an increase in what they're working while on claim. What that means is this. If you receive a certain amount of money, let's say you receive $200 per week in employment insurance, under the old system, you can earn up to 40% of that amount and you'll still have your EI. That's the incentive to work, because even though you're keeping that money, you're also getting experience to work. Perhaps you can get a full-time position at that place you're working when it becomes available. And that happens quite a bit. So what the government says is we are going to increase that from 40% to 50%. Yet I hear no applause. There's no applause because the devil is in the details. 40% is saying that you will keep this money to yourself and nothing will happen to it once you go beyond that. Now, what the 50% that they're saying is that you get clawed back 50% on every dollar that you make. Aha. There, again, is the devil in the details. You know what that's like? That's like going to a store. You see that the price of the shirt that you want to buy is $30. And then on the shirt itself, there's a sticker that says half price. Naturally, you go up with your $15 wanting to pay, but then the teller reminds you, I'm sorry, but actually that's half price off the original price, which was $60. You see, that's what they're doing. The devil is in that particular detail. That is why we have these debates, so that we can talk about the people who fall through the cracks, the people who do this. There are people right now that they work 2 days a week while on EI in order to provide things such as to get a car, to move into their own home, but they can't do that because the disincentive is built in. Now, I don't think in any which way, shape, or form that when people set out to do this, whether it be members of the Conservative Party, whether it be bureaucrats, that they were principled in saying that we need to provide a benefit for people to better themselves. But it almost seems like every time we do this, we always find a way to recede back from what we promise. In this particular case, we're going to go from 40% to 50%, but not really. So less people get to qualify on this. It seems to be that's the magic number. The magic number is that we need to get those numbers down so that people cannot avail of that money, and therefore our cash on hand is better as a government. We have a deficit to fight. We're aware of that. We fought one in this corner of the House. We succeeded. We fought many things. We fought poverty. We fought for principles such as the Canada Pension Plan. Right now in my riding, I have 2 offices, one in Gander, one in Grand Falls, Windsor. Both offices now get more calls about seniors' poverty than any other issue. And I have a lot of fishermen in my riding. So you can imagine how grave the situation can become for, let's take someone who's a widower. There's a gentleman that I met that is now, his income is now in half because his wife passed away. He owns his own home, and heating prices are gone sky high. And what's built into this does not keep pace with the rising costs. So what is he looking for? He's looking for targeted initiatives that allows to bridge that gap, for that person to lift himself out of poverty. In 2005, a Liberal government delivered a 2005 energy rebate through the Guaranteed Income Supplement. What a fabulous idea. Specifically for people who have rising costs for heating their own homes. The man that I spoke of is now planning to move out of his house. Not because he wants to, because he has to. And he feels that he cannot better himself in any which way, shape, or form, and the benefits that are there for him, small as they may be, are not there for them any longer. We just need a reasoned debate to study this, whether it's a large bill or a small bill, to look at this piece by piece and figure out how and what the ramifications are for someone like that gentleman who can't make ends meet. There's so much to talk about when it comes to the inequality. Let's talk about youth. Right now, youth unemployment is skyrocketing in my area. People are moving, not because they want to, but because they have to. They go to them and they say, you know, we want you as a young person to invest in RSPs. How can they do that when any cash that they get on hand has to pay for things like groceries? If they want to get a mortgage, if they manage to get a mortgage, they have to keep all their money for that. Retirement savings do not even factor in. If you're in your 20s, retirement savings goes down the list. And that is unfortunate because we have the ability here to make life better for these individuals, not by seeking out the devil that lies in the details. And that's an unfortunate part for the youth, it's unfortunate for seniors, and it's unfortunate for a woman that I know who's a single mom, 2 kids, works 2 days a week, and now she has been told that she has to get less. That middle class, folks, that 47%, that number that they use in the American media these days, thanks to Mr. Romney. Yeah, that 47%, if you want to call them that, are very frustrated. The worst part about it is, not only are they frustrated, but they're giving up. And that's where we fail. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The time for government orders has expired, so the question and answer period for the honourable member from Bonavista Grand Falls, Gander Grand Falls, Windsor will be when the House returns to this after question period. Statements by members. The honourable member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my great pleasure to rise today to celebrate 2 events that occurred this last weekend in my riding of Saanich, Gulf Islands. The first was the celebration of the 100th year birthday of our local newspaper. The Peninsula News Review has been published since 1912, when it was first called the Sydney Review. It's now published by Black Press. It covers communities for the Saanich Peninsula, and after 100 years, it's doing a great job. The second celebration, and I had the great honor of participating in this, was the 60th anniversary of the incorporation of the town where I live. We call it Sydney by the Sea. It's absolutely fantastic. I invite you to come visit. But this was the 60th anniversary of its incorporation as a village. And everybody came out. We had a fantastic time on Beacon Park, cut the cake, served it up for everyone. And so happy birthday, Peninsula News Review. Happy birthday, Sydney.
The honourable member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the achievement of the Canadian men's wheelchair basketball team for their gold medal win at the 2012 London Summer Paralympic Games. These first-rate athletes have displayed passion and hard work that highlights their ability and have proven they are the best in the world. It is important to note that the game is played on regular FIBA courts and all the regulation dimensions, net heights and timing rules. The team plays basketball at a high level that leaves spectators seeing nothing more than pure athleticism. In the past 4 Paralympic Games, the Canadian team has won 3 gold medals and 1 silver medal, proving that anything is possible for anyone. Awesome. The team, which includes 2 athletes from the Greater Toronto Area, Aberdeen and Adam Lancia, competed against Australia in the final game, winning 64-58. I know that all Canadians join me in congratulating all members of the Canadian men's wheelchair basketball team and head coach Jerry Gianello for this exceptional achievement. Their commitment on and off the court has been nothing short of outstanding and has shown Canadians and the world that success is within all of us. I ask all members of the House to join me in asking the team to accept our heartfelt congratulations. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Today I'd like to point out that it's Right to Know Week, which raises public awareness of their access to information rights as fundamental rights and of government's responsibility to improve its transparency. The Access to Information Act is 30 years old. It was cutting edge back in 1983, but has never really been amended since.
Not make informed decisions. La loi sur l'accès à l'information a 30 ans.
Because it's 30 years old, it's no longer as avant-garde as it was at first. Canada is now ranked 51st in the world, behind a number of developing countries. The Conservatives claim to have improved their openness, but the fact is that things have only gotten more obscure since this Prime Minister was elected. Let's change the Access to Information Act and adapt it to the 21st century. That's what the NDP is committing to do, and we would invite the government to follow suit.
Monsieur le Président, j'aimerais...
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the cities of Duncan, Canmore, Parry Sound, and Dorval, as well as my hometown of Moncton, New Brunswick. They've all received eTown 2012 prizes from Google in recognition of communities whose local businesses have a heavy online presence.
Monctonians are resourceful, forward-looking, adaptable to new trends. This is demonstrated by considerable online presence of Moncton's local businesses. This award is a testament to Moncton's web-savvy businesses who continue to grow, taking advantage of the enormous opportunities offered by the digital economy. Congratulations to Moncton on receiving the eGroup 2000 award from Google. Félicitations.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to pay tribute to the late Wallace Wally Wood and to recognize his outstanding contribution to his community, PEI, and indeed Canada. Born in Marshfield, Wally was very influential in the agricultural community. A member of the founding committee, the PEI Soil and Crop Improvement Association, member of the PEI Dairy Association, and president of the PEI Federation of Agriculture. Wally also had a keen interest in animal genetics and was involved in cattle breeding and the maritime harness racing industry. He supported his community, being a lead advocate for the PEI School Milk Program, chair of the Provincial Exhibition and PEI Marketing Council, a school trustee, and many more positions I don't have time to mention. Rightfully so, Wally was inducted into the Atlantic Agriculture Hall of Fame in 2005. He and his wife Doris welcomed guests from the world over to Woodmere Bed and Breakfast with typical island hospitality. His respect for others was at the core of his very being, and life for his wife Doris and family was absolute. Our thanks and respect to his family.
Very good. The Honourable Member for Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to congratulate this year's Langley's Seniors of the Year, Toots Tucker and David Esworthy. These two people have been recognized in Langley for their cheerful spirits, generous hearts, and countless hours of volunteering. At age 83, David Esworthy has been inducted to the BC Sports Hall of Fame. He's a past president of the Langley Chamber of Commerce and awarded the Chairman's Award for the Vancouver Board of Trade. Toots Tucker is 74 years old. She's a lady who has devoted her life to helping others. She volunteers with Langley Seniors, Langley Fields Naturalists, the Canadian Blood Services, Cops for Cancer, and many more. Mr. Speaker, these incredible two Langley residents have left a legacy for all Canadians to follow, giving back to their community. Mr. Speaker, to David and Toots, thank you for being who you are, making Langley beautiful Langley.
Right on.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, the People First movement came into being in 1970 in the U.S. It was created by people with intellectual disabilities in order to condemn labeling and impose dependency On September 13th, I attended the launch of the Metro Quebec City Branch's 2013 calendar in the Ferland Community Centre, with the opportunity to meet the current president, Mr. Michel Aubu, the person responsible for communications, Hélène Bernier, and people like Yvette, Sylvie, Rémi, Yann, Simon, and many others who have tons of ideas and an unshakable will to live their lives with dignity. The only limits are limits we put on ourselves or that we allow people to put on us. Members of People First taught me a real life lesson by showing me their enthusiasm, their curiosity, and how welcoming they were. Their respect for others is truly impressive. Too often, we are too quick to judge. Our closed minds are an obstacle to building a better society. Thanks to People First, who received me so warmly.
Président, en 2010, l'Assemblée législative de l'Ontario a adopté la loi sur le jour des Franco-Ontariens et des Franco-Ontariennes. Le gouvernement de l'Ontario posait un geste plus symbolique qui rend hommage à la contribution.
In 2010, the Ontario Provincial Parliament adopted the Franco-Ontarian Day Act. This was more than a symbolic gesture. It paid tribute to the exceptional contribution of the Francophone community to civil society in Ontario. From now on, September 25th is Franco-Ontarian Day, when Franco-Ontarians celebrate with pride their language, heritage, and culture. Today, green and white will shine all across the province as a reminder of the significant role Francophones play in Ontario. French-speaking Canadians have been in Ontario for over 400 years, and this strengthens the linguistic duality of our country, which is the cornerstone of our national identity. Happy Franco-Ontarian Day, and a happy day to Francophones all across Canada.
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Early today, a fire broke out at a potash mine in my riding in Rocanville, Saskatchewan. Media have reported that emergency response teams have rescued 9 miners and are fighting a fire in the mine. The media is also reporting that there are 20 more miners still underground. Mr. Speaker, as we hold our collective breath and watch with anticipation, I want to extend all of my personal hope, and I'm sure the hope of everyone in this House, that all remaining miners will be rescued successfully, that everyone will be able to get to their homes, to their families and loved ones safely and as soon as possible. To the miners underground, your families and loved ones, and the rescue teams involved, the collective thoughts and prayers of all members of the House are with you for a successful and safe rescue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise today to recognize the hard work and dedication of the Sudbury Classic Cruisers Car Club in organizing a charitable raffle to benefit the Sam Bruno Pet Scan Fund in my riding of Sudbury. Launched on Mother's Day, the Cruisers sold 10,000 raffle tickets across northeastern Ontario, all for a chance to win a classic 1965 yellow Mustang Coupe, which was raffled off this past weekend. This classic car was offered to the Cruisers on behalf of a donor who wishes to remain anonymous. I would like to thank this person on behalf of all of those who will benefit from his enormous contribution in trying to bring a PET scanner to Sudbury. Ultimately, because of this generous contribution, the Sudbury Classic Cruisers raised over $45,000 towards the Sam Bruno Pet Scan Fund, an amazing figure obviously assisted by the chance to hit the open road in a classic cruiser. On behalf of Sudburyans, I would like to thank all involved in this raffle, including Club President Gary Lonsberry, Vice President Ralph Constantino, and Treasurer Mike Levesque, as well as the anonymous donor with whom such an amazing fundraising goal would not have been reached. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians in my riding are very concerned about the flooding in the Philippines. Millions of people have been affected by tropical storms Sola and Haiquay. The Red Cross has even stated that over 330,000 people are seeking temporary shelter in evacuation centers. In response to this desperate situation, our government is taking action. I am proud that Canadian taxpayer investments through CIDA are making the difference for those in need. By working with the Red Cross, our government's work has helped 3.4 million people. This support will ensure that affected people are provided with safe drinking water, food, and other much-needed items, as well as to prevent disease and provide support to families. Our government continues to monitor the situation closely to ensure that basic needs of affected people are met and to provide further assistance if required. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, on September 22nd, 39 women and men, including my colleague from Gatineau and myself, took part in the Breast Cancer March organized on behalf of the Gatineau Health and Social Services Centre Foundation. This 30-kilometre march raised $50,000 for the cause. As you know, Mr. Speaker, we've made a lot of progress in our understanding and treatment of breast cancer. Today, the death rate is 25% lower than it was in 1986. But the battle is far from over. Still today, 1 woman in 9 will get breast cancer at some point in her life. In Canada, 1 woman in 29 will die of it. So the battle must go on. I have personally made the commitment to participate in the march next year, and I would encourage all my colleagues here in the House and my colleagues from Gatineau and my fellow citizens to join with me. Together we can make the difference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Canadians know that the NDP leader wants to impose a $20 billion carbon tax that will increase the price of everything. Our government lowered the GST because we want to make it easier for Canadian families to pay for goods. But the NDP's only economic idea is to impose a carbon tax that would increase the price all Canadians pay for just about everything. This month, as retail sales in Canada rise, it becomes even clearer just how risky the NDP's carbon tax scheme would be, stalling our economy in its tracks, raising prices, and wiping out these positive economic numbers. At a time when Canada's economy continues to recover from the downturn, the last thing we need is a $20 billion NDP carbon tax that will kill jobs and stop economic growth in its tracks.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, hundreds of thousands of children go to school hungry. When children go hungry, they may stop growing and may be too hungry to learn. And when they are older, they may be undereducated to work to their full potential. Right across the country, in provinces and territories, communities are asking for federal leadership to develop a comprehensive pan-Canadian child and youth nutrition strategy and to fully fund on-reserve Aboriginal student meals. A pan-Canadian nutrition program makes good economic sense, resulting in better educational performance and health for children and youth, increased revenue for Canadian farmers, lower crime rates, and reduced future health care costs. Canada signed the 1992 World Declaration on Nutrition, and each of us has a responsibility to make that promise a reality. Our children cannot afford excuses that this is provincial or someone else's responsibility. Our children want food.
The Honourable Member for Dauphin Swan River Marquette.
Mr. Speaker, 4 years ago, our Conservative government campaigned against the Liberal Party's plan to impose a job-killing carbon tax on Canadians. In that campaign, Canadians agreed with us and sent us back to this place with a strengthened mandate. A year ago, our Conservative government was once again campaigning against an opposition party's plan to impose a job-killing carbon tax on Canadian families. This time, it was the NDP and their plan to raise $21 billion in new revenue. In that campaign, Canadians agreed with us and sent back a strong, stable, national Conservative majority government. Now the new NDP leader is proposing a carbon tax that would go even further than the one rejected by Canadians just over a year ago. Our Canadian government will once again stand with Canadians and fight this job-killing carbon tax that would increase the price of everything, including gas, groceries, and electricity.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. The Conservatives are so nostalgic that they're counterattacking. They want to bring us back in time a century. Rumor has it that the Prime Minister is planning to make changes to the naval legislation. Under the Conservatives, we're supposed to have a strong Canada, but they're hiding the maple leaf behind the Union Jack. And it's an embarrassment what they're going to do with the embassies. Cricket will be replacing hockey as our national sport, and the Conservatives should stand up and defend our reputation and our interests abroad with a little bit of vigor, please, and thank you. The honourable member for Lotbinière-Sud de la Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, Canadians have made it clear that they're not interested in a carbon tax that will kill jobs, increase the price of gas, hydro, and virtually everything else, as proposed by the NDP leader. What Canadians want is a government that's focused on jobs, economic growth, and long-term prosperity, as proposed by our Conservative government. Let's not the NDP have their way. This isn't the first dangerous idea they've put forward. Canadians all remember that 2 NDP members went to the U.S. to lobby against the Keystone XL pipeline, which would potentially create 140,000 indirect and direct jobs for Canadians and $600 million in economic spin-offs over the next 25 years. We now know the NDP economic plan to kill jobs.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, in 2010, the Conservatives promised new criteria to evaluate foreign companies taking control of Canadian companies. We found out last week that the new criteria would be announced by the Conservatives at the same time as the Nixon decision. Well, it's either or. Either the Conservatives are manipulating the criteria to correspond with their decision that's already taken about Nixon, or they prefer to hide the criteria. Why haven't Canadians seen these criteria promised by the government? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We have made changes to the Investments Canada Act to ensure a good, strong process. Of course, some decisions come before us once in a while. Our government will determine what to do in the best interests of the Canadian economy. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Last week, the Conservatives embarrassed the Americans by leaking confidential information. Yesterday, they botched their announcement on the UK by giving the impression that Canada's foreign policy is being taken over by someone else. And now the Prime Minister is insulting the international community by boycotting the UN General Assembly. But yet the Prime Minister is going to New York this week at the same time as the world leaders are exposing their views before the international community. If the UN General Assembly is good enough for Barack Obama, why isn't it good enough for our Prime Minister? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister never speaks every year at the UN General Assembly. This year it will be done by the Minister of Foreign Affairs. He will do a good job, and I trust in him. At the same time, this government makes independent decisions when it comes to foreign policy.
Opposition.
He's photocopying his speech at the UK High Commission.
The government lost Canada's bid for a seat at the UN Security Council, a first in Canadian history. This week, the Prime Minister turned down an invitation to speak at the UN General Assembly, even though he's already scheduled to be in New York. Has the Prime Minister given up on Canada's role at the UN? We're merging our embassies with Great Britain. Is our delegation to the United Nations next?
I just said, it has never been under any government. It has never been the practice of Canadian Prime Ministers to speak every single year at the United Nations General Assembly. Minister of Foreign Affairs will be speaking this year. I'm sure he will do a very good job. That said, Mr. Speaker, nobody in Canada doubts, whether they agree with us or not, that this government takes strong, clear, and independent decisions on foreign affairs.
Order. The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
So let's get this straight, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister will be in New York on a taxpayer-funded trip to get some personal goodie, and yet he won't even travel across town to speak to the United Nations. World leaders are gathering this week to discuss the world's most pressing issues, but our Prime Minister won't be there. Does the Minister understand that foreign affairs is about doing the hard work of engaging the world? It's not about making the Prime Minister feel special.
Order. We'll have a little bit of order. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister will be in New York. He will be meeting with a number of colleagues to discuss the important issues of the day. He'll also be accepting the award of the Statesman of the Year by a very well-respected. I say, Mr. Speaker, to all members of this House, every single Canadian can be proud of the principled foreign policy and the leadership of this Prime Minister.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I guess the Prime Minister expects our new roommate, the British Prime Minister, to do the speech on his behalf. It's kind of like the policy announcements being leaked by the UK on their behalf. Mr. Speaker, Parliament must review this deal, not just for the details, but for the message we're sending the rest of the world when we have the Union Jack and the Maple Leaf flying side by side. When will the Conservatives bring this deal before Parliament?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, here's what we're doing. In Haiti, the United Kingdom will house one of their diplomats and development workers with us, and in Rangoon, we'll house one of our diplomats and trade people with them. It's just about sharing resources in a small number of countries, and this is nothing new. I do find it passing strange that the critic for the NDP seems to want encouraging us to have vibrant diplomacy with Iran, but is somehow scared of us having diplomacy with the United Kingdom.
The Honourable Order. The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I hope the Prime Minister can pick up the Fossil of the Year awards that are still waiting for to be claimed by the government. Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister agrees with Governor Carney that income inequality...
Order. The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister agrees with Governor Carney that income inequality is indeed a problem, I wonder if he can explain why the government is still clawing back part-time benefits for those on unemployment insurance. Why is the government raising employment insurance taxes? And why is the government continuing to discriminate against low-income families who don't qualify for tax refunds?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, this government takes tackling income inequality very seriously, which is why the government's brought in a number of important measures: the working income tax benefit enhancements, the universal child care benefit enhancements to national child benefits, the tax break for the GST to low-income people, the increase to the guaranteed income supplement for poor senior citizens. The real question is why the Liberal Party votes against all of these things.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the real question is why is it that the members of the government voted against having a study of income inequality of families at the Finance Committee? The Prime Minister and his colleagues voted against it. But the reality of the situation is this. The government refuses to recognize to what extent this problem is challenging. It's the challenge of our time to ensure that Canada's prosperity is well shared by everyone. and no one is left behind. Why vote against that, Mr. Speaker? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party is in favour of studies. On this side of the House, we're in favour of action, and that's the big difference. We've done important things. We've reduced the GST for the poor. We've provided benefits for workers who receive welfare. We've increased the GIS. But in any event, Mr. Speaker, when we help the poorest and the most vulnerable in our society, the Liberals vote against it.
Mr. Speaker, now that the Minister of Immigration and the Minister of Foreign Affairs have said that the establishment of gay rights around the world is a priority for the Canadian government, I wonder if the Prime Minister can tell us, does this now mean that the Government of Canada will be providing the necessary financial support for the celebration of gay rights in Canada, in large cities right across this country, every summer that take place? And can we assume that he and his ministers will be joining members of the Liberal Party and members of the New Democratic Party right across the country in celebrating gay rights here at home?
Right. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the government treats and advances human rights for all people, not just in Canada but internationally. One of the initiatives of this government that I'm particularly proud of is the establishment of the Canadian Museum for Human Rights in Winnipeg, and I hope someday we'll have the support of the Liberal Party for that.
Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the reform of employment insurance leads to aberrations that only Conservatives can explain. A man in Carleton was offered a job in Gaspé. I don't know if you know, but Gaspé is 3.5 hours away from Carleton. Another gentleman from the Magdalen Islands was offered a job in Bonaventure in Gaspé. That's 12 hours with a ferry ride that costs $50. Given this information, does the minister continue to believe that the definition of a reasonable job is appropriate? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Well, Mr. Speaker, our objective and our priority is to see the economy grow and to have long-term prosperity. We have to have the workers with the needed qualifications and skills and jobs for those people. We are working to help people, help the unemployed, find jobs in their region, in their area of qualification, so that they can support their families.
Yesterday, the parliamentary secretary falsely stated that, quote, those who work more will be able to keep more. She knows that's not true. A grocery store clerk working a few hours a week has 50 cents of every dollar clawed back from their EI. In fact, everyone making less than $300 will be worse off under this new scheme. The minister needs to come clean. Is she deliberately misleading Canadians, or is she simply not on top of her file?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the old system actually clawed back dollar for dollar. Anything that's...
Order. 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 The Honourable Minister of Human Resources has the floor.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if someone made more than $75 a week, or 40% of their claim, they got clawed back dollar for everything they earned beyond that while they were on claim. That discouraged people from working, Mr. Speaker. So we want to make sure that people are encouraged to work, and when they do work, they'll always be better off than when they don't.
Honourable Member for Gaspé-La-Madeleine. That's a tall story, but let's look at another example. Cultural and tourism sites that have to shut down in winter. Not all inns and restaurants and museums can stay open in the Gaspé in winter. There are no tourists. Thousands of my fellow citizens live from tourism and they need EI. It's an essential program for the survival of seasonal industries. With the reforms, the Conservatives are endangering these jobs. Why are they attacking the economy of the regions? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Well, Mr. Speaker, we support the seasonal industries. We have done so much more than any other government. But, Mr. Speaker, there are responsibilities that accompany the right to employment insurance, a responsibility to find a job. Now, Mr. Speaker, if there are no jobs in the region or in the area where the individual has skills, EI will be there for them, as always. The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mar. All regions of the country are paying the price for Conservative choices. The same could be true if the Nexen takeover goes ahead. The Chinese state company Sinuk that wants to buy Nexen is led by Mr. Wang Yi-lin. Mr. Wang has already said that the drilling platforms were a mobile national territory and a strategic weapon. And yet the Conservatives refuse to have a public examination of this project. Is the Minister of Industry concerned by these comments? Why turn down an in-depth examination of this whole affair? The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, our government will always act in the best interest of Canadians. This transaction will be scrutinized very closely. If the honourable member wants to check out Section 20 of the Investment Canada Act, she can do so. It clearly enumerates the 6 criteria for net benefit, and that will be the criteria used to evaluate any decision.
The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
There's 18 days left on Nexen, and the minister still refuses to respond to Canadians' concerns, including the following. CNUC's chair was nominated in 2011 by the Secret Organization Department, confirmed by the Politburo, and announced by the Central Committee. He was also named party secretary for CNUC at that time. Now, does the minister see CNUC's relationship as independent from the state, or will he now admit that Canadians, including many in his own caucus, have legitimate concerns and agree to hold public consultations?
Here.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, again, the government will always act in the best interest of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. This transaction will be scrutinized very closely. Mr. Speaker, of course, the Investment Canada Act process has provisions to protect national security, and I'll remind the honourable member that when we introduced the national security provisions in Section 25 in 2009, the NDP voted against them.
The honourable member for Welland.
Mr. Speaker, the handling of the XL meat E. coli outbreak is the latest example of what's wrong with the Conservatives' dangerous changes to CFIA. Hundreds of potentially E. coli-contaminated beef products were shipped from every province, destined for families' dinner plates. From the very first detection of E. coli, CFIA waited 2 weeks to issue a recall. This spring, the minister said, quote, "The Canadian Food Inspection Agency is not making any changes that would in any way place food safety at risk." That claim is a joke. Why did Conservatives gut regulations and put Canadian families at risk?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Speaker, none of that is true. The safety of Canadian food is a top priority for this government. The CFIA initiated a hold on the original product in question, that's all of it, Mr. Speaker, on September the 4th, the date E. coli was discovered. None of it made it to store shelves, Mr. Speaker. The recall is ongoing. The work with the CFIA to adjudicate the paperwork at XL is being done so that they can start getting back into that lucrative American market just as quickly as possible, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives don't like to talk to Canadians about the consequences of their decisions. When the Canadian Food Inspection Agency discovered that beef from an Alberta plant was potentially contaminated, 2 weeks went by before they sounded the alarm. That's unbelievable. We've just found out that this is banned in the U.S. Everywhere in the country, consumers were affected by this late recall. That's what happens. People are worried. We should not be playing around with their safety. Will Conservatives stop cutting back in food inspection services? The Honourable Minister.
So we put hundreds of millions of dollars and hundreds of frontline inspectors to work at CFIA to make sure that this type of thing can be handled when it happens. We've done exactly that, Mr. Speaker. CFIA has done an exemplary job. We're in a day-to-day conversation with them on the status of this recall, of the work forward to get back into that lucrative American market. I reiterate, none of the product made it to store shelves. No illnesses have been linked back to this particular strain of E. coli, Mr. Speaker. So we've actually done a tremendous job. It's unfortunate the NDP consistently vote against the funding and manpower for CFIA.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, hiding information on the consequences of service cuts has become a Conservative specialty. More evidence through Statistics Canada today. The Conservatives had sworn that abolishing the long-form census would have no consequences for the data, but now we know that it's the exact opposite. 12% of municipalities had participation rates below 50%. Does the Conservative government realize that their stubbornness has seriously undermined the ability to make good decisions on municipal development?
Statistics Canada has posted the final response rates from the 2011 National Household Survey at the national, provincial, territorial, and local levels. The final weighted response rate for the National Household Survey was 78.3% nationally. This is comparable to response rates from other voluntary surveys conducted by Statistics Canada. StatsCan is continuing its data quality assessment of the data from the National Household Survey and will make the results available as the work is completed. First results from the National Household Survey will be available in May 2013.
And the Honourable Member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you. Well, the Minister has been talking out of both sides of his mouth. Last February, the then Industry Minister bragged to this House about the high response rate to the National Household Survey, stating, and I quote, "Indications are very promising with the response rate for both the short-form census and the National Household Survey." But in reality, 12% of communities have response rates below 50%. Statistical evidence of that government's failure. Now, what are the Conservatives going to do to correct this glaring problem with the collection of this information?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I already answered that question. The member wasn't in the House when we had this debate in the last Parliament. In the last Parliament, he wasn't elected yet. But if he had been, he might remember that what we did say that we wouldn't do is we wouldn't threaten Canadians with jail time because they didn't want to tell the government what their religion was. We wouldn't threaten them with jail time because they didn't want to tell the government how many bedrooms they had in their house or how many hours of housework that they did. Mr. Speaker, the government will never do that. Maybe the opposition would, but this government wouldn't.
The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Speaker, I was asked to bring this story to the House. Her name is Louise. She's a single mother of two. Last year, she receives EI benefits. Last year, she received a golden opportunity. She could work 2 days a week as a receptionist. She could keep her EI benefits as well. She could also keep that part-time salary. Finally, Louise was moving forward for her and her kids. Now, the Conservatives have this new rule where the first dollar she earns on her job gets clawed back. So I have a question. Through you, from Louise to the Minister. When things were getting better, why did you make it worse?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, in the case of Louise, if she had worked 1 extra hour beyond those 2 days, that would have been clawed back 100%.
Order. Order. The member for Humber St. Barbe Vert has to come to order. I'll order. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, under the new system, she would get to keep 50 cents on the dollar if she worked day 3 and if she worked day 4.
The Honourable Minister is answering the question, and we won't have another interruption. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Louise would have been better off with the new system. She got to work days 3 and days 4. Before, she would have had every dollar clawed back. We're making sure, Mr. Speaker, that when Canadians work, they're better off than when they don't.
The Honourable Member for Westmount, Ville Marie.
Mr. Speaker, the student debt rate has hit new heights with an unemployment rate among students of 15%. These young people have trouble reimbursing their student loans, and the interest rates on student loans easily add $5,000 to the burden to be reimbursed. Will the government follow the example of provinces such as PEI, Newfoundland and Labrador and Ontario and reduce interest rates at the federal level on student loans? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Coming from the Liberals, that they're trying to actually help students when they voted against everything we've done to give them more grants so that they don't have to repay them. They don't have to worry about interest rates. In fact, we're helping twice as many students, almost 300,000, with our Canada Student Grants, as did the Liberals. But, Mr. Speaker, when we brought in supports to help with the repayment of student loans, Liberals didn't support that. There's so many things, including summer employment for students. The Liberals keep voting against. We're helping students afford their education.
Honourable member for York West.
They voted against all of our amendments to that fact. Mr. Speaker, after leading the OAS to fight seniors' poverty, Prime Minister Pearson lowered the eligibility age to 65 to combat seniors' income inequality. Conservatives opposed the move then, and by turning back the clock on pension security, today's Conservatives are promising to show tomorrow's seniors a new hardship. While tearing down is this Prime Minister's mantra, and as the cuts continue, more Canadians will feel the pinch. Given the haze of nostalgia, I wonder just what other social programs has the PM planned to bring back to pre-1970 levels?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, what we did was we raised seniors' income, the amount that they could earn without having their guaranteed income supplement reduced, from $500 to $3,500, so they could have more money in their pockets. We also increased the age exemption, not once but twice. Mr. Speaker, we brought in pension income sharing for seniors. Two things in common. One, we introduced those, brought them in for Canadians. Two, Liberals voted against them.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford-Temiskaming. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives' incompetence does not stop with the F-35s. The Military Ombudsman published a second report on the care given to Canadian Forces members suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. The report highlights a chronic lack of care available for these sufferers. But instead of acting on the recommendations of the Ombudsman, the Minister of Defence is questioning his mandate. Why is the government trying to score political points to the detriment of our CF members suffering from PTSD? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Nothing could be farther from the truth. We've just introduced additional supports for members of the Canadian Forces suffering from post-traumatic stress. We've made a concerted effort during our time in office to hire more mental health professionals to make them available to those suffering from post-traumatic stress. The Ombudsman's report actually noted those progressive moves that we have made, lauded the government for those efforts, and I continue to have faith in the process, Mr. Speaker, as we continue to work with psychiatrists, mental health professionals, chaplains across the country to ensure that those ill and injured soldiers receive the best support possible.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, despite some progress, the Ombudsman continues to find problems with the government's handling of post-traumatic stress disorder in the military. Chronic understaffing, long waits for treatment, continued stigmatization and fear of coming forward, and specific failures to meet individual needs and treat fairly those suffering from PTSD. But what no one understands is why the Minister is so focused on challenging the Ombudsman for doing his job instead of doing his own job and working to solve these problems.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, the member's wrong. It's the usual rhetoric from this individual. We have continually, throughout our time in office, made more investments into the mental health professionals who we have in the employ of the Canadian Forces. We continue to work with professional associations. We continue to work with the soldiers themselves, Mr. Speaker, like the Be the Difference campaign led by the Chief of Defence Staff, Walt Latinchuk, that was meant to destigmatize any recognition of a mental health illness that suffered from deployment or otherwise. And so, Mr. Speaker, yes, there will always be more to do. Yes, we are tremendously indebted to those who have put their lives on the line for our country, and we continue to work to improve them.
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, New Democrats don't just say we're pro-choice, we actually are. This is not an issue of conscience, it's an issue of women's rights, and women's rights are human rights, and they are not up for debate. The Supreme Court was clear decades ago. Canadians have moved on, but cabinet ministers in this government do not agree. While some months ago the government whip made a moving speech in defense of a woman's right to choose, why is he standing by while members of his cabinet are willing to vote against Canadian women?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the member knows private members' business is private members' business, and the motion will be dealt with according to the rules of the House of Commons. That is as it should be, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Gatineau.
Trail Conservatives promised not to reopen the abortion debate. And guess what? We are debating abortion. Le NPD est fier d'être le...
The NDP is proud to be the only federal party who has a clear position on abortion. Women have the right to choose. Should Parliament be debating on women's vested rights? Because can Parliament take women's rights away? In the NDP, we say no. Will the ministers who vote in favor of M312 explain how they think that this is a good idea to take away women's fundamental rights? Honourable Minister of Justice.
The members should be aware of the rules of this House. The private members can come forward with resolutions, and the resolution in question will be dealt with according to the rules of the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, why is that so upsetting to the honourable member?
The honourable member for St. John.
Mr. Speaker, while the isolationist NDP, which consistently opposes trade agreements with other global neighbours, would close off Canada and Canadian products from the rest of the world, our Conservative government believes in increasing exports and increasing jobs in Canada. The NDP's anti-trade and high-tax policies, like their tax on everything carbon tax, would be disastrous for the Canadian economy. Could the Minister of State for Finance tell us how increased trade benefits the Canadian economy and helps to fuel job creation?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the Finance Minister today gave a major speech promoting our government's commitment to increasing Canada's exports to the Asia-Pacific and why that is so critical to industries in Canada to help create jobs, Mr. Speaker, to level the playing field, to allow our Canadian companies to compete. We on this side of the House know how important that is to Canadian businesses, Mr. Speaker, but what is incredible is the fact that our strong, stable majority government keeps promoting trade, Mr. Speaker, but every time we put forward a new trade agreement, the NDP votes against that, Mr.
Speaker. The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Across Canada, Facebook users are very concerned to learn that their private messages can now be consulted publicly on their homepages. This privacy breach is a problem that is not limited to Facebook, but the longer the government waits, the worse the situation. This is the 21st century. When will the Conservatives finally update our legislation to solve the problem of privacy breaches on the Internet? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, of course, this government did introduce Bill C-12, which is an important tool for ensuring a stronger digital economy in Canada. And of course, we would look forward to government support in moving that forward, or opposition support in moving that forward. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville.
Already out of date. They're still stuck in a world of 8-track tapes. This Facebook privacy concern is a concern to millions of Canadians. But the issue is bigger than that.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville has the floor. Order. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville.
Yes, I do know what an 8-track tape is.
Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville.
Release new research raising concerns about popular websites disclosing personal information to third parties without consent. If government members need help understanding Facebook, I'm happy to lend a hand. But we need a modern approach to digital issues. When will the government take serious steps to address the serious privacy concerns of Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased that the honourable member has a grandmother or grandfather who shared information about 8-track tapes with her. I could tell her a thing or two about LPs, which is something from my time. But, Mr. Speaker, Canadians have given our government a strong mandate to stay focused on what matters, creating jobs and economic growth. Ensuring trust and confidence through the protection of personal information is essential to the growth of the digital economy. Our government will continue to help protect consumers and businesses from the misuse of their personal information, and we do urge the opposition to join us in that.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A fundamental principle of democratic accountability is that you protect the privacy of the individual while ensuring the transparency of the state. Unfortunately, the Conservatives have flipped that principle upside down. And since signing the Accountability Act, Canada has fallen to 51st in the world when it comes to access to information. You know, citizens in Niger and Angola have better rights for access to information. Simple question, what is this government afraid of? Why did they sign the Accountability Act, and why did they turn their back on the rights of Canadians for transparent government?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I got some good statistics for the Honourable Member and for this House, of course. The Government of Canada in 2010-11, for that year that was measured, received 41,641 new access to information requests. That's over 15% more than the previous year. The volume has increased by almost 50% since 2005, and more than 90% of the requests are processed within the government's 120-day standard.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
So then why is the parliamentary budget officer taking him to get to court for basic information for parliamentarians? They ran on a promise of accountability, and they broke that promise, and there's no greater example than the member himself who ran a $50 million slush fund through his office and buried the documents. So I'm sorry, his talk about open government has all the credibility of a flim-flam salesman at some country carnival. They ran on a promise of making more accountable government. Why did they break that promise?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
I don't know what the Honourable Member is actually talking about, Mr. Speaker. What I can tell you is that when it comes to open data, Mr. Speaker, there are over 272,000 data sets online right now at data.gc.ca, where people, all citizens, can access that data, can use it to create new apps for mobile phones, can use it to help their business or their personal lives, Mr. Speaker. That's what we do. We give data to the people of Canada because it's their data, Mr. Speaker.
And the honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, last week the military ombudsman presented a thoughtful, balanced report on the mental health of our men and women in uniform. Even this, however, was too much for the Minister of Defence, who slapped down the ombudsman for his quote-unquote advocacy. It's clear that any officer of Parliament, be it the PBO or the Auditor General, now the military ombudsman, that crosses the Conservative propaganda machine will be destroyed. If the ombudsman can't, Mr. Speaker, and if the minister won't, Mr. Speaker, who will stand up for our troops?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
You're looking at him, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell you, I am so proud of the support that our government has provided for our men and women in uniform. $1 billion annually to address all of the needs across the Canada First Defence strategy. With respect to the Ombudsman, Mr. Speaker, he was very supportive in his remarks that he had for our changes. He said, so we're very, very pleased to see that there's a strong commitment from the Minister and the senior leadership, and as a matter of fact, to address this shortfall and to bring more care providers on the front line. A glowing endorsement from the Ombudsman, who this member seems to be trying to defend.
The honourable member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, Liberals repeatedly warned this government that the cancellation of the mandatory long-form census would cause the participation rate to plummet. Now we know it's fallen by over 25%, and now we know that 1 in 10 communities will not reach the 50% level necessary for them to have data that they can use to plan their communities. Most of these are the small and rural communities. Why does this government continue to form policy based on ideology instead of evidence?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Well, the honourable member refers to ideology, and again, I'll say this government does not hold the ideology that someone should be threatened with jail time because they don't want to tell the government what their religion is. We don't believe that someone should be threatened with jail time because they don't want to say how many hours of housework they did or how much time they spent with their kids, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, as I said before, StatsCan is continuing its data quality assessment of the data from the National Household Survey and will make the results available as this work is completed.
The honourable member for Chambly-Bourg-Duba. Mr. Speaker, young Canadians are less and less active and suffer from major health problems. According to Statistics Canada, close to 1.6 million young people suffer from obesity. Instead of finding solutions, the minister congratulates himself in this House on the government's dismal record and uses a curling lesson as a photo op. When will Canadians see a real policy on sport that helps them adopt an active lifestyle? The Honourable Minister of State for Sport.
Speaker, keeping Canadians active and involved in sports lead to healthier, happier lifestyles. That is why our government is working hard to provide families and children with opportunity to take part in physical activity. We created Children's Fitness Tax Credit and continue to work closely with partners like Participation, Grande Fee, and the provinces and the territories to make sure Canadians stay active and healthy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chambly-Beauce.
Speaker, no matter how hard the minister sweeps, this problem isn't going away. Tax credits are nothing but burned stones to those who can't even afford sports for their kids in the first place. The fact is, young Canadians are less and less active and are suffering the consequences of obesity and being overweight. Will the minister hurry hard and commit to working with provinces and municipalities to improve access to sports and the necessary infrastructure?
The Honourable Minister of State for Sport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite the opinion of the opposition, our government's support towards increasing physical activity among Canadians is welcomed and working. As stated by Kelly Marmot's CEO of Participation, we are delighted with the Government of Canada's commitment to Participation and we applaud their support for the promotion of physical activity and healthy living. For example, Sport Day in Canada saw 900,000 Canadians taking part in sport and recreation events in 425 different communities across the country. Thank you.
That's great. Honourable Member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Mr. Speaker, today a lawsuit is being filed by a former prisoner claiming that the Government of Canada violated his human rights by not providing him with clean needles to inject illegal substances while he is in prison. My constituents are concerned that not only are convicted violent prisoners doing drugs, but that they want to have their needles paid for by the Canadian taxpayers. Can the Minister of Public Safety please comment on whether he will establish a needle exchange program for prisoners, and what is he doing to stop illegal drugs in our prisons?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, while I cannot comment on a specific case before the courts, I can say that our government is committed to developing a correctional system that actually corrects criminal behaviour. Our government has a zero-tolerance policy for drugs in our institutions. That is why we made a commitment during the last election to develop drug-free prisons. Drug use among prisoners dramatically reduces their chances of successful rehabilitation.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, just last night, Conservatives were celebrating cuts to CFIA and hundreds of staff affected by their budget. Yet it turns out our Food Safety Agency waited 2 weeks to issue a notice about beef contaminated with E. coli from XL Foods, and only finally issued it after American inspectors caught it. We warned Conservative cuts to food inspection would leave us dangerously exposed. Clearly, it was not just backroom administrative cuts. I asked the minister this: who is responsible for our food safety now that his cuts have removed vital inspectors? The Americans? XL Foods? That's it.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said in reply to the ill-informed NDP, the CFIA agency captured the affected food the day that E. coli was found on September the 4th. They did that. They put a rope around it and held on to it. To build on that, they had an enhanced recall, a voluntary recall with XL mid-September to get any type of cross-contamination from other lines that went through the plant. They did that voluntarily. They did that to ensure that Canadian food supply is safe. They're able to do that, Mr. Speaker, because we put hundreds of millions of dollars and hundreds of inspectors back on the front line after the decade of drift under that party, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. For the Conservatives, everything's about economic efficiency, but when it comes to social housing, they do everything they can to be inefficient. The different levels of government spend at least $4.5 billion on health, police, and prison services linked to homelessness. According to a recent study, the federal government could save 54% of this amount by giving the homeless access to better housing. The facts are clear. Reinvesting these savings would help fight poverty and homelessness. Will the minister finally admit this and pledge to offer stable funding for social housing? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what we are doing. We have signed agreements with the provinces and territories over 5 years for major amounts to prevent homelessness in this country. Also, Mr. Speaker, we are responsible for over 600 million, 60,000. I apologize.
Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the NDP voted against helping all of those Canadians in need.
Honourable Member for Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to our Economic Action Plan, we have the fastest-growing economy in the G7. In fact, just today, Statistics Canada announced that retail sales rose in July, beating all forecasts. But the economic recovery remains fragile and cannot withstand the dangerous economic experiments proposed by the NDP. I'm wondering if the minister can please update this House how an imposition of a new tax could hurt Canadian families and the economic recovery.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
The member from Peace River. Pertinent question. Our government's economic action plan is working, but while we're working to protect Canada's economic recovery, the opposition is advocating a carbon tax. And let's be clear, while they are in denial about it, it is written in black and white on page 4 of their costing document. It talks about taking $21 million straight out of the fragile Canadian economy and dumping it into the government coffers. And of course, Mr. Speaker, it's middle-class families that will pay.
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
The Thunder Bay Marine Communications and Traffic Services Centre that monitors Lake Superior, the St. Mary's River, and the North Shore of Lake Huron will close in 2014. Fewer operators further away will be answering almost 400 more calls. How can they forget tragedies like the Edmund Fitzgerald? Cette fermeture est une recette pour...
This closing is a recipe for even more disasters on our Great Lakes.
Our Conservatives making reckless cuts to essential services in Northern Ontario. Why are they weakening marine safety?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. Mr. Speaker, technology has evolved over the last number of years, and the Coast Guard's our government is investing in the Coast Guard's infrastructure to take advantage of today's technology to deliver the same services from larger centres at strategic locations across the country. Better connected centres equipped with modern technology will ensure improved reliability of service, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, the chair of the Board of Directors of the Battlefields Commission has just stirred up a controversy in Quebec by threatening to drastically reduce the number of major events held on the Plains of Abraham. This reckless decision will have major, serious consequences on the visibility of the city, on tourism, and on the economy of the entire region. As Mayor Labaume says, the Plains of Abraham are part of his life and part of the city. Does the minister condone this reckless decision on the part of the Commission, or will he act to protect the cultural vitality and the tourism vitality of our national capital? The Honourable Minister of Heritage. Mr. Speaker, we are currently in discussion with Quebec City and the Battlefields Commission to find a proper formula for protecting the cultural vitality that exists in Quebec City, and certainly to protect the heritage of this building and this special space for Canada.
Question period for today. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of astronaut Chris Hadfield.
Retired Colonel Hadfield is a Canadian astronaut who will be heading into space for the third time this December.
He's scheduled to spend 6 months on the space station, and in the second half of the mission, he will take command, which will make him the first Canadian commander of the International Space Station. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government business, business of supply. Opposition motion on income inequality.
The honourable member for is it Toronto Centre on a point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I know my colleague from Souris, Moose Mountain, wants to make a statement to the House that I know we will all receive. We all shared his concern that he expressed before question period. Perhaps he could fill us in now on the news from Saskatchewan, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain is rising.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inform this House that the fire at the Rocanville mine has been put out. The miners are safe, and we trust that they will be rescued soon and at their home with their loved ones. Thank you.
I'm sure the House appreciates the good news. When question period started, the honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor had questions and comments left, but oh, is he there? Oh, there he is. So, if we can have a little bit of order. I'll ask members who wish to carry on conversations to do so outside of the chamber. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question that the member asked earlier today in question period. I'm wondering if maybe he could put the question he asked in question period incorporate that into the motion that the Liberal Party put forward as an opposition day.
Oh, sorry. The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Yes, indeed. It was interesting, though, after a question period occurred, I had a message from my office when the minister answered her question. Let me first set up the question, if you didn't get to see it. Her name is Louise. She lives in my riding. She's a single mom of 2. Now, she was able to achieve a job for 2 days a week as a receptionist. And because of the rules under the old system, she was allowed to earn up to 40%. So she was allowed to keep her benefits. At the same time, she was also allowed to keep the money from part-time work. So finally, Louise was able to move ahead. She was getting forward. The minister responded to this, and I asked her, why would these new rules claw back dollar for the first dollar that she makes 50 cents? Basically, she's going to earn less. The minister stood in the House and said that's not the case. She's actually going to earn more. Well, the question came from the riding is, why is it that she's making in EI benefits $100 less every 2 weeks than last year? Am I missing something here? You know, I think in the United States, Bill Clinton talked about that key word called arithmetic, which sometimes escapes us here. I don't quite understand. As my colleague from Cape Breton pointed out, the paycheck doesn't lie. She makes $100 less. And again, I would ask the government, when she was getting better, why did they make it worse for her?
Questions and comments, questions and commentaires. The honourable member for Peterborough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, the members put forward a question. Well, as you would know, EI is a program that's based on a percentage of income. There's a whole number of variables that can lead to different amounts of money being received. But I'd like to ask the member a more basic question. He brought it up at the end of his speech. He started talking about U.S. politics and about 47%. He was rambling on about things that really don't apply to Canada. I'm just curious. The Liberal Party has brought this motion forward today to talk about income inequality. I'm just curious if the member has seen virtue. If he has seen virtue in so many of the programs that we have brought forward, why has he consistently voted against these measures? And specifically with respect to EI, why this member doesn't recognize that the EI system today is encouraging people and supporting people in a fashion it never did under the Liberal Party.
The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
What part of the fact that she is making less than she did under the last program does he not get? Can I keep using that word arithmetic once again? I stand up, I say arithmetic escapes us, and all of a sudden someone stands up and defies the logic of arithmetic once again. Why did I vote against them? Because they don't work. And you know why? Because Louise told me. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député d'Alfred Pellant.
Now, member for Alfred Pellant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was here during my colleague's speech before a question period, and I was quite interested in the motion. I had a chance to read it, but what interested me the most were the last few points, and I was wondering if he could say a bit more about point E, removing interest charges from the federal component of student loans. Because I was a student not so long ago, I know a lot of my colleagues are still trying to pay off their student debt, so I wonder if you could say a bit more about that.
Grand Falls, Windsor.
Actually, I would wholeheartedly like to thank my colleague. Merci beaucoup. Vous êtes très gentil.
Thank you very much. You're very kind.
Part of my speech is my time was limited before question period, and that's the very, very, very essential point, because I talked about students and under the guise of youth unemployment, but there's also that element of when there's youth unemployment like that, it becomes that much more difficult to pay off these student loans, high interest charges, and we have to look at that as zeroing in and targeting that particular expense, which is an impediment towards first-time homes, first-time cars, for them to be able to get that first job. There more can be done on that account. There are many policies in the past that should be looked at, resurrected, so that students can get a break on tuition while in school. But at the same time, the interest charges have become quite crippling. So I'd like to thank my colleague for that question.
Resuming debate, les prises du débat, the honourable member for York West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate my colleague on his excellent presentation and the fact that he put out some examples of some of the issues that are affecting his constituents. And I think quite often that's when people can really relate how the paychecks don't lie. If you had $100 less today than you had a year ago, then clearly the changes they're making under the premise that they're helping people certainly aren't helping that group of people. But I guess you refer to them as those people. Is what they're talking about, right? So I'm very pleased to have an opportunity to speak today about a very important motion, which is our Opposition Day motion on income inequality. And what that word means is quite simply, it's the difference between those who have and those who don't have. And the Liberals have always tried to eliminate that, and so that everybody has to some degree. Some have more, some have less. But we don't have the difference between those who have next to nothing and the others who continue to get richer. But the motion is important because it does urge all of us as parliamentarians to consider the kind of Canada that we all want. Do we, as parliamentarians, want a country where only the strong survive, or a country where we all work together to build and maintain communities where everyone has an equal place? I have a hard time believing that that isn't a goal of all parliamentarians in this House, regardless of what your party flavour is. The motion today calls upon the government to take several simple and immediate steps to reduce the growing income inequality in Canada. The measures are simple things, not complex. They're not going to cost millions. Examples are a rollback on the employment insurance premium hikes, which inflict a higher relative burden, again, on low to modest income workers. Ending the punitive new clawback that my colleagues have been speaking about today from employment insurance that are clearly discouraging people from working. And I think the goal of all of us in government should be to even those who are on employment insurance, is to be able to have them working a few extra days or a few extra hours, because maybe it will lead to a full-time job eventually. It improves their skill sets and provides more opportunities for them. Third was making tax credits, such as the family caregiver tax credit, refundable. It's no sense giving tax credits if the only people who are going to benefit are those in the high incomes. Right. We're talking about many people in the lower income who need these, but they're absolutely no use because they don't make enough money. The Registered Disability Savings Plan, making it available to sufferers of serious chronic diseases such as multiple sclerosis. My colleague from Etobicoke North has done a huge amount of work on the whole issue of MS, and we've heard from many of them in this House
and the difficulties. As an example, I'm using MS as one of the chronic diseases and the difficulties they have. So let's make the Registered Disability Savings Plan available to them as well. And removing interest from federal student loans. We're also hearing from our students all across Canada about the massive amount of student debt that they're carrying. So why can't we forego the interest section? As a good measure, it isn't going to be millions of dollars. A lot of it gets written off because they can't find jobs, and so it gets written off anyway. So why not do the right thing and eliminate it from the federal perspective? But that's right, we're calling on this government to set aside their might is right agenda just for a moment, and let's seriously look at this whole income inequality issue that's moving forward, and ask the government to vote for our Opposition Day motion.
They should.
And help those who are unemployed as well as employers, those who are in the lowest income bracket, the elderly, families, the disabled, those suffering from chronic disease, and those students who are struggling to get their education. This motion is about helping those who sometimes fall beneath the cracks, and we all know of many of those. In simple terms, in a country like Canada, it's unacceptable that these people would be subjected to the poverty and squalor that we know, and you're hearing examples as we continue to do the of the suffering that is out there. Not everybody is happy out there. Not everybody is doing real well and having 2 or 3 cars. There's lots and lots of suffering and struggling out there. As parliamentarians, we can and we must do more to help those who struggle to make ends meet. Who knows what a difference these small measures might make in the lives of many who need them most. For example, last night my office received a call from a man in southern Ontario named Dan. Dan came to Canada with his family 47 years ago with absolutely nothing in his pockets, like many new immigrants. But over the years, Dan and his family struggled, had 2 jobs, 3 jobs sometimes, and they often had difficulty making ends meet. But they were able to access a variety of government programming and supports when it was available. And as a result of their work and an occasional hand up, today Dan is the CEO of a successful and growing multimedia business. So just imagine, if those programs hadn't been available, where would Dan be today? Well, Dan would probably be still living on welfare, and who knows the impact that would have had on his quality of life, on his family, and on his children. Well, today Dan gives back to his community by operating a food bank and by helping other fledgling businesses to grow on a voluntary basis because he had a hand up, not a hand out. He's father and grandfather, and he has helped other members of his family to grow and expand in their own lives. So I think that was a great investment in Dan.
Sure.
But I wonder who would have been better off had we as a country opted not to help Dan. Well, sadly, the PM said once, and I remember when the Prime Minister said these words because I kind of shuddered, thinking, well, surely you'll never get a majority, you'll never have that opportunity. Well, that day is here. Prime Minister once said, and it's clearly in lots of quotes, "Give me a chance, and I will change the face of Canada forever." Step by step by step, that's exactly what's happening. Even though we've only got 39% of Canadians who voted for him, he's got the votes to do whatever he wants in this House. Many of the programs that once helped people like Dan have fallen by the wayside under the watch of this government. I referred to them back at question period. Leaving people behind seems to be an emerging policy of this current government. Inflation is driving up the price of everything from education to groceries to home heating. And with median family income stagnating or declining, Canadians are being hit from both sides. But instead of taking the steps to reduce income inequality, this government is sticking its head in the sand by refusing a committee to even do a study on it. Let's look into the issue of what's happening. We hear income inequality used a lot. Let's get a bit of understanding of what it was. Tried to do that through the good work of our finance critic at committee, and that was voted down because the government would rather stick its head in the sand and ignore these kinds of issues than truly move forward. So earlier today, the member for Wellington-Halton Hills asked the question, of course, what will these measures cost? Well, the bigger question is, what is the cost of doing nothing? Because if nobody did anything, Dan wouldn't be where he is today as a very successful business helping other people. Well, if we can find billions for new fighter jets, for high-priced orange juice, and for fake lakes, why can't we find a few bucks to someone who's struggling with MS or a student struggling with high tuition?
Absolutely.
Well, folks, it's all about priorities. Liberal priorities are people. For me, this debate shows the philosophical difference between Liberals and Conservatives. Whether we're referencing the old age pensions delivered by Mackenzie King's government, or the Old Age Security Act delivered by Louis St. Laurent government, or the Canadian Pension Plan and Guaranteed Income Supplement, both delivered by Lester Pearson, all of these were delivered by the Liberal Party of Canada while we continued in a fiscally responsible government and left $14 billion surplus in the bank for the Conservatives when they came into power. Surely we could find some common ground on this issue. It doesn't have to be an issue of Conservative versus NDP versus Liberal. It's something that we could all vote for, and let's look into it because it affects all of our families. So the Parliamentary Secretary admitted today that poverty is still a problem in Canada, and I agree with her. But however, when one finds himself in a hole, why would they continue to dig down further and further? Why not say, yes, we have these issues, and let's work together with all parliamentarians to make that difference. The cost of inaction is very, very high, and blaming people isn't the way to go. Let's all vote for this particular motion and move forward Canada's agenda.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Peterborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while I appreciate the fact that the Liberals are concerned, and I would argue all members in this House are concerned, but those less fortunate in their communities, we'd all like to see them do better, and indeed we'd all like to see better outcomes for each and every person in our riding. We may have different ideas and different philosophies about how to make that happen, but one thing I can say is it's very difficult to encourage kind of across the aisle dialogue and cooperation on these issues when you impugn the motives of the government and members on this side by suggesting that our priorities are something other than what they are. Now, the government has indicated that it's focused on the economy and on jobs and on creating opportunity for Canadians. The Liberals may disagree with how we've gone about that, but I would argue that the results speak for themselves. And I'd encourage the members opposite that if they'd like to see cooperation across the aisle, then we can't seek to impugn the motives of each and every member of this House, who all, I believe, want to see better outcomes for their constituents.
The honourable member of York West.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for the question. It's all about how you get there. It's all about investing in jobs, investing in the economy. But if the bottom line is let's make sure we can lower the taxes because somehow that's going to go out and create the jobs, I think every Canadian wants a job. When people don't work, they don't feel fulfilled. There's so many other things that happen as a result of unemployment. The idea is what else do we need to do to make sure we're creating jobs? It's not just about lowering taxes. And in my comments, it wasn't about disparaging. It's about actual comments that show the intention of the government does not seem to recognize that, well, they may have their own agenda, and that's the economy. The agenda on the economy is everybody's agenda, because the economy helps to produce a strong country. But at the same time as you do that, you can be fiscally responsible, but you can also be socially responsible at the same time.
Question commentaire.
Questions and comments.
Honourable Deputy.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellant. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech and her party for the motion tabled in the House today, which is a very interesting one. I read the motion and I was interested in point C about the family caregiver tax credit. That's a very important point in the motion. We have a lot of family caregivers. There will be more and more in future given our aging population. Does the member think that it's important to look at that part of the motion to make sure that tax credits are refundable for low-income families? Doesn't she find it sad that the Conservatives want to vote against that?
West.
Thank you very much to my colleague for that question. The issue of our caregivers and the struggles that they are having, all of us know several, if not hundreds, of people who are caring for a sick family member. But giving that caregiving tax credit, it sounds great, but if it is not fully refundable, just giving it as a tax credit doesn't help the very people that we're talking about today, who have taken time out of their jobs, quit, put an end to their careers so that they could take care of a sick family member. So clearly there's much more to be done. This is it's a one step in that direction, but we want it to be refundable so that it truly helps everybody that needs it.
The honourable member from Winnipeg North. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the member could provide comment. She was actually a minister of government when the Liberals were in government in regards to the Kelowna Accord and how agreements between different stakeholders can actually assist in bringing more equity amongst all people if you get governments working together to achieve things like the Kelowna Accord.
The honourable member for York West.
Well, you referenced the Kelowna Accord. I can also think about the child care agreement that was in 3 months of being finalized, and unfortunately the NDP voted against that, and we lost one of the most progressive social programs we could have. Again, Kelowna is another example about the kinds of programs that can work together and the kinds of policies that can come out when everybody works together. But that means truly listening. And I go back to my colleague, and I forgot the writing that my Conservative colleague came from. I should know it. It's in the paper enough. But unfortunately, I've forgotten what it is. But I think he was quite sincere in his intent to move forward and try to help many of these families out. I think a positive result today on something as important as income inequality by all of us voting for it could maybe be a start in the right direction. And then maybe tomorrow there'll be less rhetoric in this House and a little bit more of an ambience that we're actually going to work together on something.
Resuming debate, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. I'm pleased to speak to the motion from the interim leader of the third party. And when addressing the topic of income inequality, I'd hoped he had researched what has happened to the level of poverty in Canada under our Conservative government. Under our Conservative government, poverty has decreased to an all-time low. In fact, it was in 1996, under the previous Liberal government, that Canada's poverty rate reached its highest level in more than 40 years. 40 years. What an abysmal record. Under the Liberals, Canada's poverty rate hit 15.2%. In 2010, as the world economy continues to struggle and Canada continues to show leadership on the world stage under our Prime Minister, with a strong, stable, national majority Conservative government, 9% of Canada's population lives in poverty. While this number is still too high, we are continuing to act to reduce it. And this number represents the lowest percentage in Canadian history. In fact, it's 32% lower than under the Liberals. To put this in context, 1.3 million Canadians under the Conservative government have escaped poverty. In 1996, under the Liberals, the peak of poverty in the last 40 years, 16.2% of women were considered to be low income. In 2010, I'm pleased to report that poverty amongst women dropped to an all-time low of 9%, which is a 57% decrease in poverty. Another hard truth for the Liberals is that before 2006, children experienced a higher rate of poverty than adults in Canada. In 2006, after we Conservatives formed government, for the first time in history, children had a lower poverty rate than adults in Canada. And that's something all of us can be proud of. In 1996, under the previous Liberal government, 18% of children lived in poverty, which is 3% higher than working-aged Canadians. As a mother of a young son myself, I find it appalling that Liberals not only tolerated, but they continue to contribute to the increase of child poverty through their mean-spirited and poorly thought-out cuts to transfer payments to the provinces. However, under our Conservative leadership, by 2010, this number had been cut in half, with 8.2% of children considered to be living in poverty, a rate which is 1.9% lower than working-aged Canadians. But to be fair, any amount of child or adult poverty in Canada is too much. There is, however, Mr. Speaker, a pattern here. Under the Liberals, you get more child poverty. Under the Conservatives, you get less child poverty. For 13 years, the Liberals, who are so sanctimonious today, held a majority government. When they had the votes to pass any piece of legislation to enact any program whatsoever, what did they do? Well, these self-proclaimed mighty defenders of those Canadians in need did the following. They launched an attack on the poor, on the sick, and the needy like no government before or since has ever done. They gutted transfers to provinces and to territories with staggering, unprecedented cuts totaling tens of billions of dollars each and every year. When they cut money to the provinces for health care, hospitals in my community closed. Nurses were fired. Doctors saw their working conditions deteriorate like never before. And when they cut money for social services, for transfers to schools and colleges and universities, those buildings crumbled. Community services were scaled back like never before. And this is not rhetoric. I'm not exaggerating for effect. This is what happened. This is the Liberal record. The statistics speak for themselves. Under the Liberals, the increase to the highest rates of poverty in 40 years happened in tandem with the cuts to provincial transfers. And unlike the Liberals, our Conservative government made a commitment and cemented it in law that those transfers will never, ever be cut, and that they will always continue to grow each and every year. And that is exactly what we have done. Now think about that. Our approach to transfers for things like hospitals and schools to the provinces. They're the most significant means by which provinces help those in need. It's been called more than generous by all sorts of third-party observers. Why have the Liberals voted against this at every opportunity? We, the Conservatives, have taken many crucial steps as a government to ensure that vulnerable Canadians can fully participate in our economy. In 2007, we introduced the working income tax benefit to help ensure that more low and modest income Canadians are financially better off as a result of getting a job. In Budget 2009, this tax benefit was enhanced by $580 million, effectively doubling the initial investment to provide further support to working Canadians and their families. Mr. Speaker, we believe the family is a very important building block of society, and it's one of the most important investments we can make as a society. Our government is committed to their well-being, and we gave Canadian parents the choice to decide what kind of childcare they need for their families. By providing parents $100 each month for each child under 6 years of age, a benefit that I certainly received for my son, the universal child care benefit enables parents to choose the care that best suits the needs of their children. In Budget 2010, we made changes to the universal child care benefit to ensure that single-parent families and parents with joint custody are treated fairly. Our government provides annual financial support under the universal child care benefit to about 1.5 million Canadian families. This is one program alone, and it's responsible for lifting 55,000 children out of poverty. We provide over $800 million to parents through the child care expense deduction, as well as about $1.5 billion per year in tax support for families through the child tax credit. Mr. Speaker, this amounts to the largest investment in early childhood development and child care in Canadian history. Our government recognizes that it may be difficult for people who have full-time jobs to care for family members with serious illness or disabilities. And that's why our government introduced improvements to the EI program to help parents balance work and family responsibilities during financially difficult and emotionally devastating times. For example, we expanded the list of family members and others considered as family under the compassionate care benefits so that eligible workers can take a temporary absence from their work to provide care for a gravely ill individual who faces a significant risk of death. And for the first time ever, our government created a program so that self-employed Canadians can opt into the EI program to receive maternity and parental and sickness and compassionate care benefits. Foster parents who have a child placed with them for the purposes of adoption can now take parental leave earlier instead of having to wait until the legal proceedings conclude. And we've also expanded access to parental benefits for military families. As Parliamentary Secretary to Veterans Affairs, I have the privilege of serving the brave men and women who stand up for our nation. It was our government that made the changes to ensure that military members who return from deployment can take their parental leave over a longer period of time, ensuring that they have a very important opportunity to bond with their young new babies. Most recently, our government introduced the Helping Families in Need Act, which was tabled last week. It's a bill that introduces necessary legislative changes to help hardworking Canadian families at times when they need it the most. As a mom, I was thrilled that the government introduced the Helping Families in Need Act to provide support to families in their time of need. The bill provides for an EI benefit for parents and guardians of critically ill children. It also provides an EI benefit of $350 a week for 35 weeks for parents of children who have been kidnapped or murdered. I can't imagine the devastation and the anxiety of these family members as they struggle with a kidnapped child or a critically ill child. I think that in these types of circumstances, Canadians can understand why we would want to step forward and support these families to ensure that their prime concern and their prime focus remains on their children, and so that they don't need to worry about their jobs or about paying the mortgage and putting food on the table. Sadly, the NDP voted against the Ways and Means motion required to introduce this new law. I would hope that the opposition parties could stand and support our measures to help Canadian families. We have been very strong, very solid, and our track record speaks for itself. Very succinctly, child poverty, adult poverty, and poverty amongst women has been dramatically reduced in Canada under Conservatives, and you'll recall that under the Liberals, it was dramatically higher, an all-time 40-year high. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for her speech. I don't really see how she can be opposed to the Liberal motion, especially when you look at the provision that seeks to help students with their loans. We see that students are increasingly in debt. People's wages are not keeping up with inflation, have not in the past 25 years. What we're proposing is to improve Canadian programs to subsidize students. That would cost $200 million a year because federal transfers have been reduced. So this is a measure that would be a good one. It would be good for the Conservatives to help youth get out of debt when they finish their studies and continue their studies if need be.
Ferris.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the honourable member opposite for the opportunity to clarify the record. I certainly spoke to it during my remarks. In fact, under a Conservative government, transfers to provinces for health care for universities, colleges and hospitals has not decreased. It's actually increased. It was under the Liberal government, I think that's probably what the honourable member is thinking about, it was the Liberal government, when they had a majority government, that they dramatically slashed transfers to hospitals. That's when all those hospitals in the Toronto area closed, as they did across the country. So the Conservative government has a very strong track record in maintaining transfers for our needed social programs to our provinces.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, the member has demonstrated she has this ability to read the speaking notes from the Prime Minister's office, and I applaud her for that, I guess. She's also demonstrated that she knows how to manipulate stats. And I don't necessarily applaud her for that, Mr. Speaker. The reality is, during the Trudeau era, the poverty went down from double digits in and around that 11% plus down to 7-8%. And then it hovered with the Mulroney years between that 7 and 8%. And then when the Chrétien government came in, it reduced it from that 7% down to 5%. And we left this government a huge budget surplus. We left this government an economic opportunity to be able to make a difference, a significant difference in tackling the issue of poverty. The question I have for the member is, why doesn't she recognize the facts as they are, as opposed to try to deceive Canadians by being very selective in what she is pointing out, which is not necessarily reflective of history?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
In fact, Mr. Speaker, I lived in Ontario at the time of the Martin majority government, and what came to be was that he balanced a budget by dramatically cutting transfers to the province of Ontario and other provinces. And during that time, a slew of hospitals crumbled and had to close. Nurses had to be fired. That is the Liberal track record. And every Canadian, certainly every Ontario resident and everyone that lived in the Toronto area certainly recalls those times. That is the Liberal record. Our Conservative government has maintained transfers to hospitals and each and every year has continued to increase them. Something I campaign for and something every single Conservative budget has delivered. We actually keep our word.
The excuse me. Honourable member, and I'm looking for his writing. The honourable member from Nipissing to Miskaming.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The motion before us touches on many aspects of the work that our government has been doing to benefit hardworking Canadian families. I was wondering if my colleague could provide comment on how these benefits contrast with the NDP's plan to impose a jobs-killing carbon tax.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Veterans Affairs, 25 seconds.
Thanks very much. It's actually an outstanding question. It's a question that my residents also want to hear about. Unlike the NDP, who wants to bring in a new tax to take money out of hardworking Canadian families' pockets, to have civil servants and Ottawa spend, and to increase the cost of groceries and every single aspect of their daily living, our Conservative government continues to cut taxes. One of the most obvious ones is the GST. We've cut that from 7 to 6 to 5%. That helps every Canadian family every single day, every time they make a purchase. We continue to provide all sorts of additional tax benefits, and we've lowered the tax burden for Canadian families to some of the lowest levels in Canadian history. That's the Conservative track record, Mr. Speaker, and we'll continue to keep on that track.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm standing up in this House to share with the members why I will not be able to support this motion from the interim leader of the Liberal Party. And although our government really takes the issue of income inequality very seriously, to be quite frank, I find this motion to be a vague and very disconnected and a typical Liberal approach in terms of these issues. The Liberal leader said it was 5 very practical steps, but when he was asked what was the cost, he didn't have any ideas. As I've listened to the debate throughout the day, I haven't heard how many people it's going to help, how it's going to impact. It's really very, very nebulous. So again, these ideas do not knit together as a comprehensive strategy. For example, what about seniors? There's not anything. Are seniors not important in terms of the issues of income inequality? So again, really, I'm proud to be part of a Conservative government that really acts rather than wanting to do more studies. So I would like to share with you some of the things that we are doing that are actually acting. And I've taken one example. I've said there's nothing about seniors in this. And so share with you some of the things that we're doing as a government to deal with this very, very important issue. But before I start, I'd certainly, if I'm going to talk about seniors, I really want to thank them for the sacrifices they've made and the foundational role that they've played in building our nation, and they certainly deserve our gratitude and support. They are the men and women who have worked tirelessly to build a better country for future generations. They are the men and women who have served in our armed forces to keep Canada free and make the world a safer place. And this weekend I had the opportunity to go to the War Museum, and I can't tell you how struck I was as I went through the exhibits of 1812 to the Boer War to World War I to the World War II, and read those very, very personal stories of those people that have made this great country what it is today. It was very, very touching, and I certainly encourage people to, if they haven't been there, to take some time and make sure that they do go through that particular museum. Again, our seniors are the men and women who worked endless hours. They gave their blood, sweat, and tears to build the economy of today, and that's be it a business big or small, or a farm, or an innovative small business. And that's why our Conservative government since 2006 has introduced a lot of initiatives to benefit our seniors and to make their golden years a little bit easier. And again, I think we've heard it time and time again. We introduced what we think are very, very important measures, and the Liberal Party has stood up and voted against it. And even this includes a lot of the measures that we've introduced to help some of Canada's most impoverished seniors. So that's why you've got to look at this motion and say they're talking about the Registered Disability Plan. It's a little bit disingenuous when we've introduced it and they voted against it. So take, for example, the Guaranteed Income Supplement, or the GIS top-up for the most vulnerable seniors. This top-up has helped since July 2011 seniors with little or no income other than OAS and GIS by giving them additional benefits of up to $600 for single seniors and up to $840 per couple. And I've heard loud and clear from constituents in my riding how important that is and what an important positive change it's been. This is the largest GIS increase for the lowest income seniors in a quarter of a century. This is an investment of $300 million per year for our seniors. This initiative that will improve the financial security and well-being of more than 680,000 seniors right across Canada. And even the Canadian Labour Congress, who, as you're aware, is probably not our best friend of our government, has said, and I'll quote, "This is a win for every senior living in poverty in Canada." And what did the Liberal Party do? They voted against helping the seniors most in need. There's more that we've done. We've made sure that seniors can earn up to $3,500 more before the GIS is reduced, so that our seniors will be able to keep more of their hard-earned money without any reductions to their benefits. There's other, but again, Liberal Party voted against it. Unfortunately, that's not all that the Liberal Party has voted against. They've opposed things when it's come to reducing taxes for seniors. We've cut taxes for seniors and pensioners by more than $2.5 billion in targeted tax relief. Specifically, since 2006, our government has increased the age credit by 1,000 in 2006 and by another 1,000 in 2009. We've doubled the maximum amount of income eligible for the pension income credit to $2,000. We've introduced the very, very popular pension income splitting, all hugely important measures that are helping reduce the inequity for seniors. Increase the age limit for maturing pensions and registered retirement savings plans, or RSPs, to 71 from 69 years of age. So combined, our Conservative government's low tax record for seniors has substantially increased the income seniors can earn before they are required to pay a cent in income tax. For example, in 2012, a single senior can earn just over $19,000 and a senior couple over $39,000 before paying any federal income tax whatsoever. Even better, Mr. Speaker, as a result of our government's actions, 380,000 seniors have been removed from the tax rolls altogether. So, Mr. Speaker, we know that there's much more to be done, and that's why we have done more. Seniors also benefit from tax cuts, the general tax cuts. When we moved the GST from 7 to 6 to 5%, Liberals opposed it. When we reduced the lowest personal income tax rate to 15% from 16%, Liberals opposed it. when we increase the basic personal amount that Canadians can earn without paying federal income tax. They opposed it. So I could go on, but I think when the Liberals oppose the tax-free savings account, they oppose something really helpful for seniors because the income earned within a tax-free savings account and withdrawals from it are not taxed and do not affect eligibility for federal income-tested benefits such as old age security or the guaranteed income supplement. In the words of the respected personal finance columnist Jonathan Chevreau, there is now a way that seniors can save that rewards rather than punishes them. So seniors do know that they have to be responsible, plan for the future, and they understand that one must spend responsibly in order to ensure the next generation will have the services they need. And that's why, as part of our Economic Action Plan 2012, our Conservative government took important steps to ensure the future sustainability of Canada's social programs, placing key social programs on a sustainable path, ensuring that they will be there for future generations. At the same time, we recognize that many Canadian seniors who have the knowledge to share and skills to use don't want to be forced to retire before they choose to. We've given them more options to stay in the workforce if they wish, because we believe they should have the flexibility to continue to work if they so choose. And that's why we eliminated mandatory forced retirement for federally regulated industries. And that's why we will allow seniors wishing to remain in the workforce, they'll be able to delay or defer their OAS pensions for up to 5 years, allowing them to receive a higher annual pension down the road. And that's why we've given massive new funding to the Third Quarter Project to help seniors looking to keep using their skills in the workforce. And that's why we've introduced proactive enrollments into the OAS, removing the need to sign up for benefits for many seniors. A positive measure that columnist Gordon Pape, writing for the Toronto Star, applauded as, and I quote, a welcome elimination of bureaucratic red tape that should have the effect of putting a lot of money into the hands of seniors. And again, I could keep on going. I suspect I'm getting close to my time that's up. But I think the bottom line, Mr. Speaker, is we have a government, we are taking action on so many fronts. They're connected actions, they're for all of the population. And so really this motion is very, again, typical Liberal, it's very disconnected, and really is not going to accomplish what they actually say they want to accomplish. And again, what our government takes very seriously, the issue of income inequality in Canada. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments.
Questions and comments.
Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to remind my Conservative colleague that there are certain regions in Quebec and Canada, including in my riding, where the seasonal industry is one that contributes to the economy, and often it's the last industry that's remaining to those regions to ensure that they can survive. In those regions, for example, Charlevoix, some people have to make a choice. It's either exile or eating bologna. So in either case, there is less money that is circulating in the region, and it creates an economic dynamic that declines and that forces people to leave these regions. So do the Conservatives understand this reality?
Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And absolutely, we have people in seasonal industries across this country. I look in my own riding where we have a number of tourist industries that, for example, skiing that is very periodic. Apple picking in the Okanagan is very periodic. And that's why we have made some changes that really will support those folks on EI in terms of first of all, if there's opportunities, letting them know that the opportunities that are near them, that are within their job skill category, are available for them. So many, many important measures in the budget of last year, the Budget Implementation Act, to support those folks in those industries, very, very important for the communities, for the economy, and will really help, again, to move forward.
And comments? The honourable member from Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the course of this debate, we've spent a fair bit of time talking about people on a first-name basis and hypothetical people. I want to talk about Roger Byers. And Roger Byers has given me permission to use his last name. He's a real person. He lives in a real apartment on Hillsborough Street in downtown Charlottetown. Roger Byers is a frequent user of the EI system, and he's from Atlantic Canada, but he's not lazy. He has two jobs. One job is full-time, 6 months of the year as a laborer for the city of Charlottetown. One job is part-time, year-round, $10 an hour, 20 hours a week at a bingo hall. So for 6 months of the year, this man works 60 hours a week. At the end of his term, every fall, he goes on EI, and under the present rules, the clawback from his bingo hall $10 an hour job is $6. Because of the changes, it's 100. I invite my colleague opposite to look in the camera and to explain to Roger Byers from Charlottetown how these measures are fair to him.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what you're talking about generally is a very important. You have someone that wants jobs and has two jobs and is willing to work and is willing to work hard. And that's why we have made a priority in terms of the economy, jobs, long-term prosperity, because I know your person would really want to have a job that's available to them. So over 770,000 net new jobs since the worst part of the recession have been created, and we're creating a climate for success, for new businesses to be opening in those communities, and those are the things that your person would actually, I'm sure, be very, very interested in, is the opportunity to put in the good work that he does.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Palliser. Is that correct?
Kitchener-Waterloo.
Sorry, should know that since we
Thank you.
earlier today. Honourable member from Kitchener-Waterloo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Palliser sits right next to me. I appreciate my colleague, the parliamentary secretary, outlining how the situation for seniors has improved under our government. And I wanted to ask the parliamentary secretary what she believes are the initiatives that our government has taken that have had the greatest positive impact on low-income, vulnerable seniors in Canada. Thank you.
Very brief response from the parliamentary secretary.
You know, thank you through you, Mr. Speaker, for that really good question. And there was so many items that I outlined in terms of the measures, whether it was the increase in the GIS, the ability to make a little bit more money before the GIS was clawed back. But most importantly, I think what we need to remember, as a finance committee, we traveled, and I think perhaps the Liberals and the NDP are forgetting it. We went to the United States, and we went into a number of meetings, and in every single meeting we went into, the people said, Canada, you are so lucky, your economy is stable, you are just, it's such a fortunate country. And so again, I think the most important thing we can be doing is having a strong, stable economy so that we can continue to support our seniors in need and those around us that are most vulnerable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Etobicoke North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member for Winnipeg North. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address the growing income inequality gap and to ask that the government take immediate action to make a real difference to Canadians, many of whom are suffering. Mr. Speaker, I have the privilege of representing the riding where I'm born and raised. While we are proudly one of the most multicultural ridings in the country, we also have our challenges. Almost 20% of our residents are not yet citizens, so our families face family reunification challenges and language and job barriers. Almost 25% of our families are headed by single parents who work 2 and 3 jobs just to put food on the table. Almost 20% of our riding is engaged in manufacturing, the second highest percentage for the entire country. Mr. Speaker, income inequality hurts Canadians. If middle-class families cannot buy goods and services that businesses are selling, the entire economy can be affected. In fact, research shows that countries with less inequality tend to have steadier and stronger economic growth in the long term. Mr. Speaker, this Parliament should be able to imagine and fight for a future where the people who work hard in my riding and ridings across our great country can get a good job, buy a home, raise a family, pay for their children's education, and save for retirement, and where the income inequality gap is not ever increasing. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to provide 3 concrete examples of how income inequality disproportionately affects our children, those living with disabilities, and those who provide care. How income inequality hurts real Canadians. Let me begin with children, society's most vulnerable and the voiceless, particularly the 1 in 5 who live below the poverty line. I ask directly of the government, what is the state of childhood in Canada? How does Canada compare to other countries? Does the federal government spend enough money on children? And do we even have the data? Who speaks for children and ensures that every child matters? Are children asked and listened to? Do we have the right government structure and policy agenda to ensure effective advocacy of children? Mr. Speaker, we need change for children. We must put children at the center of our policies. Nurture demands political advocacy for children's best interests, starting with the basics of love and care, and seeing through the eyes of children. This is why we so desperately need a Children's Commissioner in Canada, as the member of Westmount Ville-Marie is advocating, who is independent and can speak for the most vulnerable in society. Mr. Speaker, tragically, in some parts of our great country, families eat only 1 meal a day instead of 3. And more often than we would like to admit, some family members eat while others go hungry. No family should face such choices in Canada. No one should face such hardship, not in a country of such enormous wealth. Hundreds of thousands of Canadian children go to school hungry. 40% of our elementary students and 62% of our secondary students do not eat a nutritious breakfast. As a result, they may stop growing and may be too hungry to learn. And when they are older, they may be undereducated to work to their full potential. Despite the staggering statistics, percentages, and well-known outcomes, Canada remains one of the few developed countries without a student nutrition program. Mr. Speaker, if providing food at school increases graduation rates by only 3%, a pan-Canadian school meals program in high schools at a cost of $1.25 a day could result in an annual net payback of more than $500 million. Mr. Speaker, mere private members' bills or motions are not good enough to protect our children, their futures, and our collective future. The government must demonstrate courage and tenacity to swiftly tackle the tragedy of child hunger in Canada while building local markets for Canadian farmers. As Buzz Aldrin says, if we can conquer space, we can conquer childhood hunger. Mr. Speaker, in addition to serving my riding, I have the privilege of serving thousands of Canadians living with devastating multiple sclerosis, who bravely fight their disease each day and who fight for clinical trials for CCSVI, and indeed all those living with the brain disease disorder injury, which affect with mental health 1 in 3 Canadians or 10 million Canadians. Mr. Speaker, while the government has promised a registry and clinical trials for CCSVI, all we have to date is announcements and no action. Mr. Speaker, there are no cures and no effective treatments that will consistently slow or stop neurological disorders. Families often feel impossibly alone and helpless. People like one of my extraordinary ladies with MS, whose young son recently suffered an aneurysm and a stroke, and she has had to quit work to look after him. People like my own aunt in her 70s, who is at her daughter's house at 6:30 in the morning to feed her daughter, and goes home to her husband now suffering with Alzheimer's disease. My friend's grandfather, who was 80 years old and had been married for 60 years, kept his promise to her. He installed a bed in their living room, and for 7 years he was her sole caregiver, bathing her, feeding her, and carrying her upstairs to the washroom. Mr. Speaker, the government has to do better in terms of income and caregiver support. Whether a neurological condition is diagnosed in childhood, such as cerebral palsy, in early adulthood, such as multiple sclerosis, or later as Alzheimer's or Parkinson's disease, as the disease progresses, it takes a toll on the caregiver's or person's productivity. This includes no longer being able to work, perhaps because of the disease, but all too often because of a lack of accommodation in the workplace. Mr. Speaker, there are some relatively easy actions that could be taken now. For example, making employment insurance benefits more flexible to allow people who have episodic conditions to work part-time and receive partial benefits. Mr. Speaker, in terms of neurological conditions, the role of caregiver changes through the course of the condition. Initially, the focus may be helping with finances, personal care, and transportation, to later ensuring that services are delivered safely and scheduled, to finally being a member of the care team. Mr. Speaker, today 2.7 million Canadians provide care for seniors. Family caregivers are responsible for 80% of Canada's home care services, providing over $9 billion in unpaid care each year. Caring for family often results in lost income from work in order to provide care, as well as unexpected out-of-pocket expenses. For example, over 40% of family caregivers use personal savings to survive. 1/4 of family caregivers miss 1 or more months of work to provide care. 65% of family caregivers have household incomes under $45,000. 3/4 of family caregivers are women, who are more likely to have lower wages, fewer savings, and additional responsibilities for child care. Mr. Speaker, the government must provide meaningful support for caregivers in the form of a comprehensive package of education, respite, and mandated workplace accommodation with regard to the episodic needs of caregivers. And of course, making the family caregiver tax credit refundable so low-income Canadians are not excluded. The government must recognize economic and social costs of caregiving, make existing tax credits refundable, and explore ways to reform income security programs. Mr. Speaker, in closing, inequality can also twist or distort democracy. It can give a greater voice to the few who can afford high-priced lobbyists. And so I leave you with one final thought from the voiceless. Canadian woman living with multiple sclerosis. She says, "Don't forget me, I'm still in here, trapped in a body that can't move, that can't talk. But I think and I feel just like you do, and I hurt. I hurt physically and mentally. Mr. Speaker, the time to act is now. Our fellow Canadians are hurting." Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Peterborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that the member listed off a number of issues that families deal with every day. Indeed, I would argue that families have been dealing with issues like this forever. You know, when I was a kid, my father virtually always had 3 jobs. My mother virtually always had 2 jobs. They did what they had to do to provide for their family, and I appreciate it. My mother also, after my father passed away, looked after both of her parents, and she still worked her full-time job, and she still had time for us. She's an incredible woman, and I think an example of things that people, frankly, many families and many people encounter every day. But what the member seems to be proposing is some kind of utopian society where government looks after everything, where we don't have these concerns, and where, you know, just big government is there to pick everybody up and make it happen. And you know, I just want to invoke Thomas Jefferson at this point, because I don't believe that's the role of government. Thomas Jefferson said a government big enough to give you everything you want is strong enough to take everything you have. I don't believe that government can fill all the gaps. It never can.
And that's where I think this debate is almost getting silly.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, Canada signed the 1992 Declaration regarding food, and we have a responsibility to meet that declaration. This government shows no sign of changing course and improving student nutrition. The Minister of Health's office has said, we see education very clearly as a provincial territorial jurisdiction, so it's nothing being considered by our government at this time. This is extremely disappointing, considering the recognition by Dr. David Butler-Jones, Chief Public Health Officer of Canada, who has stressed, as a result of being hungry at school, children may not reach their full developmental potential, an outcome that can have a health impact throughout their entire lives. We are one of the few industrialized countries without a national breakfast program, the only G8 country without.
Question commentaire.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Etobicoke North for her excellent speech and for the topic, which is very important for children, for students, for young people. Hunger is something we have to deal with, and youth poverty is also something that we promised years ago to fight and beat. And health is not a waste of money. Quite the contrary, it's an investment. It's money that's going to make it possible to avoid serious social problems down the road. And education, we need to focus on that. We need to invest in it, health and education. So my question for my colleague is very straightforward. She already commented on this, but why does she think the Conservatives are refusing to support health and the well-being of our children? What's stopping them from taking care of our youth?
North.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the excellent question, and I want to stress what he's brought forward. Better eating is not only about education, but it's rather improving nutrition, grades, and health. Schools are merely the delivery mechanism, as this is where children and youth congregate. This is precisely why, for example, the federal government gives money to provinces and territories to deliver vaccine programs through schools. And I want to bring home the fact that there's a real potential economic stimulus for Canadian agriculture here. Realistically, 70% of a pan-Canadian nutrition program could have a domestic contact with an annual return to Canadian producers of $1.5 billion. And as a general rule, for each dollar spent in a community, an additional $2 or $3 would be generated through processing, storage, trucking, etc.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with pleasure that I stand and rise in support of the Liberal Party's motion, in hopes that members would see the value in terms of recognizing the important issue of inequities that are there, and that widening gap in terms of rich versus poor. There is a role for the government to play, and I think at times there's a great number of people, Canadians, that are disappointed in terms of how it is the government has made this decision not to assist in trying to minimize that gap, as that gap does continue to grow. And let there be no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that the government does have a role to play. You know, prior to the last federal election, one of the big issues was dealing with the whole issue of corporate tax breaks, as an example. And you had the Liberal Party and members of the New Democratic Party saying that we should be no longer moving ahead with the corporate tax cut in favor of giving additional money for individuals that are on pension. So we're referring to the old age security and the guaranteed income supplement. those monies, if spent in that area, would have assisted hundreds of thousands of individuals, many of which are very much part of the living poor, Mr. Speaker, from coast to coast to coast here in Canada, arguing at the end of the day that we need to provide more money or put money into those pockets and purses, and we all benefit by doing that. And we questioned at the time in which the government was giving significant corporate tax breaks. Now, it's not to say that you never give corporate tax breaks. All political parties have given significant corporate tax breaks, whether it's the provincial NDP in government, or it's the federal Liberal Party in government, or it's the Conservative Party in government. What we would question, Mr. Speaker, is the timing of those tax breaks. You know, here we're having a very difficult economic time, and at a time in which, on a comparison of a worldwide basis, our corporate national tax rates are amongst the lowest, and it could actually be the lowest in the G8, Mr. Speaker. But the government wanted to reduce it even further. And was there a need for that, Mr. Speaker? I would argue not. The real need was to be able to assist those seniors that are in need of more money. You have seniors that are looking at having to make the difficult decisions, for example, on whether or not they should be buying the pharmaceuticals that they require, or being able to get the type of food that they would enjoy eating in their kitchens, Mr. Speaker. So it is an issue of priorities. There's programs that government provide that go a long way in terms of providing that equality of services, such as our health care. And we have seen health care, which has been a great asset over the years for Canadians. So whether you're rich or poor, you have the ability to be able to access a free public health care system. And it is something in which Canadians assign a great deal of value to it, Mr. Speaker. Well, we need to look at programs that would take it one step further. You know, one of the biggest areas of debate today is in regards to pharmaceuticals and the costs of pharmaceuticals. Take a look at provincial budgets across this country, and you'll see some of the greatest percentage of increases in health care today are dealing with medicines. And there's this huge vacuum here in Ottawa where there's very little, if any, leadership being done on that particular issue. Well, Mr. Speaker, a proactive national government would see this as an issue that's worth the battle, that's to get into the trenches and see if, in fact, we can do something on it, Mr. Speaker. We in the Liberal Party recognize the importance of that issue. And by dealing with issues of that nature, what you're doing is you will narrow the gap, Mr. Speaker. And that is something that we need to work towards. You know, my colleague from Toronto made reference to education and the child advocate, and how important it is that we, as much as possible, try to give every child the opportunity to succeed through education. And it is very difficult. We have hundreds, if not thousands, of kids that go to school every day on an empty stomach. And, Mr. Speaker, this is, again, something that crosses political party lines, whether it's NDP in provincial governments, or Liberals, or Progressive Conservatives, and today the Reform/Conservative government, that have not been able to deal with that demand in terms of providing and ensuring that children are going to school and not having to worry about being fed. It's hard to concentrate in a classroom if you're hungry, Mr. Speaker. And in many of these situations, it's because of economic means that determines whether or not a child will in fact eat. Well, Mr. Speaker, have we made progress in certain areas? We've made significant progress. in a question earlier today, and I know the government likes to take some very specific stats, but there have been some progresses in combating poverty in our country over the last few decades. I made reference to the fact that during the Trudeau government back in the 70s that we used to have poverty somewhere in the neighborhood of that 11.5–12%, and it was reduced to 7–8%, and then it was stagnant for a few years, and then it was brought down by a couple more points during the Chrétien era. And, Mr. Speaker, there is still a lot more room to improve on it. We need to develop programs that are going to actually make a difference. You know, for the last week, members of the Liberal caucus have been standing up advocating for their constituents and Canadians in regards to employment insurance. There's a lack of confidence that's coming from the opposition towards the government and their ability to understand the issue, to the degree in which now we have Liberal members of Parliament standing up citing specific cases to try to get the government to better understand the real impact that their policy decisions are having on average Canadians and that are increasing that inequity or the gap, Mr. Speaker, that we're referring to, that income inequality gap that needs to be addressed. We have policy decisions from the government that have profound impacts. In the prairies, I can talk about the Canadian Wheat Board and the hundreds of small prairie farmers that are going to be lost because of this government's policy decision, which will benefit a lot of the rich, I would argue, Mr. Speaker. The greatest amount of benefit, I should say, will go to the wealthy. The ones that will be penalized the most will, in fact, be the smaller prairie farmers, in good part, Mr. Speaker. Well, now we hear from Atlantic Canada and many of my Atlantic colleagues when we talk about the inshore versus offshore fishing. There are some similarities. We are concerned for the inshore fishermen, Mr. Speaker. It's an industry that is critically important to Atlantic Canada, and the government plays a very important role in its future. So we have to ensure that those jobs are going to be protected, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I say, you know, the government does have a role when it comes to dealing with the whole widening gap of income inequality, that whether you're a federal government or a provincial government, that governments do play a role in the decisions that we make. And that is why I believe it is an important issue that does need to get debated. And the government, and we look forward to the NDP, should be looking at this opposition motion as a motion of recognition of the importance of the issue of inequality and what it is that we can be doing and how we can be contributing to try to ensure that there's more opportunity for prosperity for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And I think that's the core of what it is that we're talking about, is trying to ensure that all Canadians have the opportunity to be prosperous in our country, a country that is so blessed with all the resources that we have, Mr. Speaker. And we should be taking advantage of the great ethnic diversity and the great opportunities that are there, and government should be there to support it and develop it for all.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Hamilton, East Stony Creek. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And to my friend from Winnipeg North, I have done a number of town hall meetings in regards to the changes to EI and the changes to the eligibility date for people moving from 65 to 67 for old age security. And when you look at both things and you think in terms of people who were on social assistance who now have to wait from 65 to 67, or the people who are on a disability pension, and both of these are paid either by the municipality or the provinces, and you think about the fact that those areas now will have to pay 2 years longer, and you look at the changes to EI, the abdication of responsibility of this government by offloading costs in the range of about $5 billion a year, and you talk about inequity, there's a built-in inequity to all of that for those people who are looking forward to having a little bit more money at the age of 65 because of OAS and GIS, and now they face an extra couple of years then. I just wonder what his opinion is as to, is this the agenda of the government to put people onto welfare?
Honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question. You know, we do need to be very clear. You know, the government tries to give the impression that there is this crisis that is out there, and that's the reason why they're making the change from 65 to 67 in terms of OAS, or old age supplement or security program, Mr. Speaker. And it's just not true. The facts do not indicate that is in fact the case. The reality is Canada as a nation is in a great position to be able to maintain, and I would ultimately argue, enhance our old age security program. And if the government continues to neglect it and not reverse its change, let there be no doubt, as a direct result, there will be more seniors in poverty. And I think that's the message this member was trying to get across. And that's what I mean in terms of government policy, Mr. Speaker. The government has the ability to narrow the gap. But when it makes decisions such as increasing the age of retirement from 65 to 67, it is doing the reverse. It will put more seniors into poverty. And government does have a decision to make on this issue. And we trust that they will do the right thing before the next election, or I can assure the government that this will be one of the issues that we will be taking to the voters. People should have the option to be able to continue to retire at age 65. It is an important measure in terms of defeating the income inequality gap. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Is it Fort McMurray, the honourable member for Fort McMurray, Athabasca? No. No, it's... I'm sorry, I got you wrong the last time. I'm getting you right this time. The honourable member for Palliser.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just came in at the tail end of my colleague's speech, and I think that he mentioned something about the wheat board as if that was a detriment to the rural part of Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Alberta, and just the opposite is true, Mr. Speaker. If he was aware of this or not, let me share with you the fact that the wheat board now is purchasing canola. They've never done that before. They're saying that they're making purchases in wheat. They're making purchases in flax and other grain cereals. The truth of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, that the wheat board has never had it so good in terms of their profitability and the way it's looking for this crop year. So it'll be interesting to see the bottom line a year from now, but certainly it's not a bad story for the Canadian Wheat Board, that's for sure.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North, 30 seconds.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, what you have to do to the members, you have to listen to the 10,000 plus farmers that believed and voted against what it is that the government was doing in regarding to the dismantling of the monopoly for the Canadian Wheat Board, because they realize that at the end of the day it means fewer prairie farmers, and many rural communities will be negatively economically impacted as a direct result. I'll believe those tens of thousands of farmers than I will the Prime Minister's office or his speaking notes.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The honourable member for Guelph, Government Programs. The
honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles, Health.
Please the débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So first, I'd like to thank my colleagues who made quite brilliant presentations on this motion. And I would like to discuss the unfair recovery of EI benefits that deters many Canadians from working while receiving benefits. On March 29th, the federal government tabled its first budget as a majority government. It provides for many changes to the EI that would affect EI and lead supposedly to economic prosperity. So we had this omnibus bill, which was a real Trojan horse. Hundreds of pages, apart from the 50 on fiscal measures, amended 69 pieces of legislation on all kinds of topics that would have required public consultation. Old age security, environment, and employment insurance. Given to the changes announced, fewer people are entitled to EI. More people are forced to accept low-income jobs, and many people are redirected to social programs that are provincial in nature. The measures announced targets seasonal workers in particular, or those who have temporary jobs, or who are in atypical jobs, or have several jobs to make ends meet. To sum up, the poorest in our society. In terms of accessibility, 508,000 Canadians receive benefits in July out of 1.3 million unemployed. That means that 870,000 unemployed people had no EI benefits. Fewer than 4 out of 10 unemployed people get EI, and this is unprecedented. A former pilot project provided for the fact that a beneficiary who gets EI could earn $75, but since August 2012, there's a new method to calculate this. This method is disadvantageous for regional and seasonal workers, and casual workers and temporary workers. That is a majority of EI recipients. Mr. Speaker, the heart of the problem is here, because before, recipients who had part-time jobs while getting EI could bring home a larger proportion of their wages, whereas now they are at a disadvantage. For example, I was made aware of a situation of a constituent who has the following problem. She gets $271 a week before deductions. Last month, she worked 14 hours, so for $148. Before August 2012, she got $271 plus $108, so a total of $231. Note the new system, here's the new calculation. She keeps getting her $271 before deductions plus $148 for the 14 hours she worked. That she has to calculate at 50%, $74 minus $148, which leaves her with $197. For this person, $31 less than what she used to get before the EI conservative reform is a complete injustice for low-income families, because they are the ones who are primarily targeted by this reform. Compared to the previous program, the new pilot project for work during EI provides no incentive to work for many people receiving EI who can only find a few hours of work, low wages, or a combination of both. It discourages people from taking many jobs as compared to the previous program. The question that arises is, are the Conservatives incompetent, or are they deliberately attacking the poorest in our society? In terms of premiums, that's point A of this motion from the Liberals. One must remember that the current $9 billion debt in the EI Operations Fund did not exist. It was not attacked successively by the Conservatives and Liberals. This government took $57 billion from the EI fund, money paid by the workers and employers, and they used that money to balance their own budgets. If that money hadn't been withdrawn from the EI fund, we would not see the pressure we have now and the increase in contributions. When the economic situation was good, Liberals and Conservatives used that surplus to fund their own objectives. Now that the program is in a deficit, they make sure it's employers and employees who pay the debt. There are two sets of rules. Everything seems to depend on the reality of the profitability of the program. What's important to bear in mind, Mr. Speaker, and I think I demonstrated that during question period today, people are stuck between a rock and a hard place. They get offers for jobs very far away from home in QP today. Sometimes they get offers in Bonaventure Gaspé when they live in Magdalen Islands and have to pay for a ferry. What's being offered to the recipients goes beyond reality, and these people have to accept such jobs, or else they're cut off to 70%, and they have to accept it. If there is no work because it's the end of a season, people should be able to receive their EI until the next season starts. We also have problems when it comes to segments of the population that are being impoverished, that will not find jobs and cannot go farther than reasonable transit can take them. Today, I talked about the people of Bonaventure, or rather from Carleton, Quebec, that had accepted a job in Gaspé in a fast food restaurant. That represents 3.5 hours of commuting. People can decide to refuse such jobs, but they get no more EI if they do that. There's no doubt that we are in favor of some parts of this motion because these are the poorest who are victimized by all these measures. There is definitely a gap between the richest and the poorest that is widening, and it has to be reduced. We must somehow recover the amounts that the unemployed are losing and not use the money for other purposes. So I thank you for having listened to me, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The
Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I understand in regards to the employment and insurance program, there was an issue in regards to the general revenues versus a separate fund. My understanding was that it was the Federal Auditor General that suggested that it be put into the general fund, or it was supposed to be put in. Maybe if the member can correct me if that is not the case, and if it is the case, would she support the fact that we should be listening to the Federal Auditor General?
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Many people have spoken about this general fund, Mr. Speaker, and some social groups are in favor of this, a fund that would be fully autonomous and used only for employment insurance purposes. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague expressed the reality of many regions throughout the country. So I put the question to our Conservative friends earlier, but they seem to be avoiding the issue. Either they're not familiar with the reality in such regions, Or they just ignore them. Seasonal industries do benefit the economy of the entire country. In some places, that's all they have. I would like our colleague to speak to this. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. I thank my colleague for Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Indeed, the reality of the people in our regions is very different from that of people in urban centres. The distances in these places are incredible, and the supply of jobs is low. So once the tourism season is finished, it's all over for those people. They can't choose to do something else. There isn't anything else. So either, and I hope this is not what the Conservatives want to do, but either we empty the regions or we take measures and agree to have measures to help the unemployed. Questions and comments?
Commentaries?
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for her excellent speech. My colleague spoke a great deal about employment insurance, and I know that she is very close to people and she knows about the consequences that this can have, this program can have on certain people's lifestyles. Now, I see in this bill, or rather in the motion that was put forward by our Liberal colleagues, that there is a tax credit that, en fait, what they want to do is to make these tax credits refundable so that low-income Canadians are not excluded. We know that many Canadians, unfortunately, live in poverty, and so does my colleague not think that this measure would be ideal to help people who are trying to care for their family members, to try to help them improve their lot in life in general? The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, the refundable tax credit would be an excellent thing, especially since we know that when we talk about tax credits, that can be deducted from sums earned, but given the impoverishment of the Canadian population, and when people only get 55% of their income due to these EI reforms, then they can't. Then if they have a very low income, there's nothing that they can deduct from that. So these credits should be refundable without having to be, for example, reimbursed for childcare. So instead of deducting this tax from one's income, people should simply be given this credit outright, for example, for children's activities. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, today we're discussing a motion that calls on the government to introduce a series of measures to reduce the growing income inequality in Canada. Some of these measures include the following one: making the Registered Disability Savings Plan available to sufferers of chronic disease such as multiple sclerosis. Naturally, it is on this measure that I'm going to focus my remarks. I can only support such a measure because it responds to one of the problems of the Registered Disability Savings Plan. Although there are other problems with this plan, I am going to focus on the ones brought out by this measure. Currently, the Registered Disability Savings Plan is available solely, and I say absolutely solely, for those who are eligible for the disability tax credit. In order to be eligible for this tax credit, a person must have a severe and prolonged impairment of their physical or mental functions for a continuous period of at least 12 months. This is a difficult condition to comply with for people who suffer from chronic or recurring diseases such as multiple sclerosis or chronic fatigue syndrome. These disabilities are very specific in nature. People who have such disabilities may be able to carry out daily activities and even work for a certain amount of time, and then all of a sudden they are unable to do anything at all. Unfortunately, because of the cyclical nature of these diseases, the people suffering from them are very vulnerable with regard to most programs that are available to people living with functional limitations. In fact, most of these programs are designed according to the idea that a disability is permanent and that its nature does not ever change significantly. So it is high time to change these programs because their unfairness will only increase over time. We already know full well that the number of Canadians with episodic disabilities is on the rise. The government must include these Canadians in its income support programs because there are 55,000 Canadians with multiple sclerosis, 63,000 with HIV, and 333,000 with chronic fatigue syndrome. Therefore, this plan is beneficial for those who are eligible, therefore, but too many people are excluded from it, which challenges its actual effectiveness. It goes without saying that this plan must be improved and broadened. Yes, the Registered Disability Savings Plan can be seen as an innovative tool for reducing poverty in the long term because it targets Canadians with low to middle incomes who live with a disability. But as I said earlier, the definition of people who are eligible for the Registered Disability Savings Plan is much too restrictive. By using the eligibility criteria for the disability tax credit, hundreds of thousands of people with functional limitations are not eligible, which is very worrisome, especially for people with multiple sclerosis because of the changing nature of their condition. These fluctuations can last months or even years. Despite the undeniable advantages of the plan for those who are eligible, when we look at the government's record, we can see that it uses rhetoric to divert the attention from the numerous criticisms that have been leveled against the flaws that many people with functional limitations must face. Conservatives do not tend to defend those who suffer from income inequality. They have a very different vision from that of the NDP with regard to equal opportunity. And yet they should seriously consider the most recent report of the Canadian Human Rights Commission, which was released this summer. This report highlights the major disparities in equal opportunity for persons with disabilities. In other words, the fact that disabilities influences equal opportunity in the daily life of those who live with a functional limitation and make them unable to live the life they want to. For example, obtaining university degrees, occupying full-time work, and earning an annual income, which is often very low. This is the case for people with mental health disease and those who suffer from episodic diseases. They can only participate sporadically in the labor market, which explains their mostly lower income. All of the categories studied were disadvantageous for persons with disabilities. Persons with disabilities are the poorest in Canada, and they represent the largest number of unemployed. According to the most recent Participation and Activity Limitation Survey conducted by StatsCan in 2006, 14.3% of the Canadian population, that is 4.4 million people, had some kind of activity limitation. And this rate has been rising since 2001. It will only continue to rise over time because it increases with age. We must therefore attack the root problem linked to the opening of this plan, which is also that of the eligibility for the disability tax credit. That is the biggest obstacle to opening a registered disability savings plan, especially since it undermines the very effectiveness of the same program. We quickly realize, thanks to numerous examples, that the definition used for eligibility criteria is too rigid, poorly understood, and applied unevenly. There are also problems with regard to the criteria and evaluation methods, the design of the forms used, and the qualification process by a qualified practitioner. Access to the tax credit is thus very problematic. Some people with severe functional limitations are unable to benefit from this program. The worst is that many people have seen their application denied but cannot appeal the decision because they do not want to waste their time, energy, and resources on what they feel is a fight that has already been lost against government bureaucracy. Others have simply decided not to apply because they did not believe that they were eligible under the criteria despite their condition. Still others have been told by a practitioner without any kind of objective evaluation that they were not eligible. People with certain mental disabilities are often also excluded from the tax credit. For example, people with schizophrenia or bipolar disorder. Obviously, there's a serious problem with regard to the evaluation of eligibility for the tax credit. A good evaluation tool is needed to determine whether Canadians are eligible and they are paying the price. And yet this has been a long-standing problem. In March 2002, the Standing Committee on Human Resources Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities presented a report recommending that the definition be redefined to include people who have a severe and recurring impairment, but not one that necessarily lasts for a 12-month period without interruption. The committee recognized that numerous Canadians with episodic disabilities had not had access to the tax credit despite their condition and the fees linked to their disability. However, the government, in its response to the committee, offered no direct response to this recommendation, repeating that criteria are important determinants for eligibility. And, of course, need I remind you that this was a Liberal government. Unfortunately, after so many years, the problem remains. This is still a request. The application process is still too complex. The tax credit certificate has terminology and definitions that are too restrictive, unfair, and that lead to inconsistency and discrimination. It is time to evaluate the real effectiveness of the disability tax credit with regard to the role it plays in the disability savings plan. It must not be an obstacle to opening one of these plans. Therefore, the eligibility criteria for the tax credit must be made more flexible and the definition must be more inclusive. Otherwise, the disability plan will not fulfill the role that it was established for. We in the NDP want Canada to be truly accessible and inclusive. We want the federal government to take its responsibilities seriously. We want it to show leadership. And we want it to tackle the problem of poverty that is experienced by people with disabilities. Therefore, we must reform the existing income support programs. That's what we want, and that's what we'll do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Government Whip.
Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations on the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice at the House, on Thursday, November the 8th, 2012, the House shall meet at 10 a.m. and proceed to government orders. Members may make statements pursuant to Standing Order 31 at 11 a.m. Oral questions shall be taken up not later than 11:15 a.m. The House shall proceed to the ordinary daily routine of business at 12 noon, followed by government orders. Private members' business shall be taken up at 1:30 p.m., and the House shall at 2:30 p.m. stand adjourned until Monday, November 19, 2012, provided that for the purposes of Standing Order 28, it shall be deemed to have sat on Friday, November the 9th, 2012.
Does the Honourable Government Whip have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion?
The House has heard the wording of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion?
Adopted. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
The
Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would first like to thank my colleague who sheds a very different light on the debate that we're having on the Liberal motion introduced today in this House. And I was very interested to hear about this part of the debate with regard to people who are disabled, and so I'd like to just thank her for her speech. I would like to come back to something that I mentioned today in the House already with regard to disability. That is tax credits that are used for caregivers that they should be made refundable, because we know how difficult it can be for family caregivers who must care for family members who are ill. It is very difficult to be dependent upon in that way because they have to work often in addition. Now, I find the Conservatives are being a bit demagogic when they say they're going to vote against this motion, because the people would really need these refundable tax credits, doesn't she think? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. I would like to thank my colleague for the question, and I find that indeed it is odd that the Conservative members should not understand this inequality. The problem is that in its current form, the program is unfair, and it does not fully and adequately meet the needs of persons with disabilities, because you need to be eligible for the tax credit in order to be eligible for the Registered Disability Savings Plan.
The
Honourable Member
Montmorency.
for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We may remember the decisions made by preceding Conservative and Liberal governments about dipping into the EI fund and spending it elsewhere than on workers, although it was the workers' money. And that's the same thing with tax credits. It's a very fine motion, but can we really trust the Liberals to put this motion into practice? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. If we can trust the Liberals? Well, I have no idea, but I said that I said what happened in 2006, and that didn't change anything at all, so I suppose the result would be the same. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a very brief question for my colleague. I don't know if she had discussions with the Conservatives, because it is very difficult for the Conservatives to understand a Liberal motion. So I would just like to ask a very brief question of my colleague. Is there a reason? Well, because I think my leader has asked this, why do they not want the tax credits to be refundable? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. I would like to thank the member for his question. I am very pleased to be able to because I can understand that question. Because for me, I don't understand why we should not be eligible for a tax credit, and then that makes us also ineligible for the Registered Disability Savings Plan, because it penalizes disabled people even further, whereas we should be helping to lift these people out of poverty, integrate them into the labour market, and into society to give them a more and more normal life. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member from Sydney, Victoria.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and I guess it's an honour in a way, but it's a disappointment we have to stand in the House to debate this motion that our honourable leader has given us. But I don't know the time that's permitted here, but I might be splitting, if there's extra time besides my 10 minutes, I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member from St. Leonard, St. Michel. I'd like to start off with a bit about a news article that was this morning on the CBC News World, and it was stating how wonderful shape Canada is in when you look at all the other countries. I think we're in number 2. We're number 2 as far as standard of living, or the happiest people in the world, and we're only number 2. Number 1 is Denmark. So it's a pretty good standing when you look at it. I mean, when you look at other rich countries like Saudi Arabia and United Emirates, we're way above them. And one would say, why are we so far ahead as far as standard of living? Of course, there's health, there's education, you know, cost of our food. There's many of the reasons. But one of the biggest reasons is, and when you look at some of the Scandinavian countries, why they're in the same league as us, is how we take care of each other. How we have an economy that not only prospers and is a good, you know, you have all the tools to keep it a good economic engine, but you also have good social programs that take care of the people that are in need, or take care of the people that are going through stages in their lives that are disrupted. And you know, we often talk about the individuals, and that is key. But it also, you've got to look at the bigger pictures, how some of these changes help the local economies and local small businesses. And when you look at you know, some of the articles that are coming out saying in Canada, the gap between the rich and poor is growing. Canadian families have watched their incomes stagnate and decline, even though their cost of living has been driven up to the cost of everyday goods like groceries, education, and farm care. And some quotes: over the past year, the Conference Board of Canada, Rothman School of Management, Dean Roger Martin, the Bank of Canada Governor Mark Carney, have all warned us that the income inequality could limit Canada's growth and threaten the sustainable prosperity. As was mentioned by the late President Kennedy, you know, the tide has to bring everybody up. And if you start separating those different gaps, you know, we're slipping back into time. I remember a time in Cape Breton where, you know, the people who ran the coal mines were the rich people in the community, and the people that were working in the coal mines could barely make ends meet. I hope we're not, as a society and as a country, slipping back to that area where you're going to have that gap. And the OECD noted that the average income for the top 10% of Canadian earners in 2008 was $103,000, 10 times more than the bottom 10%. That gap is widening. So one would question, well, what's the Conservative agenda? Is to increase that gap? You know, according to the June 2012 Statistics Canada report, the median family income did not increase in 2010, and it's been falling from 2008 and 2009. This was the first drop of the median family income since the 1990s. We are a prosperous country, and we're letting people fall through the cracks, and we're not taking care of them. I mean, and I can talk about examples in my writing. You know, there's things that we have established over the years, and not just the Liberal Party, all parties. And we talked about education and health, but you take even our agriculture system with supply management, and when we had the wheat board, you know, those were things that made farmers prosperous. You take the policies that the fishermen have in my community alone, the small fleet owner operators. They own the fishing license. They have the resources themselves to reap the profits, and you know, and the EI system help fills the gaps. Well, when you look at even the United States, how well are the fishermen in Maine doing? Really poor with their system, because you know the government lets a free-for-all happen. And the same with the agriculture. You visit dairy farms in Vermont or any across the U.S. border, they're not doing as well as our farmers. So when you take different segments of our society and you look at them and how we compare to other countries, even south of the border, there's a reason why we're number 2. And the reason why is that we have good social programs and good economic drivers. So back to my writing, like some of these changes in the EI, for instance. I mean, my writing is urban and rural split. And most of my rural area is over a mountain range away from the urban area. And we have a county, it's called Victoria County, and that's where I get the Sydney, Victoria, because I have the Sydney's areas in the Victoria County. Now in Victoria County we have a lot of fishing and we have a lot of tourism. So you take a community like Neils Harbour or Ingonish, rely on fisheries and Parks Canada, but in the wintertime these industries are shut down. Now they might get a job at the Legion sweeping up, get a day here, do something else just to make ends meet, you know, help somebody down the road making traps. But they might, if they're lucky, to get one day a week. So this here system that the Conservatives are doing is saying, oh, go get another job. Well, where are they going to get another job? How are they going to travel in the snowy winter conditions over the mountain? So these policies are just driving them right out of these rural areas, and they're a detriment to the businesses. But these are seasonal workers, and it was brought up many times today. It's not just the seasonal workers that are in forestry, fishing, farming, tourism. We're looking at substitute teachers. Some of them travel a long distance to do that one day in school. They're going to be penalized. You're looking at healthcare workers that sometimes on the weekend, you know, there's a shortage of nurses, and they might come in if they were laid off the year before. Well, they're going to come all the way in for what? They have to get a babysitter. Somebody has to take care of the price of gas, and you know, have a vehicle on disposal to go in. So when you get clawed back half, it's going to be a really cut. And when you look at Cape Breton and a lot of parts of Atlantic Canada, probably 30–40% of many of the regions in Atlantic Canada rely on the resource industries from out west. And I know the NDP is taking a shot at that. They're calling it the Dutch disease, but you know, it's a key element to our economy in Cape Breton and Atlantic Canada that we have those resource industries. But you know, a lot of them, they get shutdowns. The shutdowns, whether it's too muddy and you're putting in a pipeline, or you could have cold conditions. So I see when I travel back and forth, many of my fellow Cape Bretoners, they have to have intermediate times where they have to take off. Well, they're going to be penalized. They're going to be penalized by this government because they think that somebody should be able to work right through the 52 weeks a year. If their work is not there, where are they going to work? You know, there could be shutdowns in mines. Commodity prices sometimes go down in a nickel mine or gold mine or whatever, and so there's layoffs. So these people are going to be all penalized. My riding of Sydney, Victoria, is going to feel the hits of the Conservative government. They've already fired over 150 people from the federal job bank. But I think these changes are even more stringent. And I have examples. You know, I have a letter here from a lady. Her name is Sandra McPherson, and she takes quite a bit to put a letter out there and write and put your name out there. But she got this famous notification from Service Canada. And the notification was on the pending changes, you know, to the new EI recipients, right? So, the letter was extremely, she says, was extremely misleading, because it said, you know, when you started doing the numbers and ratcheting down what was going to happen, it said it may be true under the comparison they used. Of course, that comparison they use if you get 3 or 4 days a week. Well, if you're getting 3 or 4 days a week, that's almost like you're back to work full time. So, but that's not the case. Most people are lucky to get that 1 day a week. And for example, a mother with dependent children earning a minimum wage, she says, works an 8-hour shift for $10.50 an hour. You know, that's $84 she earns. Now, with her EI clawback, $42 will come right off of that. She has to pay for a child care provider, which is at least $25, leaving her $17 for the day of employment. $17. Well, she made a comment here, which is so true. Some of the Conservatives buy orange juice for $17 a glass. But that's not going to help this lady here. So we have this attitude. They can spend, you know, with their buddies and the corporations. And you see that what they were going to do with the fisheries. They were going to sell that to the big corporations. But they turn around and they pick on the little guy. And she continues to say, while I'm certainly in favor of saving federal coffers, because she's a taxpayer, this pilot project takes from the poor and gives to the rich. If you're called for 1 day's work in a week, you suffer financially. Call in 4 days a week, well, then you got a full-time job, but that doesn't happen. So we get many cases. There's another lady here. You know, she's working for the same employer for 25 years, seasonal. Has always had the opportunity to pick up a few hours a week off-season. This made her life a little easier while trying to survive on EI. Now what will cost her? Of course, same thing. She will lose $112 every 2 weeks. Another lady here. She's been working 40 years as an office worker. Now she works 6 months full-time as a bookkeeper around income tax time. Now the other 6 months she works part-time, helping some people with books, during which she has collected EI. With the new changes, she's going to lose $400 a month, Mr. Speaker, $400 a month. And I got more examples here. How much more time do I got, Mr. Speaker?
Don't. I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap up.
Well done.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Hamilton. Here we go again.
East Stony Creek.
East Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech. I've spoken earlier in this place today regarding the fact that I spent part of my summer visiting Port Mouton, Nova Scotia, and Cape Sable Island, and a number of places where he had the fisheries or one industry towns talking to them about their concerns with the changes to EI. And one of the provisions in the changes to EI is if after a certain period of time you don't find a job, then you start looking for one at 80% of what you used to make. And what we're concerned about is if this year you are hired at 80% of your work and you have the misfortune of being off again and you're hired at 80% of that, and then further on it's another 80%, is this not an incentive for employers to start squeezing people in the market and make it another way of depressing wages on the East Coast?
The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
I think the honourable member has a good question and a good statement, and that is true. It's a slippery slope, because if you keep, now they call it now, the Conservatives have this word repeat offenders all the time when it's all to do with crime. Well, they have this thing now, the AI people are repeat offenders. They paid into this. Their employers paid into this. This is what we have a country that relies on natural resources. I mean, when you look at it, so if all of a sudden they're going to call these people repeat offenders and they're going to start ratcheting it down, well, technically what they're doing, Mr. Speaker, is they're starving them out. They're starving them out of these regions. And I never mentioned, you know, about the businesses. These businesses, if they're starving these workers out of these regions and forcing them to go west, these people are not going to be in these, be able to work in the fish plants. They're not going to be there. They're not going to be able to work for the landscaping companies. They're not going to be there. So when you starve these people out and drive them all out west, these industries are going to collapse. So then, you know, look on the Toronto Stock Exchange and how many industries there rely on resource-based industries from around Canada, rural Canada. And so that's a good point that the honourable member mentioned. It is a starving out of the rural areas and the people there, but it'll eventually kill the businesses on the way through.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague this. I agree with him that the new EI system with the new pilot project is a discouragement to people, a deterrent to work either part-time or at a lower, it reduces their wages. In fact, I have a constituent who came to my riding office who had MS, that chronic disease, and had to work very few hours, could only work very few hours, but under this program, that constituent was losing a lot of money. So it's very hard for him not to work under the table completely. It's tempting. So given that this penalizes people who manage to find work, wouldn't it be better to come up with solutions to allow all types of workers to benefit, for EI to be a positive thing in their lives, to have calculations that basically are beneficial to everyone, to make EI more attractive to everyone?
From Sydney, Victoria, you have 1 minute.
Well, it's a very good question and a comment because, you know, we can talk about EI, but the EI system is more than just unemployment insurance. As you mentioned, it helps people that may have MS, they have illnesses, helps people that are on maternity leave. Any country that has, in the OEDC, that has any kind of a good track record helps people when they're going through troubled times. They're always helping people. So, you know, the Conservatives probably want to get rid of EI altogether. But, okay, change the name on it. Helping people get through. Call it what you want. But we as a country have a responsibility to these people. And if we're not going to help them, you know, we're not going to help them when they have MS, or we're not going to help them when they have cancer, or we're not going to help them when they're on maternity leave. You know, what are we here for? What are we here for as a society? Are we here to just say, okay, let the rich survive and give them more? I mean, even in the United States, they're starting to rethink their ways of doing things, right? And here we're going totally opposite. We're going totally opposite. So I think, you know, in my previous bill I had in the House, people call it the cancer bill, but it wasn't just about cancer. It was about people that were facing major illnesses. And you know what? Whether it's in the EI system or not, we have to help people that are down and out or people are going through troubled times. whether they're on maternity leave or whether they got cancer or MS. And you're totally right. We have to have a system there in place. If they want to change the system, change it. But don't be picking on the poor people. Don't be picking on the people that can't help the conditions that they have. Help them out.
It being 5:15 p.m., it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Mr. Ray, seconded by Mr. Kuzner, moved that the House call on the government to take several simple and immediate actions to reduce the growing income inequality in Canada, including A rollback of its recent employment insurance premium hikes, which inflict a higher relative burden on low to modest income workers. Have permission to dispense? B, ending the punitive new clawback of employment insurance benefits that are discouraging many Canadians from working while on claim. C, making tax credits such as the family caregiver tax credit refundable so that the low-income Canadians are not excluded. D, making the registered disability savings plan available to sufferers of chronic diseases such as multiple sclerosis. And E, removing interest charges from the federal component of student loans. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? No. All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Mr. Ray, seconded by Mr. Kuzner, moved that the House call on the government to take several simple and immediate actions to reduce the growing income inequality. May I dispense? No. To reduce the growing income inequality in Canada, including A, a rollback of its recent employment insurance premium hikes, which inflict a higher relative burden on low to modest income workers. B, en mettant fin à la nouvelle.
B, ending the punitive new clawback of employment insurance benefits that are discouraging many Canadians from working while on claim.
C, making tax credits such as the family caregiver tax credit refundable so that low-income Canadians are not excluded. D, making the registered disability savings plan available to sufferers of chronic diseases such as multiple sclerosis. And E, removing interest charges from the federal component of student loans. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Pichetti.
Mr. Pichetti.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Coderre.
Mr. Coderre.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gana Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gana Grand Falls, Windsor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Mr. Alan Welling.
Mr. Alan Welling.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harrison Johns East.
Mr. Harrison Johns East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. Sims, Newton, North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton, North Delta.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-et-Mar.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-et-Mar.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Tournelle.
Madame Grogouet.
Madame Grogouet.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignac.
Monsieur Ravignac.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Madame Hassenia.
Madame Hassenia.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Sandou.
Mr. Sandou.
Madame Silla.
Madame Sela.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Tibaïsen.
Monsieur Tibaïsen.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Sullivan.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez Melo.
Monsieur Nunez Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chiquan.
Mr. Chiquan.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin Chicoutimi-Lafiard.
Monsieur Morin Chicoutimi-Lafiard.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame de Grâce-Lachine.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame de Grâce-Lachine.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Panashwe.
Mr. Panashwe.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Western Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore Port Woody Westford Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Aglukat.
Mrs. Aglukat.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Monsieur Vadcourt.
Monsieur Valcourt.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightcrate.
Mr. Brightcrate.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Gossal.
Mr. Gassal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Zablonski.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Deckard.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Warrawa.
Mr. Warrawa.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Allen Tibic-Mactaquac.
Mr. Alan Tobic McTaquac.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Gedipool.
Mr. Gedipool.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Lezon.
Mr. Lezon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trache.
Mr. Trache.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Yeas pour, 131, 131. Nays contre, 153, 153.
I declare the motion defeated.
Pursuant to an order made on Thursday, September 20th, 2012, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Monsieur Mulcair relating to the business of supply. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Mulcair, seconded by Ms. Nash, moved that this House acknowledge that the Canadian economy is facing unprecedented risk and uncertainty, recognize that many regions and industries across Canada have already suffered significant job losses in recent years, urge all levels of government to work together to build a balanced 21st century Canadian economy,
and insist that Canada's Prime Minister meet with his counterparts in Halifax this November at the National Economic Summit being held by the Council of the Federation.
In favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Lucaire.
Monsieur Lucaire.
Mr. Alan Welling.
Mr. Alan Welling.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harrison John Zeese.
Mr. Harrison John Zeese.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Davies Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Madame Leblanc, La Salimar.
Madame Leblanc, La Salimar.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Grogouet.
Madame Grogouet.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Bourris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe, Bagot.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignac.
Monsieur Ravignac.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Péclet.
Madame Péclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Madame Hassigna.
Madame Hassigna.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Sandu.
Mr. Sandu.
Madame Silla.
Madame Seda.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Tibaïsen.
Monsieur Tibaïsen.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame La Tendresse.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Mr. Stoffer.
Mr. Stoffer.
Monsieur Chiquan.
Monsieur Chiquan.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Monsieur Morin Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-La Chine.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-La Chine.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Burns.
Mr. Burns.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Codard.
Monsieur Coder.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Leblanc Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc Beauséjour.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gana, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gana, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Panashway.
Mr. Panashway.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley Halderman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Halderman Norfolk.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Western Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westford Port Coquitlam.
This is a Glucac.
This is a Glucac.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Blaney.
Monsieur Blaney.
Mr. Valcourt.
Monsieur Valcourt.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightcrate.
Mr. Brightcrate.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Podiev.
Mr. Podiev.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Gossal.
Mr. Gassal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Zablonski.
Mrs. Zablonski.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Kitty South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Vellicott.
Mr. Vellicott.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Crampons Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crampons Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Allen Tibic Mactaquack.
Mr. Allen Tillich McTaquack.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Gedipo.
Mr. Gedipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweets.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Harris, Kerber, Prince George.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trache.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Bellavance.
Mr. Bellavance.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Yeas pour, 128, 128. Nays contre, 156, 156.
I declare the motion defeated. It being 6:07 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business. Considering Bill C-399 at second reading in the name of Mr. LaRose.
Order. Order. I would ask all honourable members to quitter la chambre, to take leave of the chamber while we have private members' hour about to begin. Order. Monsieur Larose.
Mr. Larose, seconded by Mr. Julien, moves that Bill C-399, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, volunteers, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Debate. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am exceedingly honored to be here today to present this bill that was developed in cooperation with a number of players. As a member, I consider myself very fortunate to be able to speak to this Bill C-399, which would provide a tax credit for volunteers to cover their travel expenses. This is a first step in a direction that I think is a fantastic direction, and I feel very fulfilled to present this today. I'd like to make 3 points in the 15 minutes I have to speak. I'd like to talk about the importance of recognizing volunteers in our great nation. In this time of economic austerity, we need to support volunteers. They're the pillars of our community. And at the same time, I'd like to talk about a broader policy debate, a longer-term view of volunteerism. This bill came into being when we discussed with various communities and organizations in my riding, above all, but also all across the country. I had the privilege of seeing and understanding, because I was listening, understanding the problems in our communities currently. I'd also like to underscore the fact that Bill C-399 is very necessary. I'd like to dedicate this to someone who's very close to my heart, Madeleine Nadeau. This is Madeleine Nadeau's bill, in my opinion. Madeleine Nadeau was my grandmother. She inspired me. Order.
The chamber. The honourable member for Repentigny has the floor. I would ask, again, all honourable members who wish to take up discussions with their colleagues to please leave the chamber at this time, and we'll carry on.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, Madeleine Nadeau was a great person in my background. She's no longer with us, but she gave her time, her money, her spiritual belief, not just to help her community and her family and myself as her grandson. She always dreamed that I would one day wind up here, and I hope that somewhere she's looking down on me today, because this bill means a lot to me. I also had the opportunity to have a son with great-grandparents, super-grandparents, who are also philanthropists and volunteers every day. They take part actively in helping their community, either by listening or coming up with ideas or participating in organizations that have a direct impact on the community. We're at a turning point. A relationship has to be established between the past and what the future will require. There's one thing that's always existed. Human beings have always had a spark in them, and that spark can be small in an individual sense, but collectively we can accomplish great things. And crises are dark moments in history, but despite those dark moments, those unfortunate situations, there have been people who have bucked up and built this nation together simply by working together, by listening to one another and helping their fellow man. So I think it's only natural today to be debating a bill like this to help volunteers. Every day we pat volunteers on the back. We say we're glad you're doing what you're doing, but we never really do anything concrete to help them out. As a member, we go around, we meet people. People have less and less trust in their politicians, and yet people can be so generous, philanthropical. They're willing to give their time and their money to organizations in their communities, in their country, and so progress is being made. We live in the information age, but the needs are growing too. Because we're more and more aware of problems, environmental problems, health problems, and so on, the needs are growing. And there are always people courageous enough to create organizations to deal with these growing problems, to mobilize the community, to mobilize society, so that concrete things are done to help people out directly, to help solve problems. And that spark that those people have, we need to nourish that spark. We need to talk about a vision. We often talk about the economy, but an economy without a social economy, without the social dimension, is not a healthy economy. So in the life of a government, we have to talk about the relations with community, with volunteers, with those sparks out there that are going to help us move forward as a society. If the government were to do everything that volunteers do, it would cost billions. What we're talking about here is simply recognizing the efforts made by volunteers. It's a small step, but it's a step forward. It's just a first step. It's not enough in and of itself. We have to go further eventually. Once again, this bill, in my view, the Madeleine Nadeau bill, is an important bill because what I'm asking for, when I travel around and I meet with various groups, volunteers, community organizations, I say, this is your bill. It's a nonpartisan bill. It's for everyone. We all need it. It's needed at all levels. Everyone needs volunteers, people who are willing to volunteer their time, their money to help their fellow man. I have friends who were victims, who were helped by volunteers, by generous volunteers in their community, in various organizations. These days, services are being cut back by government. And when you need help, regardless of the department that you need service from, there's always an organization, an NGO that's willing to help out. And they're not asking for anything in return. They're not asking to be paid. They're volunteers. They're doing it out of the goodness of their hearts. They're there to help us. We can't just pat them on the back. Internationally, there are things going on. It's harder and harder everywhere in the world, not just in Canada, everywhere. There's darkness increasingly in the world, but these people, they're not fooled by all that. There's a social mobilization that's going on. People are rolling up their sleeves and they're working together. They're achieving results. Just in my riding, I had the opportunity to work with volunteers for entire days. Currently today, in Saint-Sulpice, there's youth mobilization. They're not asking to be paid. They're not asking for anything. They're walking around with T-shirts to raise awareness. Young people are concerned. They want things to improve. How can we not do something to ensure that there's a better tomorrow? So this bill is just one step.
The question we have to ask is, in our future, do we have any kind of long-term strategy for the next government? Will we develop a partnership with organizations, philanthropists, volunteers, community action? Because quite honestly, of all the results I've seen so far, those who are most transparent and most honest are the organizations. It's in their interest. They sacrifice every day. They pay money to be volunteers, and they will bring about direct results in order to allow us to grow as a society. And this government should not only encourage them and say bravo, but sincerely support them and say, good thing you're there when there's a flood, when there's a crisis. Who does the work? We inject money, we vote on bills, but who does the concrete action? It's the volunteers, it's the organizations. They're the ones who make a difference. And it is with them that we will build our future. That's the only possible measure. And that strategy must be developed together. Once again, this Madeleine Nadeau bill is a first step. And what I'm asking everyone here is familiarize yourself with the subject. Don't be shy.
Be very clear about this. Charity work is not just something that we give a pat on the back. Our nation is built on it. And if we are to move forward in the new millennia, stop talking about it in technology, it will be based on human beings. It will be based on relationships that we have amongst ourselves. And the only way we can move forward is if we ask direct, concrete action. Stop talking. Because contrary to certain things, sometimes we don't talk enough, we don't listen enough. In this case, it's been going on for generations. And we know this to be true. We must, at all costs, this sparkle that we all have inside us, to defend it at all costs, to build on it, to make it grow, to say that it is the vision that we have as a nation.
We owe it to ourselves to grow our nation based on a vision of mutual help. I always ask myself this about my son. What's our national vision? Well, it's just that. Giving of oneself is the best social value we have at every level, whether it's spiritual, and many religions have practiced this for many years, be it communities, co-ops. That's where we're at right now. So, to my mind, this bill is not perfect. It won't solve all problems, but it is a first step for great progress, where we'll have a future that is good. You may laugh, but I'm the Star Trek generation, you know. Money's not important. Intellect, action, exploration is. Giving the best of oneself, mutual assistance. But we have to stop dreaming. We have to develop this. We have to believe in it. Every day when the community talks to us, they give us indications of how to do things right. So once again, I'm very honored to be able to walk among fellow citizens every day, to be there, to listen to them, to do this with humility. You can't do it any other way. See what we can do, where we can go, and listen to them. Listen to these solutions, implement them. It comes from the volunteers. They take action without asking for anything in return. When I had an opportunity to meet volunteers, I sat with them. They told me one thing that I didn't find normal. They said, you know, I'm prepared to give heart and soul to the people around me, but I can't do it anymore. Financially, I can't do it because I have to pay for my transportation. I have to get to where I'm going. So producing a bill that will mean that we can help those people and say, we recognize your actions. We are supporting you. We're going to work in cooperation with you. We're going to develop our society with you. We're listening to you. You have our ear, and we're going to do more than that. We're going to take action. So I'm very honored to be here today, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member, or Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague who just said many different things that touched me personally. And I think he is quite sincere about his bill. I'd like to know one thing, though. Where did he get the $800 million? Who confirmed that figure? I'd like him to explain that aspect, please. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. I wish to thank my honourable colleague. She should know that when you design a bill, you consult widely around the Hill. I'm no tax expert. We listen to the volunteers and brainstorm. There were consultations. The figures came up because we brought in a tax expert to explain the impact and the cost. It's important to be responsible with government money, so it's important to come up with the right figures. But we weighed the pros and cons. What would this contribute to the community? How much would it cost the government to replace all these services, even if it cost billions? The quality would probably not be the same as what volunteers provide every day. So there is a concrete assessment that was made. If everyone applied, it would cost about $800 million. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Speaker, félicitations, my colleague.
To congratulate my colleague.
My riding several years ago, Hurricane Igor struck, and all these communities, in excess of 50 communities, were isolated. The police were not able to get there in many cases. Provincial services were not. But there was one group that did. And to say that they saved the day is an understatement. And that would be the volunteer firefighter and the volunteer search and rescue. My colleague, this is not a question as so much as a comment, and I'd like for him to add to it. And that is that his speech is very passionate. And obviously he spends a lot of time with this, dealing with the people and the situation in his own family. We are absolutely inspired by people who give charity, volunteer their time for the greater good, and ask nothing in return. It is simply amazing what we do. A token, and quite frankly, given what the governments save in services provided by volunteers, is absolutely immense. This is a token, but I think it's a good symbol as a token. Thank you.
Honourable member for Repentigny, absolutely. In various communities, I saw groups, firefighters, paramedics, St. John's Ambulance, people who wear uniforms, who get training, search and rescue, even traveling. I met Canadians who come and do search and rescue training unpaid. So I think that in all situations, we've had various crises throughout our history, many, many times over, and citizens do come forward. In the ice storm, it was citizens who came forward to help each other. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Repentigny for his excellent speech and his passion. It's incredible to listen to him. I think everyone should think of the people in their communities who make a difference. Back home, we have Solidarité Argenteuil. Those people use their own cars to go and help seniors. They bring them to hospital. They help them do their groceries. Those people don't necessarily have the money to do so. It's starting to be harder and harder in hard economic times. This is something that is beneficial for our communities, and I think it's worth it. What I'd like to ask my colleague for Repentigny is to give us more examples, how it provides concrete benefit for our communities. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. I thank my colleague for that excellent question. When I had an opportunity to walk around my riding and meet with various groups, I look at seniors who come out of isolation, people who do Meals on Wheels, for people who can't cook, who can't afford to cook, disabled people, my son's grandmother, you know, she even helps people, even though she can't get around that well. In parks, I had an opportunity to go to L'Assomption and meet with a group that cleans up the shores of the river to make sure the environment is beautiful. So there are thousands and millions of such examples throughout the nation, and I hope that will continue.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I want to thank my colleague for his presentation, and I have to say that I do have tremendous respect for some of the things that he said about volunteers, because as we all know, they are some of the greatest Canadians, and they do some tremendously important work in our country. But in speaking about the bill, I do have some concerns, and so I'll begin by saying that the NDP has been known to repeatedly promise Canadians some extravagant things, and they insist on saying they're going to build this, they're going to start that program, they're going to focus on giving this group a tax credit, and so on and so forth. But to be very frank and honest, this would grow government. It would cost Canadians more money. Taxpayers pay for these things. And so when I asked the member the question about where he got the $800 million cost figure that he provided, I was quite surprised at his response, because I didn't expect him to be defensive, Mr. Speaker. My inquiry was because Canadians want to know how we're going to pay for this. And so, again, I'm going to continue to ask the member to consider putting forward exactly where those numbers came from.
Comme mon collègue du NPD, as my NDP colleague said, it would cost $800 million to do this. He didn't want to tell us where he got that number from or who examined this estimate of costs. This would be a considerable new expense. The NDP, or has the NDP, determined where the money would come from? What tax do they intend to increase? What program do they intend to cut to afford this?
I'm saying this with tremendous respect because I too feel that volunteers have done a number of things to ensure that this country goes forward and succeeds. So let's start to talk about the costly nature of this bill. I'd like to applaud and thank all volunteers for the hard work that they do right across Canada. We all know someone in our community who has done some remarkable things. They've given selfless time to improve the quality of life for those in need, and they are people who do it without reward, without expectation of reward or any kind of recognition, but because they care and they want to make a difference in their communities, this is what drives them. And I thank them on behalf of the government for all that they do. As writer Irma Bombeck once remarked, volunteers are those who reflect compassion, unselfish caring, patience, and just plain loving one another. Currently, Canada has one of the largest charitable and non-profit sectors in the world, with more than 160,000 charities and non-profit organizations that are helping those in need from coast to coast to coast. Our Conservative government stands right behind those charities with special tax support considered to be among the most generous in the world. This includes the Charitable Donations Tax Credit, which encourages Canadians to give support to those great organizations. In fact, federal tax support for Canada's charities is nearly $3 billion each and every year. Toutefois, nous reconnaissons.
However, we all recognize that it's always possible to do more to help charities accomplish their work. That's why, since 2006, the Conservative government has been giving increased support to these organizations through special measures, tax relief and tax incentives, including the elimination of capital gains taxes for the donation of stocks to charities and private foundations, the elimination of capital gains taxes for the donation of ecologically sensitive land to conservation organizations, the reform of payments to reduce the tax and administrative burden of charities, and the repression of a few unscrupulous individuals who benefit from the charity system. I'm pleased to report that all these measures have helped charities across Canada and the volunteers that support them by increasing the donations given to these noble causes.
Gains tax on the donations of securities has been tremendously successful. For example, United Way of Toronto alone estimates it receives tens of millions of dollars a year because of this change. In fact, they declared the following: the tax benefits are certainly having a very big benefit on local charitable organizations, end quote. Owen Charters of Canada Helps, an online fundraising portal for charities, has also noted, and I quote, "We've been quite surprised by the popularity. It was small steps at the beginning, but it has really grown," end quote. Nevertheless, even with all these positive steps to help charities, we know that more could still be done. And that's why, shortly after the 2011 election, our Conservative government asked the House of Commons Finance Committee to undertake an open public study to find out directly from Canadians the best way we can further increase charitable donation. And I should note that the inspiration for that study and the government's request was the member for Kitchener-Waterloo's Motion 559, adopted by Parliament in March 2011. On that note, I want to take a moment, Mr. Speaker, to recognize and thank my colleague, the member for Kitchener-Waterloo, for all that he has done and that he continues to do in support of the charitable sector here in Canada. Rest assured, charities and volunteers could have no better or stronger advocate in their corner than Parliament and our member himself. Indeed, the Finance Committee, which I'm a member of, has been vigorously undertaking that task since January of this year. We've already held dozens of meetings and received submissions from over 50 charitable groups, as well as Canadian volunteers from all across the country. Throughout the hearings and in reviewing the submissions, we've heard a range of proposals from charities and volunteers about what we can do to further support Canada's charitable sector. And I must note, Mr. Speaker, they've all been very, very appreciative of the measures that this Conservative government has put forward since 2006. And I might add, they were disappointed that the NDP did not support many of them.
None of these charities or volunteers implied that the proposal presented today by the NDP would not constitute an effective way to help people in need. Indeed, not once did they mention this during the Finance Committee examination. The reason for this is quite clear if you examine the NDP proposal a little more closely. It raises grave questions and concerns. It would be very expensive, extremely difficult to control, and of dubious effectiveness. It would impose a heavy administrative burden on charities and volunteers. Before dealing with these particular concerns, allow me to say clearly to Canadians that volunteers already receive special tax treatment in order to support their efforts. More specifically, volunteers get a tax exemption on the reimbursement of their costs, which means that any expenditure, including transportation, can be reimbursed through a tax exemption. So if someone has to travel for his or her charity, they can be reimbursed for these costs such as mileage and meals and so forth, gasoline, and that will not be taxed. With regard to the concerns raised by the NDP proposal, they are numerous.
It would increase the administrative burden on charities by requiring each charity and nonprofit which believes it deals primarily with vulnerable populations to precisely track the number of hours and keep records of such travel. Secondly, it would require government officials to subjectively determine what constitutes a vulnerable population and determine on a case-by-case basis if each of Canada's 85,000 registered charities serve that subjectively determined group, and then determine whether or not they qualify for the special tax break. It's a radical departure from the existing practice of treating all registered charities objectively. And third, the cost would be significant. These are just a few of the preoccupations that the bill raises, Mr. Speaker, and so I would encourage the member across the way to think about those preoccupations of Canadians as he moves forward and to perhaps address some of the concerns so that we might better understand how his party intends to pay for this without raising taxes and without further damaging the process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure that I rise today to speak to Bill C-399, tax credits for volunteers for travel expenses. I'd like to begin by thanking the honourable member for representing for introducing the legislation. I appreciate having the opportunity to discuss ways that we as a parliament can better support our volunteers and encourage volunteerism. I'd like to start by speaking about some of what has occurred in recent years, particularly around tax measures to help, for instance, in volunteer emergency service workers or firefighters. There's been a consensus, I think, across party lines on some of these measures that we should recognize the important work of volunteers in these cases, for instance, emergency service volunteers, those who risk their lives in order to protect our hours and to make our community safer. As part of that discussion, my party, the Liberal Party, proposed a $3,000 refundable tax credit for volunteer firefighters. Mr. Speaker, we made it refundable deliberately because the reality is if they're not refundable, if these tax credits are not refundable, what it means perversely is the lowest income Canadians, the Canadians who need the support the most, perversely they don't actually qualify. They don't receive the benefit. So this is what's really important to recognize is that earlier today we had a discussion on income inequality and the growing gap between rich and poor in Canada. The reality is that to a certain extent non-refundable tax credits can exacerbate that and make it worse by disqualifying technically the lowest income Canadians who need the help the most. So what the Conservatives have done, what the government has done on a number of these issues, is when we have proposed, for instance, we proposed a family caregiver tax credit that was refundable, which would have benefited all Canadian families providing care to relatives with health and issues, and in some cases palliative care, and in other cases long-term medical issues. The Conservatives introduced instead a non-refundable tax credit, which looks like they're doing the same thing, but in reality it's not a lot of resources because it doesn't apply to a large segment of the population, the people who need the help the most. So what the government has become very effective at doing is bringing out these boutique tax credits that are non-refundable. They don't take a lot of money out of the federal treasury because they don't actually help a lot of people, but it looks like they're taking action. And I think it's to a certain extent we've even in our office we've had people quite disappointed who expected that this new tax credit would somehow benefit them, only to find out because of the fact that they're low income they actually do not qualify. So I think it's important to recognize that, for instance, someone on a modest fixed income, for instance, a senior citizen on a modest fixed income who volunteers, for instance, who drives for Meals on Wheels, if this tax credit that is being proposed today as part of this legislation is non-refundable, that senior will not benefit because that senior is not paying taxes now. Just to make it clear, the benefit of a refundable tax credit is even if your income is so low that you're not paying taxes, you still benefit from it. So the reality is that low-income senior who drives, for instance, for Meals on Wheels is still incurring expenses to volunteer. In fact, those expenses represent a very significant portion of his or her income. They still have to put gas in their car to get to the volunteer site or pay for public transit. Now that brings me to the design of the tax credit under Bill C-399. Bill C-399 would establish a tax credit to help volunteers defray some of the travel expenses they have because of their volunteer work. Unfortunately, the tax credit established under Bill C-399, or potentially established, is non-refundable. We hope that this could be addressed and corrected as part of the legislative process. Perhaps if this were to
get to committee. This could be part of the discussion. We support sending Bill C-399 to committee such that we can discuss, among other things, design issues, including making the tax credit fully refundable. We do have a concern about the growing number of non-refundable tax credits. We do believe that it is, in some ways, exacerbating the issue of income inequality in Canada. These tax credits do fail to meet the fairness test. It just seems wrong for the government to protect its own bottom line by deliberately excluding the most disadvantaged Canadians. And beyond the non-refundable nature of the tax credit, Bill C-39 does set out some interesting parameters. To qualify for the tax credit, you must do a minimum of 130 hours of eligible volunteer work. So you must make at least 12 trips that tax year. The trip for the purpose of Bill C-399 involves traveling a minimum of 1 kilometre from your home to wherever it is you do your volunteer work. Now, in terms of a monetary value of the tax credit, Bill C-399 establishes a minimum value of $500 and a maximum value of $1,500. So with a 15% federal personal income tax rate, the proposed tax credit would translate into a benefit of between $75 and $300 for the volunteers who qualify. Now, Finance Canada has estimated that Bill C-399, as it is currently written, would cost about $130 million per year. However, officials were basing their estimate on past data and assuming there would be no change in behavior as a result of the new tax credit. They assume that this tax credit won't encourage new volunteerism or enable existing volunteers to travel more extensively. Officials used data from the 2010 Canada Survey of Giving, Volunteering and Participating, which shows that 1.2 million Canadians would meet the criteria of performing at least 130 hours of qualifying volunteer work. They assumed that the average volunteer had about $430 of travel expenses would be eligible for a tax credit under C-399. They also assumed that the average volunteer would claim a further $500 in weekly travel expenses based on an average claim of 15 kilometres an hour at 55 cents per kilometre. The officials then estimated that a quarter of the 1.2 million volunteers wouldn't be able to get any benefit from the proposed tax credit because the tax credit is non-refundable and these volunteers don't make enough income to qualify. So using Finance's own numbers, we would extrapolate that it would cost about $40 million to make this non-refundable tax credit into a fully refundable tax credit, which would benefit all low-income Canadians who are currently excluded. I encourage the member for Repentigny to consider such a revision to Bill C-399. I think the initiative is worthy of the House's consideration. I hope that the legislation will receive second readings, that we can more closely examine the proposal and consider making it fully refundable. I think it's important for us as parliamentarians to recognize the vital contributions that volunteers make to Canadian society, and we should not base that recognition on how much money is in their wallet. And there's a lot of low-income Canadians who, if we were to move forward with this kind of measure, would deserve the same benefit, but because of the fact that they are low income, would not benefit in its current form as a non-refundable tax credit. So those are some of my thoughts on it, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that government members see the way to support taking this to committee such that we can have a more fulsome discussion on how we can strengthen our support mechanisms in the tax system and other direct support for volunteerism in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Bourg-Saint-Laprairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise today, especially after having heard the passionate speech given by my colleague, the member for Repentigny, who dedicated this bill to his grandmother, Madeleine Nadeau, And I think that this is truly a bill that we need to scrutinize because there are very many interesting things that it puts forward. My colleague is the official opposition critic for philanthropy, and he has been working in this area for a long time. He has crossed Canada, he has met with people, and when he explained his background with talking about his family, that showed that he's an example of what passion can do within politics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think it is important to keep this in mind because we've heard comments from the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Finance that were somewhat partisan in nature. This is a private member's bill. And my colleague clearly mentioned that this was a beginning, that there are great many discussions that need to be held. So if we bring it to the Finance Committee, then it may answer some of the questions that the Parliamentary Secretary had. She was wondering about the costs of this bill. I'm very pleased to hear that the Liberals will support bringing the bill to committee for study because there are figures that vary. We heard about the $130 million that was brought forward. And so I think it is important to be attentive to that because we must not forget how important the volunteering sector is. I think everyone here, whether it be on the other side or here, we appreciate the fact that society can grow thanks to the contribution of volunteering. I think many people have seen this, where this contribution has been very important. Now, Canada's volunteering sector is the second largest in the world behind that of the Netherlands. And that is a fact that has just come out recently in 2012. And I think that we can sense it here. I think we've all experienced that, and that is why I would urge my colleagues to take the time to study this bill in depth before shunting it aside. Now, it plays a fundamental role in the development of our society and of our economy and our democracy as well. We've seen when there are disasters that occur across the planet, we see what a difference volunteers can make. They show one of the most beautiful qualities of human beings, which is mutual aid, mutual support. And so we want to be able to look at all the work that has been done. And my colleague, the member for Repentigny, said it more clearly. He said that we have long admired and commended volunteers, but we never really helped them concretely in their work. And I think that this is a first step that has been taken in that regard. So I hope that my colleague across the way will at least agree to study the bill further to realize all of its qualities. Now, when we look at what is happening, we saw the opposition motion today, for example, that talked about the gap between the rich and the poor. And it is clear that this government has put in place an austerity budget, decided to reduce certain sectors, and that means that community organizations and charities have to assume more and more work. And so that falls on the shoulders of volunteers. So we need to help them, because when we look at the figures with regard to volunteer work, according to the most recent report of Statistics Canada concerning giving and volunteering, over 13.3 million people, that is 47% of Canada's population, gave freely of more than 2.1 billion hours of their time in 2010. So that is the equivalent of close to 1.1 million full-time jobs. So we must not forget that volunteer work helps the economy. When the government is unable or does not want to act in certain areas, well, volunteers are there to help us. And so we need to realize the full impact and the economic advantage that volunteering provides. And that is something that can help society move even further forward. In 2007, the charitable sector brought in more than $112 billion, and the contribution of volunteering to the Canadian GDP was 7%. So we can see clearly that it has a clear impact in that regard. According to a Mook and Quarter study in 2006, the economic value of volunteering hours was assessed at some $20 billion. So this is an important contribution to our society, to our country, that allows us to develop and flourish. I know that in my riding of Brossard-la-Prairie, I think I'm very privileged to represent people in a place where this spirit of assistance and mutual support is unparalleled. There are over 80 community organizations, and so I'd like to thank the community players in my riding, because this is something that really advances humanity and advances society. I'm thinking of organizations such as Les Cuisines de l'Amitié in Brossard, which help low-income people to make their own food. People who live below the poverty line who need help can have access to this service. There is also the Association of Disabled People for the Western South Shore. They seek to improve the quality of lives and promote the social integration of persons with disabilities. There's also the Complexe Le Partage, an extraordinary institution that helps people in need. And we have heard people say that there are more and more people, families and people who work, who need food banks, who need assistance. And Le Partage is an institution that really helps out in that regard. And I was lucky enough to be able to participate in a fundraising endeavor, La Guignolée. So participating in this kind of activity makes us feel good. We grew up realizing and learning that volunteering is doing a good deed. And that is something that has always been a part of me. I went to Africa to do some volunteer work in an orphanage as well. And I think we can see that the time we devote can truly make a difference, much more than money can in some cases. I was also a soccer coach or monitor. I taught young people how to play. And we see that the time that we devote brings a lot to ourselves, but also to other people. And I think that the perspective of this bill is really to help people who want to continue to do volunteer work. So the impact is exponential. So it is important.
We'll actually look at the bill, because this bill is something that it is a start. And my colleague, the Member of Parliament from Repentigny has mentioned that it's not a final project. It's not something that is final. It's a start. It's a dialogue. He has worked really hard. He has gone across Canada to talk to charities, to talk to people on the ground. And I think what we need to do is to look at the options. So we at least, I hope my colleagues will at least support this bill, so that it at least goes into committee, so that we can actually look at the cost of it, but also look at the benefits of it. So hopefully we'll be able to work together on that one. And obviously, if it goes to the Finance Committee, I know I have a few colleagues from the Finance Committee who I know are open to the idea of helping charities, helping people who are volunteering. We know how important it is for Canada. We know how important we've all seen what happens in crisis in terms of people getting together, people actually working. And the idea when you try to help your neighbor, when you try to help someone in a crisis, it's not what is my gain. It's basically what can I do to help them. And what this does is basically telling people who need to have a bit of support, because some of them need to have a bit of money, need to be compensated because there is cost. So hopefully I really wish my colleagues will support my colleagues' this bill and bring it to the Finance Committee so we can actually look at it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Chatham, Kent, Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to address a key issue in the debate on Bill C-399, a flawed piece of legislation, and to relate it to other more thoughtful ways we are helping charities and volunteers. Mr. Speaker, before I highlight some of these areas, let me give a quick recap of what this legislation intends to do. Bill C-399 proposes a costly, new, non-refundable tax credit for individuals who perform a minimum of 130 hours volunteer services for select organizations during a year and who make at least 12 trips in order to do so. This proposal would cost over $100 million each year and would be very difficult, if not impossible, to track and administer for charities. Now, Mr. Speaker, one would hope, and I think Canadians have an expectation, that when members of this House introduce legislation, that it should be with the intent of benefiting Canadians. How then will Bill C-399 benefit Canadians? The member of Repent-Ignou might be thinking that Bill C-399 will make it more attractive for Canadians to volunteer at their church, local youth group, or community centre. As it is, a large amount of Canadians donate some of their time to volunteering. In fact, according to a recent report by Statistics Canada, more than 13.3 million people, or 47% of the population, volunteered some of their time through a group or organization. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, Canadians like to volunteer. However, it's unclear whether the proposed tax credit would have any significant effect in increasing the rate of volunteerism in Canada. After all, proposals to provide tax assistance for volunteerism have been suggested before. That being said, studies in recent years suggest that tax assistance, much like the tax credit we are debating today, would in fact not lead to an increase in volunteerism. In fact, a report out of Alberta titled "The Potential Impact of Canadian Federal and/or Provincial Tax Credit Incentives for Volunteer Participation" suggests that not only would the introduction of such a tax credit not lead to an increase in volunteerism, but that it might lead to a decrease in volunteerism. The report states, and I quote, "The motivations of volunteers to donate their time may not be shaped or directed by the value of their donation. The principal motivations are altruistic and egotistic in nature. The attachment of economic and specifically tax value to the altruistic donation may in fact reduce the motivations of volunteers to participate. Similarly, a volunteer group, and I'm going to try this, Quebec, Réseau de l'Action Bénévole du Québec, RABQ, found that tax credits did not result in more people wanting to donate their time to volunteering. In fact, according to the president, Rosemary Byrne of the RABQ, tax credits didn't seem to have made a difference in terms of the numbers of people volunteering. Byrne even went on to say, no one in a lower tax bracket would have benefited at all. That was another disincentive. End of quote. If such findings are to be believed, it's doubtful that Bill C-399 is the correct approach to encourage more Canadians to get involved in volunteering. Quite the opposite, Mr. Speaker. The fact seems to suggest that if this House were to pass such a bill, it would be harmful to the rate of volunteerism in Canada. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I'm very skeptical as to whether introducing a tax credit such as this is the right course of action. Furthermore, after the comments by the President of the RBQ, I'm skeptical as to whether or not any volunteers would even be interested in taking advantage of such a credit. And that's not all, Mr. Speaker. Another issue that must be considered with this proposed piece of legislation is the administrative burden that it would place on charitable organizations and non-profit organizations. How so, you ask? It will be the charities, churches, youth groups, etc., that will be responsible for documenting the information that will be needed by volunteers and Canada Revenue Agency to confirm that individuals qualify for the credit under the Income Tax Act. This means that for each volunteer, these organizations will have to track and record how many hours people are present, what they're doing, and if they traveled to the location. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, this sounds like a huge waste of time and effort for these organizations. Not only will this be a drain on their human and financial resources, but it will take away from the ultimate goal of charitable and nonprofit organizations helping people. Mr. Speaker, in recent years, many charitable organizations have been criticized for not using their resources in the most efficient means possible. Understandably, Canadians are frustrated when they hear stories about the donations they make to their favorite charities being used more on administration costs than the research, aid, or cause to which they donated their money. My concern here is that this legislation will not only heighten this frustration, but will force charitable and nonprofit organizations to divert their precious resources away from the good work they do to overcoming this obstacle. And Mr. Speaker, the evidence shows that this would be a significant new obstacle for these organizations. According to Statistics Canada, Canadians volunteered nearly 2.1 billion hours in 2010. Now, I'm no expert, but I'm willing to bet that it would take anyone a lot of time to record 2.1 billion hours of volunteerism. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, I do not understand why we want to impose such an unnecessary burden on these organizations. What would that achieve? So, Mr. Speaker, what does this bill offer to those wanting to volunteer or for those seeking to attract volunteers? The answer, it seems to me, is not much. While at first glance, C-399 might seem like a good tool to encourage Canadians to volunteer some of their time to a cause they hold dear, this bill falls short of the mark. In my view, it does nothing more than place an unnecessary administrative burden on charitable organizations and nonprofit groups, all while having no effect in increasing the rate of volunteerism among Canadians. In fact, evidence indicates that it would likely cause a decrease in the amount of volunteers. Mr. Speaker, while I feel this bill was introduced with the best of intentions, I'm not convinced that this bill will benefit Canadians. I urge my colleagues to think carefully before casting their vote in support of Bill C-399. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business is now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, in a shocking and ill-advised decision earlier this year, Conservatives cancelled the Community Access Program, an incredibly successful resource across rural and urban communities for Canadians with little or no access to a computer or the Internet. The Community Access Program gave funding to community centres and libraries to provide public terminals with Internet access, as well as to offer skills training for their effective use. Initially, this program was geared towards rural communities, but grew to address the digital divide experienced by rural and urban Canadians alike, especially vulnerable Canadians who might not have access to a computer or Internet access. In my riding of Guelph, our public library received $6,800 annually to support 34 public access computers that were used daily by over 300 Guelphites. Communities from Newfoundland and Labrador to British Columbia and throughout the North received similar support. There are so few elements of everyday life that no longer require a computer or access to the Internet, yet there are still tens of thousands of Canadians who cannot afford to have a computer at home, cannot afford regular Internet access, live in an area without reliable connectivity, or are not technologically savvy. Public libraries and other community access sites are the only sources for computer access for more than 25% of Canadians. 25%. These men and women rely on the computers and the access and assistance available to them when they go to the public library. Without this funding, how are libraries, especially those in smaller communities where the need may be greater, able to maintain these vital services for users? Not through one large action, but through many incremental yet significant cuts and changes, Conservatives are telling Canadians, you are on your own. Take, for instance, a young man or woman seeking employment through the Government of Canada's Job Bank. Previously, they knew that if they had no computer or no means to access the web, they could pop down to the library or to certain community centres. Not anymore. What about the extensive cuts in the budget that took frontline personnel out of communities across the country, that shuttered the doors of Service Canada offices? Canadians seeking services, from getting birth certificates to employment insurance, are now one step further removed than before. Online applications are fine if you have access to a computer, but what about those who don't? Abandoned are vulnerable Canadians who are more likely to require government services in the first place. How about Canadians in rural communities without full connectivity who are already isolated from these services to begin with? The same for cuts to Via Rail in Guelph. Removing staff means bookings previously made at the train station will now need to be made online. I've had many senior citizens approach me concerned because they either don't have a computer or they are not technologically savvy. Once they might have gone to the train station. This will end. Alternatively, they might have gone to the Guelph Public Library where there are others around to give them a hand. This too will end. Cutting both frontline personnel and removing additional assistance for accessibility is only isolating Canadians. Cutting the community access program is the epitome of mean-spirited, ill-conceived policies we've come to expect from these Conservatives. However, I hold out hope that this government, realizing the error of its ways, might still have its conversion on the road to Damascus and reinstate this essential and successful program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister.
Speaker and Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable friend from Guelph for his question on the Community Access Program. CAP was launched in 1995, Mr. Speaker, when the Internet was in its infancy and only available to a small number of Canadians. Even then, it was evident that it would be critical to Canada's future competitiveness. CAP was launched to make computers and the Internet accessible for many different communities that did not have access to home Internet. It was designed to encourage Canadians to use computers, some for the very first time. In 1995, only about 10% of Canadians, Mr. Speaker, had Internet access, and only 40% of them had a computer. I was in university at the time. I know many of the opposition members were in high school, some of them even in grade school, and a few not even in school yet. But the honourable member, my honourable friend, and I both remember pagers and typewriters and handwritten essays, Mr. Speaker. Today, most Canadians have Internet at home. In 2010, almost 80% of Canadians had access to the Internet at home. In fact, many Canadians have it on their tablets, smartphones, laptops, and various other devices. They can also access Internet for free through local Internet hotspots like libraries and coffee shops. And Canadians are using the Internet in record numbers. According to some reports, we are world leaders in Internet use. Many things have changed, Mr. Speaker, since 1995, and we must continuously review our programs to ensure that they're efficient, effective, and serving Canadians. The Community Access Program was a good program in its time, but it has reached its objectives. That said, make no mistake, our government is committed to providing access to high-speed Internet to more Canadians. There continues to be a gap between rural and urban Canadians in terms of access to leading-edge broadband, and this is unacceptable. That's why our government has worked to expand access to rural broadband and increase access to broadband Internet across the country. Our economic action plan included an expansion of broadband to cover almost 220,000 Canadians who didn't have access to high-speed Internet before. Our government has been clear. Rural Canadians deserve the same reliable access as urban Canadians. In the recent spectrum auction, the Minister of Industry announced a requirement for companies that buy spectrum to deploy into all areas of their customer base, not just big cities. This will bring LTE or fourth-generation mobile services to more Canadians across the entire country. New auctions for both the 700 and 2500 megahertz bands have been announced, with the 700 megahertz auction to be held next year. The auction is designed to support competition and investment by capping how much spectrum each company can purchase. This will enable at least 4 companies in each area to secure spectrum. By ensuring greater choice for Canadians, we see more competition and ultimately lower costs for Canadian families. Just this year, Mr. Speaker, the CRTC published reports that costs to Canadians for broadband Internet and wireless Internet were cheaper in Canada than in the U.S. Mr. Speaker, our world is becoming smaller and more digital. We need a plan for tomorrow, today. Our government has taken actions to provide more Internet service to Canadians, to ensure more competition, to keep costs low. We are ensuring Canadians have the tools they need to succeed in this new global digital world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Guelph.
I want to thank my friend for his remarks, Mr. Speaker, but the government itself acknowledges the long-standing success of this program. There's absolutely no legitimate excuse that can defend the cutting of such a vital, widely used program. It cannot deny that by cutting frontline service provisions through Service Canada, it is asking Canadians to go online for programs and applications, and yet they cut access to the computers and the Internet. While we are a more technologically savvy country than even a decade ago, removing access for the remaining most vulnerable Canadians is unacceptable. There are still over 300 uses a day of the public access computers at the Guelph Public Library, tens of thousands across Canada. There are still too many rural communities in Canada where connectivity is an issue. We must stop isolating Canadians. I call on the government to do the right thing and restore the community access program. It is still needed, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I thank my honourable friend for his comments, and I remind him that the digital environment was very much different when the Community Access Program was launched over 17 years ago. Access to the Internet was limited, and the government wanted to introduce to Canadians the benefits of participating in a knowledge-based economy. The program has successfully met that objective. We are funding today, Mr. Speaker, we are funding internships where youth will be given useful experience in information and communications technology to allow them to successfully transition into the workplace. And for Canadians who have been using a CAP site to access government services, Service Canada offers single-window access to a wide range of Government of Canada programs and services. Canadians can access these through almost 600 points of service located across the country, Mr. Speaker. Furthermore, the resources of Industry Canada's Computers for Schools program continue to be available to schools and qualified nonprofit groups. The program collects, repairs and refurbishes donated surplus computers from government and private sector resources. It then distributes them free of charge to schools, public libraries, and not-for-profit learning organizations. Mr. Speaker, through Economic Action Plan 2012, our government is looking ahead and taking major steps forward to build on the strong foundation we've laid since 2006.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I take the floor today to come back to a very relevant question I asked in the House before the summer break. At the end of April, I asked the Minister about the fact that the NDP had asked a number of questions of the government all throughout the spring in order to get answers about the consequences of cutbacks at Service Canada. What I was critical of at the time, and what I'm still critical of, is the lack of concrete answers to Canadians when Canadians need clarification about EI reform put forward by this government. The government has shown a lack of transparency, and yet its first job is to be accountable to Canadians. I talked about this culture of secrecy in the Conservative government, and I still maintain that this behavior jeopardizes the entire system that our democratic institutions are based on, and we require mutual trust between government and the people. Over the last year, Canadians have unfortunately seen this type of unacceptable behavior a number of times. I asked the Minister when Canadians could expect open, honest, and communicative government. So today, on behalf of all Canadians, I would like more clarification on this issue. Currently, we know that this Prime Minister's cabinet is one of the most controlling when it comes to access to information in all of Canada's history. This government doles out information parsimoniously. It's hardly surprising when you think of the fiasco of the F-35 file and their Budget Implementation Act. They've basically kept Canadians in the dark, and their numerous shortcomings when it comes to ethics are constantly being covered up. Examples of this type of lack of transparency with this government are commonplace, to the dismay of the community, which only wants to know what's going to happen when it comes time for reform or cutbacks. We have the same problem with EI reform. Since Bill C-38 was tabled, Canadians have only been given the broad strokes, but they need to know more about the details, the contents, and the reasons for these changes. How can Canadians plan for the future? How can they anticipate possible consequences in terms of their quality of life or their family life if they're kept in the dark? How are seasonal workers in the regions supposed to know how they're going to survive? How are they going to know whether they're going to have to leave their community to travel to full-time jobs of lower quality? How are the unemployed supposed to find a job with a 75% that pays 70% of their current salary if they lose their job and they have to travel somewhere for a job that pays only 70% of what they were previously earning? How are they supposed to avoid the spiral of poverty? How is a single-parent mother supposed to fill out her 40-hour week in a city an hour away from where she lives and still afford daycare? In an ideal world, Canada would have full employment from coast to coast to coast, but realistically, our economy depends on the world economic situation, and we have to assume that whole economic sectors, which make us a prosperous and economically balanced economy, are seasonal at times. This government has to not only recognize that, but do things to promote it. I'd like the minister to take this opportunity to reassure Canadians that she's willing to be transparent and that the government is going to manage files properly like EI.
Resources and skills development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to address the issue raised by the member from Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint Charles, as it pertains to the modernization of employment insurance. As we've said all along, this government is committed to delivering programs and services that are effective, aligned with the priorities of Canadians, and financially sustainable over the long term. This means we must focus on core priorities, modernize service delivery and policy work, and streamline our operations. We're being accountable directly to Canadians for using their tax money wisely. Automation speeds up claims processing and gets payments more quickly into the hands of the people who need it, EI recipients. Service Canada
continues to carefully monitor the number of claims to ensure we provide the best possible service to Canadians who need benefits. We have made great progress, and we continue to build on it.
EI processing is partially or fully automated, and we are on track to reaching our goal of 70%. I would also like to talk about other ways that the government has helped Canadians' families in need. Most recently, our government introduced the Helping Families in Need Act, which was tabled last week. The bill introduces necessary legislative changes that will help hardworking Canadian families at the time when they need it the most. This bill will provide for a new 35-week EI benefit for parents and guardians of critically ill children. It also provides for a non-EI benefit of $350 a week for 35 weeks for parents of children who have been kidnapped or were murdered. I've met with these parents of critically ill children in the emergency department, and I know what kind of horror they faced. I also recognize that families are in distress when their child has been kidnapped or murdered. Mr. Speaker, in these circumstances, it's clear why we're supporting families so that they need not worry about their job or their mortgage payment, so that they can focus on what matters, their child and their family. Sadly, the NDP voted against the Ways and Means bill and motion required to introduce this bill. I would like to ask the NDP member opposite, why are they not willing to support families during this toughest time in their lives, at the time that they face the most difficult challenge? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the question that arises is, where are we going to invest this money? Through the EI fund? Are the Conservatives impoverishing the most vulnerable, cutting people off from EI? And using these funds that are deviated toward other services. I agree with the service put forth by the Conservatives, but the money they're using to pay for that may be the right money. With regard to the operational structures, everyone's in the dark here. We need clarification about the regulations. Once again, we know the major outline, but we don't know how the regulations will be defined. We've asked the minister responsible to give us answers about the regulations and tell us how things will be applied, and we have had no response. When it comes to transparency, the government has a golden opportunity here to reconcile with the Canadian public. Can the Minister confirm that Canadians will be consulted on regulations before her party further damages our social programs and our economy? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to talk more about why the NDP voted against helping children when their child is murdered, missing, or critically ill. Les députés n'ont pas répondu.
The member did not answer the question.
How any party can stand and vote against such a measure where families have gone through such a hard and tragic time. I'm astounded that the NDP have voted against EI for parents of sick children and at the same time want to impose a carbon tax that would raise prices on everything from gas to groceries on Canadians. So I will ask again, why do you oppose parents caring for their children when they're battling cancer? Why do you want to force parents to stay at work when their child has been kidnapped or murdered? And why has the NDP voted against all of our measures to help Canadian families in the toughest times that they've ever faced? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.